Chapter 29. I visit Steerforth at his home, again. I mentioned to Mr. Spenlow in the morning that I wanted leave of absence for a short time, and as I was not in the receipt of any salary and consequently was not obnoxious to the implacable Jorkins, there was no difficulty about it. I took that opportunity, with my voice sticking in my throat and my sight failing as I uttered the words, to express my hope that Miss Spenlow was quite well, to which Mr. Spenlow replied with no more emotion than if he had been speaking of an ordinary human being, that he was much obliged to me and she was very well. We articled clerks, as germs of the patrician order of proctors, were treated with so much consideration that I was almost my own master at all times. As I did not care, however, to get to Highgate before 1 or 2 o'clock in the day, and as we had another little excommunication case in court that morning, which was called the office of the judge promoted by Tipkins against Bullock for his soul's correction, I passed an hour or two in attendance on it with Mr. Spenlow very agreeably. It arose out of a scuffle between two churchwardens, one of whom was alleged to have pushed the other against a pump, the handle of which pump projecting into a schoolhouse, which schoolhouse was under a gable of the church roof, made the push an ecclesiastical offence. It was an amusing case and sent me up to Highgate on the box of the stagecoach, thinking about the Commons and what Mr. Spenlow had said about touching the Commons and bringing down the country. Mrs. Steerforth was pleased to see me, and so was Rosa Dartle. I was agreeably surprised to find that Littimer was not there and that we were attended by a modest little parlour maid with blue ribbons in her cap, whose eye it was much more pleasant and much less disconcerting to catch by accident than the eye of that respectable man. But what I particularly observed, before I had been half an hour in the house, was the close and attentive watch Miss Dartle kept upon me and the lurking manner in which she seemed to compare my face with Steerforth's and Steerforth's with mine and to lie in wait for something to come out between the two. So surely as I looked towards her did I see that eager visage with its gaunt black eyes and searching brow, intent on mine, or passing suddenly from mine to Steerforth's, or comprehending both of us at once. In this lynx-like scrutiny she was so far from faltering when she saw I observed it, that at such a time she only fixed her piercing look upon me with a more intent expression still. Blameless as I was, and knew that I was, in reference to any wrong she could possibly suspect me of, I shrunk before her strange eyes, quite unable to endure their hungry luster. All day, she seemed to pervade the whole house. If I talked to Steerforth in his room, I heard her dress rustle in the little gallery outside. When he and I engaged in some of our old exercises on the lawn behind the house, I saw her face pass from window to window like a wandering light until it fixed itself in one and watched us. When we all four went out walking in the afternoon, she closed her thin hand on my arm like a spring to keep me back while Steerforth and his mother went on out of hearing and then spoke to me. "You have been a long time," she said, "without coming here. Is your profession really so engaging and interesting as to absorb your whole attention?" I ask because I always want to be informed when I am ignorant. "Is it really, though?" I replied that I liked it well enough, but that I certainly could not claim so much for it. "Oh. I am glad to know that, because I always like to be put right when I am wrong," said Rosa Dartle. "You mean it is a little dry, perhaps?" "Well," I replied, "perhaps it was a little dry." "Oh. And that's a reason why you want relief and change, excitement and all that?" said she. "Ah. Very true. But isn't it a little, eh? For him, I don't mean you." A quick glance of her eye towards the spot where Steerforth was walking with his mother leaning on his arm showed me whom she meant, but beyond that, I was quite lost. And I looked so, I have no doubt. Don't it? I don't say that it does, mind, I want to know, don't it rather engross him? Don't it make him, perhaps, a little more remiss than usual in his visits to his blindly doting, eh? With another quick glance at them, and such a glance at me as seemed to look into my innermost thoughts. "Miss Dartle," I returned, "pray do not think I don't," she said. "Oh dear me, don't suppose that I think anything. I am not suspicious. I only ask a question. I don't state any opinion. I want to found an opinion on what you tell me. Then, it's not so? Well, I am very glad to know it. It certainly is not the fact, said I, perplexed, that I am accountable for Steerforth's having been away from home longer than usual if he has been. Which I really don't know at this moment, unless I understand it from you. I have not seen him this long while, until last night. No? Indeed, Miss Dartle, no. As she looked full at me, I saw her face grow sharper and paler, and the marks of the old wound lengthen out until it cut through the disfigured lip and deep into the nether lip and slanted down the face. There was something positively awful to me in this and in the brightness of her eyes as she said, looking fixedly at me. What is he doing? I repeated the words, more to myself than her, being so amazed. What is he doing? She said, with an eagerness that seemed enough to consume her like a fire. And what is that man assisting him, who never looks at me without an inscrutable falsehood in his eyes? If you are honorable and faithful, I don't ask you to betray your friend. I ask you only to tell me, is it anger, is it hatred, is it pride, is it restlessness, is it some wild fancy, is it love, what is it that is leading him? Miss Dartle, I returned, how shall I tell you, so that you will believe me, that I know of nothing in Steerforth different from what there was when I first came here? I can think of nothing. I firmly believe there is nothing. I hardly understand even what you mean. As she still stood looking fixedly at me, a twitching or throbbing, from which I could not dissociate the idea of pain, came into that cruel mark and lifted up the corner of her lip as if with scorn or with a pity that despised its object. She put her hand upon it hurriedly, a hand so thin and delicate that when I had seen her hold it up before the fire to shade her face, I had compared it in my thoughts to fine porcelain and saying, in a quick, fierce, passionate way, I swear you to secrecy about this. Said not a word more. Mrs. Steerforth was particularly happy in her son's society, and Steerforth was, on this occasion, particularly attentive and respectful to her. It was very interesting to me to see them together, not only on account of their mutual affection, but because of the strong personal resemblance between them and the manner in which what was haughty or impetuous in him was softened by age and sex, in her, to a gracious dignity. I thought, more than once, that it was well no serious cause of division had ever come between them, or two such natures I ought rather to express it, two such shades of the same nature might have been harder to reconcile than the two extremest opposites in creation. The idea did not originate in my own discernment, I am bound to confess, but in a speech of Rosa Dartle's. She said at dinner, "Oh, but do tell me, though, somebody, because I have been thinking about it all day, and I want to know." "You want to know what, Rosa?" returned Mrs. Steerforth. Pray. Rosa, do not be mysterious." "Mysterious?" she cried. "Oh. Really? Do you consider me so?" "Do I constantly entreat you," said Mrs. Steerforth, "to speak plainly? In your own natural manner?" "Oh. Then this is not my natural manner?" she rejoined. "Now you must really bear with me, because I ask for information. We never know ourselves." "It has become a second nature," said Mrs. Steerforth, without any displeasure, "but I remember, and so must you, I think, when your manner was different, Rosa, when it was not so guarded and was more trustful." "I am sure you are right," she returned, "and so it is that bad habits grow upon one." "Really? Less guarded and more trustful? How can I imperceptibly have changed, I wonder? Well, that's very odd. I must study to regain my former self." "I wish you would," said Mrs. Steerforth, with a smile. "Oh. I really will, you know," she answered. "I will learn frankness. Let me see, from James." "You cannot learn frankness," Rosa said Mrs. Steerforth quickly, for there was always some effect of sarcasm in what Rosa Dartle said. Though it was said, as this was, in the most unconscious manner in the world in a better school. "That I am sure of," she answered, with uncommon fervor. "If I am sure of anything, of course, you know, I am sure of that." Mrs. Steerforth appeared to me to regret having been a little nettled, for she presently said, in a kind tone, "Well, my dear Rosa, we have not heard what it is that you want to be satisfied about?" "That I want to be satisfied about?" she replied, with provoking coldness. "Oh. It was only whether people who are like each other in their moral constitution, is that the phrase?" "It's as good a phrase as another," said Steerforth. "Thank you. Whether people who are like each other in their moral constitution are in greater danger than people not so circumstanced. Supposing any serious cause of variance to arise between them, of being divided angrily and deeply? I should say yes, said Steerforth. Should you? She retorted. Dear me. Supposing then, for instance, any unlikely thing will do for a supposition that you and your mother were to have a serious quarrel. My dear Rosa, interposed Mrs. Steerforth, laughing good-naturedly. Suggest some other supposition. James and I know our duty to each other better, I pray heaven. Oh, said Miss Dartle, nodding her head thoughtfully. To be sure. That would prevent it? Why, of course it would. Exactly. Now, I am glad I have been so foolish as to put the case, for it is so very good to know that your duty to each other would prevent it. Thank you very much. One other little circumstance connected with Miss Dartle I must not omit, for I had reason to remember it thereafter, when all the irremediable past was rendered plain. During the whole of this day, but especially from this period of it, Steerforth exerted himself with his utmost skill, and that was with his utmost ease, to charm this singular creature into a pleasant and pleased companion. That he should succeed was no matter of surprise to me. That she should struggle against the fascinating influence of his delightful nature, I thought. It then did not surprise me either, for I knew that she was sometimes jaundiced and perverse. I saw her features and her manner slowly change. I saw her look at him with growing admiration. I saw her try, more and more faintly, but always angrily, as if she condemned a weakness in herself, to resist a captivating power that he possessed, and finally, I saw her sharp glance soften and her smile become quite gentle, and I ceased to be afraid of her as I had really been all day, and we all sat about the fire, talking and laughing together, with as little reserve as if we had been children. Whether it was because we had sat there so long, or because Steerforth was resolved not to lose the advantage he had gained, I do not know, but we did not remain in the dining room more than 5 minutes after her departure. She is playing her harp, said Steerforth, softly, at the drawing-room door, and nobody but my mother has heard her do that, I believe, these 3 years. He said it with a curious smile, which was gone directly, and we went into the room and found her alone. Don't get up, said Steerforth, which she had already done, my dear Rosa, don't. Be kind for once and sing us an Irish song. What do you care for an Irish song? She returned. Much, said Steerforth. Much more than for any other. Here is Daisy, too, loves music from his soul. Sing us an Irish song, Rosa, and let me sit and listen as I used to do. He did not touch her or the chair from which she had risen, but sat himself near the harp. She stood beside it for some little while, in a curious way, going through the motion of playing it with her right hand, but not sounding it. At length she sat down and drew it to her with one sudden action and played and sang. I don't know what it was in her touch or voice that made that song the most unearthly I have ever heard in my life or can imagine. There was something fearful in the reality of it. It was as if it had never been written or set to music but sprung out of passion within her, which found imperfect utterance in the low sounds of her voice and crouched again when all was still. I was dumb when she leaned beside the harp, again playing it but not sounding it with her right hand. A minute more, and this had roused me from my trance. Steerforth had left his seat and gone to her and had put his arm laughingly about her and had said, "Come, Rosa, for the future we will love each other very much." And she had struck him and had thrown him off with the fury of a wild cat and had burst out of the room. "What is the matter with Rosa?" said Mrs. Steerforth, coming in. "She has been an angel," mother returned Steerforth, "for a little while, and has run into the opposite extreme since, by way of compensation. You should be careful not to irritate her, James. Her temper has been soured, remember, and ought not to be tried." Rosa did not come back, and no other mention was made of her until I went with Steerforth into his room to say good night. Then he laughed about her and asked me if I had ever seen such a fierce little piece of incomprehensibility. I expressed as much of my astonishment as was then capable of expression and asked if he could guess what it was that she had taken so much amiss so suddenly. "Oh, heaven knows," said Steerforth. "Anything you like or nothing. I told you she took everything, herself included, to a grindstone, and Sharpened it. She is an edge tool and requires great care in dealing with. She is always dangerous. Good night. Good night, said I, my dear Steerforth. I shall be gone before you wake in the morning. Good night. He was unwilling to let me go and stood, holding me out with a hand on each of my shoulders as he had done in my own room. Daisy, he said, with a smile, for though that's not the name your godfathers and godmothers gave you, it's the name I like best to call you by, and I wish you could give it to me. Why, so I can, if I choose, said I. Daisy, if anything should ever separate us, you must think of me at my best, old boy. Come. Let us make that bargain. Think of me at my best. If circumstances should ever part us. You have no best to me, Steerforth, said I, and no worst. You are always equally loved and cherished in my heart. So much compunction for having ever wronged him, even by a shapeless thought, did I feel within me that the confession of having done so was rising to my lips. But for the reluctance I had to betray the confidence. A vagueness, but for my uncertainty how to approach the subject with no risk of doing so, it would have reached them before he said, God bless you, Daisy, and good night. In my doubt, it did not reach them, and we shook hands, and we parted. I was up with the dull dawn, and, having dressed as quietly as I could, looked into his room. He was fast asleep, lying easily, with his head upon his arm, as I had often seen him lie at school. The time came in its season, and that was very soon, when I almost wondered that nothing troubled his repose as I looked at him. But he slept. Let me think of him so again as I had often seen him sleep at school, and thus, in this silent hour, I left him. Nevermore, oh, God forgive you, Steerforth, to touch that passive hand in love and friendship. Never, never more. Chapter 30. A loss. I got down to Yarmouth in the evening and went to the inn. I knew that Peggotty's spare room, my room, was likely to have occupation enough in a little while if that great visitor, before whose presence all the living must give place, were not already in the house, so I betook myself to the inn and dined there and engaged my bed. It was 10 o'clock when I went out. Many of the shops were shut and the town was dull. When I came to Omer and Joram's, I found the shutters up, but the shop door standing open. As I could obtain a perspective view of Mr. Omer inside, smoking his pipe by the parlor door, I entered and asked him how he was. Why, bless my life and soul, said Mr. Omer, how do you find yourself? Take a seat. Smoke not disagreeable, I hope? By no means, said I like it in somebody else's pipe. What, not in your own, eh? Mr. Omer returned, laughing. All the better, sir. Bad habit for a young man. Take a seat. I smoke, myself. For the asthma. Mr. Omer had made room for me and placed a chair. He now sat down again. Very much out of breath, gasping at his pipe as if it contained a supply of that necessary, without which he must perish. I am sorry to have heard bad news of Mr. Barkis, said I. Mr. Omer looked at me with a steady countenance and shook his head. Do you know how he is tonight? I asked. The very question I should have put to you, sir, returned Mr. Omer. But on account of delicacy. It's one of the drawbacks of our line of business. When a party's ill, we can't ask how the party is. The difficulty had not occurred to me, though I had had my apprehensions. 2. When I went in, of hearing the old tune. On its being mentioned, I recognized it, however, and said as much. Yes, you understand, said Mr. Omer, nodding his head. We dursn't do it. Bless you, it would be a shock that the generality of parties mightn't recover to say Omer and Joram's compliments. And how do you find yourself this morning? Or this afternoon, as it may be. Mr. Omer and I nodded at each other, and Mr. Omer recruited his wind by the aid of his pipe. It's one of the things that cut the trade off from attentions they could often wish to show, said Mr. Omer. Take myself. If I have known Barkis a year to move to as he went by, I have known him 40 years. But I can't go and say, how is he? I felt it was rather hard on Mr. Omer, and I told him so. I'm not more self-interested, I hope, than another man, said Mr. Omer. Look at me. My wind may fail me at any moment, and it ain't likely that, to my own knowledge, I'd be self-interested under such circumstances. I say it ain't likely in a man who knows his wind will Go, when it does go, as if a pair of bellows was cut open, and that man. The grandfather, said Mr. Omer. I said, not at all. It ain't that I complain of my line of business, said Mr. Omer. It ain't that. Some good and some bad goes, no doubt, to all callings. What I wish is that parties was brought up stronger minded. Mr. Omer, with a very complacent and amiable face, took several puffs in silence and then said, resuming his first point. Accordingly, we're obliged, in ascertaining how Barkis goes on, to limit ourselves to Emily. She knows what our real objects are, and she don't have any more alarms or suspicions about us than if we was so. Many lambs. Minnie and Joram have just stepped down to the house, in fact, she's there, after hours, helping her aunt a bit, to ask her how he is tonight, and if you was to please to wait till they come back. They'd give you full particulars. Will you take something? A glass of srub and water, now? I smoke on srub and water, myself, said Mr. Omer, taking up his glass, because it's considered softening to the passages by which this troublesome breath of mine gets into action. But, Lord bless you, said Mr. Omer, huskily, it ain't the passages that's out of order. Give me breath enough, said I to my daughter Minnie, and I'll find passages, my dear. He really had no breath to spare, and it was very alarming to see him laugh. When he was again in a condition to be talked to, I thanked him for the proffered refreshment, which I declined, as I had just had dinner, and, observing that I would wait, since he was so good as to invite me until his daughter and his son-in-law came back, I inquired how little Emily was. Well, sir, said Mr. Omer, removing his pipe that he might rub his chin. I tell you truly, I shall be glad when her marriage has taken place. Why so? I inquired. Well, she's unsettled at present, said Mr. Omer. It ain't that she's not as pretty as ever, for she's prettier, I do assure you, she is prettier. It ain't that she don't work as well as ever, for she does. She was worth any six, and she is worth any six. But somehow she wants heart. If you understand, said Mr. Omer, after rubbing his chin again and smoking a little, what I mean in a general way by the expression. A long pull, and a strong pull, and a pull altogether, my hearties. Hurrah! I should say to you that was in a general way what I miss in Emily. Mr. Omer's face and manner went for so much that I could conscientiously nod my head as divining his meaning. My quickness of apprehension seemed to please him, and he went on. Now I consider this is principally on account of her being in an unsettled state, you see. We have talked it over a good deal, her uncle and myself and her sweetheart and myself after business, and I consider it is principally on account of her being unsettled. You must always recollect of Emily, said Mr. Omer, shaking his head gently, that she's a most extraordinary, affectionate little thing. The proverb says, you can't make a silk purse out of a sow's ear. Well, I don't know about that. I rather think you may, if you begin early in life. She has made a home out of that old boat, sir, that stone and marble couldn't beat. I am sure she has, said I. To see the clinging of that pretty little thing to her uncle, said Mr. Omer, to see the way she holds on to him, tighter and tighter, and closer every day, is to see a sight. Now, you know, there's a struggle going on when that's the case. Why should it be made a longer one than is needful? I listened attentively to the good old fellow and acquiesced, with all my heart, in what he said. Therefore, I mentioned to them, said Mr. Omer, in a comfortable, easy-going tone, this. I said, now, don't consider Emily nailed down in point of time at all. Make it your own time. Her services have been more valuable than was supposed, her learning has been quicker than was supposed. Omer and Joram can run their pen through what remains, and she's free when you wish. If she likes to make any little arrangement afterwards, in the way of doing any little thing for us at home, very well. If she don't, very well still. We're no losers, anyhow. For don't you see, said Mr. Omer, touching me with his pipe, it ain't likely that a man so short of breath as myself, and a grandfather too, would go and strain points with a little bit of a blue-eyed blossom like her? Not at all, I am certain, said I. Not at all. You're right, said Mr. Omer. Well, sir, her cousin, you know it's a cousin she's going to be married to? Oh yes, I replied. I know him well. Of course you do, said Mr. Omer. Well, sir, Her cousin being, as it appears, in good work and well-to-do, thanked me in a very manly sort of manner for this, conducting himself altogether, I must say, in a way that gives me a high opinion of him, and went and took as comfortable a little house as you or I could wish to clap eyes on. That little house is now furnished right through, as neat and complete as a doll's parlor, and but for Barkis's illness having taken this bad turn, poor fellow, they would have been man and wife I dare say, by this time. As it is, there's a postponement. And Emily, Mr. Omer? I inquired. Has she become more settled? Why that, you know, he returned, rubbing his double chin again, can't naturally be expected. The prospect of the change and separation, and all that is, as one may say, close to her and far away from her, both at once. Barkis's death needn't put it off much, but his lingering might. Anyway, it's an uncertain state of matters, you see. I see, said I. Consequently, pursued Mr. Omer, Emily's still a little down, and a little fluttered, perhaps, upon the whole, she's more so than she was. Every day she seems to get fonder and fonder of her uncle, and more loth to part from all of us. A kind word from me brings the tears into her eyes, and if you was to see her with my daughter Minnie's little girl, you'd never forget it. Bless my heart alive, said Mr. Omer, pondering. How she loves that child. Having so favorable an opportunity, it occurred to me to ask Mr. Omer, before our conversation should be interrupted by the return of his daughter and her husband, whether he knew anything of Martha. Ah, he rejoined, shaking his head and looking very much dejected. No good. A sad story, sir, however you come to know it. I never thought there was harm in the girl. I wouldn't wish to mention it before my daughter Minnie, for she'd take me up directly, but I never did. None of us ever did. Mr. Omer, hearing his daughter's footstep before I heard it, touched me with his pipe and shut up one eye, as a caution. She and her husband came in immediately afterwards. Their report was that Mr. Barkis was as bad could be, that he was quite unconscious, and that Mr. Chillip had mournfully said in the kitchen, on going away just now, that the College of Physicians, the College of Surgeons, and Apothecaries' Hall, if they were all called in together, couldn't help him. He was past both colleges, Mr. Chillip said, and the hall could only poison him. Hearing this, and learning that Mr. Peggotty was there, I determined to go to the house at once. I bade good night to Mr. Omer and to Mr. and Mrs. Joram, and directed my steps thither with a solemn feeling, which made Mr. Barkis quite a new and different creature. My low tap at the door was answered by Mr. Peggotty. He was not so much surprised to see me as I had expected. I remarked this in Peggotty too, when she came down, and I have seen it since, and I think, in the expectation of that dread surprise, all other changes and surprises dwindle into nothing. I shook hands with Mr. Peggotty and passed into the kitchen while he softly closed the door. Little Emily was sitting by the fire with her hands before her face. Ham was standing near her. We spoke in whispers, listening, between whiles, for any sound in the room above. I had not thought of it on the occasion of my last visit. But how strange it was to me, now, to miss Mr. Barkis out of the kitchen. This is very kind of you, Mas'r Davy, said Mr. Peggotty. It's uncommon kind, said Ham. Emily, my dear, cried Mr. Peggotty. See here. Here's Mas'r Davy come. What, cheer up, pretty. Not a word to Mas'r Davy? There was a trembling upon her that I can see now. The coldness of her hand when I touched it, I can feel yet. Its only sign of animation was to shrink from mine, and then she glided from the chair and, creeping to the other side of her uncle, bowed herself, silently and trembling still, upon his breast. It's such a loving art, said Mr. Peggotty, smoothing her rich hair with his great hard hand, that it can't bear the sorrow of this. It's natural in young folk, Mas'r Davy, when they're new to these here trials, and timid, like my little bird, it's natural. She clung the closer to him, but neither lifted up her face nor spoke a word. It's getting late, my dear, said Mr. Peggotty, and here's Ham come fur to take you home. There. Go along with t'other loving art. What? Emily? My pretty? The sound of her voice had not reached me, but he bent his head as if he listened to her and then said, let you stay with your uncle? Why, you don't mean to ask me that. Stay with your uncle, Moppet? When your husband, that'll be so soon, is here? Fur to take you home? Now a person wouldn't think it, fur to see this little thing alongside a rough weather chap like me, said Mr. Peggotty. Looking round at both of us with infinite pride, but the sea ain't more salt in it than she has fondness in her for her uncle a foolish little Em'ly. Em'ly's in the right in that, Mas'r Davy, said Ham. Looky here. As Em'ly wishes of it, and as she's hurried and frightened, like, besides, I'll leave her till morning. Let me stay too. No, no, said Mr. Peggotty. You don't ought a married man like you or what's as good to take and hull away a day's work. And you don't ought to watch and work both. That won't do. You go home and turn in. You ain't afeard of Em'ly not being took good care on, I know. Ham yielded to this persuasion and took his hat to go. Even when he kissed her, and I never saw him approach her, but I felt that nature had given him the soul of a gentleman, she seemed to cling closer to her uncle, even to the avoidance of her chosen husband. I shut the door after him, that it might cause no disturbance of the quiet that prevailed, and when I turned back, I found Mr. Peggotty still talking to her. Now, I'm a-going upstairs to tell your aunt as Mas'r Davy's here, and that'll cheer her up a bit, he said. Sit ye down by the fire, the while, my dear, and warm those mortal cold hands. You don't need to be so fearsome and take on so much. What? You'll go along with me? Well, come along with me, come. If her uncle was turned out of house and home and forced to lay down in a dyke, Mas'r Davy, said Mr. Peggotty, with no less pride than before, it's my belief she'd go along with him, now. But there'll be someone else, soon, Em'ly. Afterwards, when I went upstairs, as I passed the door of my little chamber, which was dark, I had an indistinct impression of her being within it, cast down upon the floor. But whether it was really she, or whether it was a confusion of the shadows in the room, I don't know now. I had leisure to think, before the kitchen fire, of pretty little Em'ly's dread of death, which, added to what Mr. Omer had told me, I took to be the cause of her being so unlike herself, and I had leisure, before Peggotty came down, even to think more leniently of the weakness of it. As I sat counting the ticking of the clock and deepening my sense of the solemn hush around me, Peggotty took me in her arms and blessed and thanked me over and over again for being such a comfort to her. That was what she said in her distress. She then entreated me to come upstairs, sobbing that Mr. Barkis had always liked me and admired me, that he had often talked of me before he fell into a stupor, and that she believed, in case of his coming to himself again, he would brighten up at sight of me, if he could brighten up at any earthly thing. The probability of his ever doing so appeared to me, when I saw him, to be very small. He was lying with his head and shoulders out of bed, in an uncomfortable attitude, half resting on the box which had cost him so much pain and trouble. I learned that, when he was past creeping out of bed to open it, and past assuring himself of its safety by means of the divining rod I had seen him use, he had required to have it placed on the chair at the bedside, where he had ever since embraced it, night and day. His arm lay on it now. Time and the world were slipping from beneath him, but the box was there, and the last words he had uttered were, in an explanatory tone, "Old clothes." "Barkis, my dear," said Peggotty, almost cheerfully, bending over him, while her brother and I stood at the bed's foot. "Here's my dear boy, Master Davy, who brought us together, Barkis. That you sent messages by, you know. Won't you speak to Master Davy?" He was as mute and senseless as the box, from which his form derived the only expression it had. "He's a-going out with the tide," said Mr. Peggotty to me, behind his hand. My eyes were dim, and so were Mr. Peggotty's, but I repeated in a whisper, "With the tide? People can't die along the coast," said Mr. Peggotty, "except when the tide's pretty nigh out. They can't be born unless it's pretty nigh in, not properly born till flood. He's a-going out with the tide. It's ebb at half arter 3, slack water half an hour. If he lives till it turns, he'll hold his own till past the flood and go out with the next tide." We remained there, watching him, a long time, hours. What mysterious influence my presence had upon him in that state of his senses, I shall not pretend to say, but when he at last began to wander feebly, it is certain he was muttering about driving me to school. "He's coming to himself," said Peggotty. Mr. Peggotty touched me and whispered with much awe and reverence. "They are both a-going out fast." "Barkis, my dear," said Peggotty. "C.P. Barkis," he cried faintly. "No better woman anywhere." "Look. Here's Master Davy," said Peggotty. For he now opened his eyes. I was on the point of asking him if he knew me when he tried to stretch out his arm and said to me, distinctly, with a pleasant smile, "Barkis is willin'." And, it being low water, he went out with the tide. Chapter 31. A greater loss. It was not difficult for me, on Peggotty's solicitation, to resolve to stay where I was until after the remains of the poor carrier should have made their last journey to Blunderstone. She had long ago bought, out of her own savings, a little piece of ground in our old churchyard, near the grave of her sweet girl, as she always called my mother, and there they were to rest. In keeping Peggotty company and doing all I could for her, little enough at the utmost, I was as grateful, I rejoice to think, as even now I could wish myself to have been. But I am afraid I had a supreme satisfaction of a personal and professional nature in taking charge of Mr. Barkis's will and expounding its contents. I may claim the merit of having originated the suggestion that the will should be looked for in the box. After some search, it was found in the box at the bottom of a horse's nose bag, wherein, besides hay, there was discovered an old gold watch with chain and seals which Mr. Barkis had worn on his wedding day and which had never been seen before or since, a silver tobacco stopper in the form of a leg, an imitation lemon, full of minute cups and saucers, which I have some idea Mr. Barkis must have purchased to present to me when I was a child and afterwards found himself unable to part with, 87 guineas and a half in guineas and half guineas, £210 in perfectly clean banknotes, certain receipts for Bank of England stock, an old horseshoe, a bad shilling, a piece of camphor, and an oyster shell. From the circumstance of the latter article having been much polished and displaying prismatic colors on the inside, I conclude that Mr. Barkis had some general ideas about pearls which never resolved themselves into anything definite. For years and years, Mr. Barkis had carried this box on all his journeys every day. That it might the better escape notice, he had invented a fiction that it belonged to Mr. Blackboy and was to be left with Barkis till called for, a fable he had elaborately written on the lid, in characters now scarcely legible. He had hoarded, all these years, I found, to good purpose. His property in money amounted to nearly £3,000. Of this he bequeathed the interest of £1,000 to Mr. Peggotty for his life, on his decease, the principal to be equally divided between Peggotty, little Emily, and me, or the survivor or survivors of us, share and share alike. All the rest he died possessed of, he bequeathed to Peggotty, whom he left residuary legatee and sole executrix of his last will and testament. I felt myself quite a proctor when I read this document aloud with all possible ceremony and set forth its provisions any number of times. To those whom they concerned, I began to think there was more in the Commons than I had supposed. I examined the will with the deepest attention, pronounced it perfectly formal in all respects, made a pencil marker so in the margin, and thought it rather extraordinary that I knew so much in this abstruse pursuit, in making an account for Peggotty of all the property into which she had come, in arranging all the affairs in an orderly manner, and in being her referee and advisor on every point, too. Our joint delight, I passed the week before the funeral. I did not see little Emily in that interval, but they told me she was to be quietly married in a fortnight. I did not attend the funeral in character, if I may venture to say so. I mean I was not dressed up in a black coat and a streamer to frighten the birds, but I walked over to Blunderstone early in the morning and was in the churchyard when it came, attended only by Peggotty and her brother. The mad gentleman looked on, out of my little window. Mr. Chillip's baby wagged its heavy head and rolled its goggle eyes at the clergyman. Over its nurse's shoulder, Mr. Omer breathed short in the background. No one else was there, and it was very quiet. We walked about the churchyard for an hour after all was over and pulled some young leaves from the tree above my mother's grave. The dread falls on me here. A cloud is lowering on the distant town, towards which I retraced my solitary steps. I fear to approach it. I cannot bear to think of what did come upon that memorable night Of what must come again if I go on. It is no worse because I write of it. It would be no better if I stopped my most unwilling hand. It is done. Nothing can undo it, nothing can make it otherwise than as it was. My old nurse was to go to London with me next day on the business of the will. Little Emily was passing that day at Mr. Omer's. We were all to meet in the old boathouse that night. Ham would bring Emily at the usual hour. I would walk back at my leisure. The brother and sister would return as they had come and be expecting us when the day closed. At the fireside. I parted from them at the wicket gate where visionary Strap had rested with Roderick Random's knapsack in the days of yore and, instead of going straight back, walked a little distance on the road to Lowestoft. Then I turned and walked back towards Yarmouth. I stayed to dine at a decent alehouse some mile or two from the ferry I have mentioned before, and thus the day wore away and it was evening when I reached it. Rain was falling heavily by that time and it was a wild night, but there was a moon behind the clouds and it was not dark. I was soon within sight of Mr. Peggotty's house and of the light within. It shining through the window. A little floundering across the sand, which was heavy, brought me to the door and I went in. It looked very comfortable indeed. Mr. Peggotty had smoked his evening pipe and there were preparations for some supper by and by. The fire was bright, the ashes were thrown up, the locker was ready for little Emily. In her old place. In her own old place sat Peggotty, once more, looking. But for her dress, as if she had never left it. She had fallen back. Already, on the Society of the Work box with St. Paul's upon the lid. The yard measure in the cottage and the bit of wax candle, and there. They all were, just as if they had never been disturbed. Mrs. Gummidge appeared to be fretting a little in her old corner and consequently looked quite natural, too. "You're first of the lot, Mas'r Davy," said Mr. Peggotty with a happy face. "Don't keep in that coat, sir, if it's wet." "Thank you, Mr. Peggotty," said I, giving him my outer coat to hang up. "It's quite dry." "So 'tis," said Mr. Peggotty, feeling my shoulders. "As a chip. Sit ye down, sir. It ain't no use saying welcome to you, but you're welcome. Kind and hearty." "Thank you, Mr. Peggotty, I am sure of that." "Well, Peggotty," said I, giving her a kiss. "And how are you, old woman?" "Ha, ha," laughed Mr. Peggotty, sitting down beside us and rubbing his hands in his sense of relief from recent trouble and in the genuine heartiness of his nature. "There's not a woman in the world, sir, as I tell her that need to feel more easy in her mind than her. She done her duty by the departed and the departed knowed it and the departed done what was right by her as she done what was right by the departed and it's all right." Mrs. Gummidge groaned. "Cheer up, my pretty Mawther," said Mr. Peggotty. But he shook his head aside at us, evidently sensible of the tendency of the late occurrences to recall the memory of the old one. "Don't be down. Cheer up, for your own self, on your little bit, and see if a good deal more don't come natural." "Not to me, Dan'l," returned Mrs. Gummidge. "Nothing's natural to me but to be lone and lorn." "No, no," said Mr. Peggotty, soothing her sorrows. Yes, Dan'l," said Mrs. Gummidge. "I ain't a person to live with. Them as has had money left. Things go too contrary with me. I had better be a riddance." "Why, how should I ever spend it without you?" said Mr. Peggotty, with an air of serious remonstrance. "What are you a-talking on? Don't I want you more now than ever I did?" "I know it, I was never wanted before," cried Mrs. Gummidge, with a pitiable whimper, "and now I'm told so. How could I expect to be wanted? Being so lone and lorn, and so contrary." Mr. Peggotty seemed very much shocked at himself for having made a speech capable of this unfeeling construction, but was prevented from replying by Peggotty's pulling his sleeve and shaking her head. After looking at Mrs. Gummidge for some moments in sore distress of mind, he glanced at the Dutch clock, rose, snuffed the candle, and put it in the window. "There," said Mr. Peggotty, cheerily. "There we are, Mrs. Gummidge." Mrs. Gummidge slightly groaned. "Light it up, accordin' to custom. You're a-wonderin' what that's fer, sir. Well, it's fer our little Em'ly. You see, the path ain't over light or cheerful arter dark, and when I'm here at the hour as she's a-comin' home, I puts the light in the winder. That, you see, said Mr. Peggotty, bending over me with great glee. Meets two objects. She says Emily, there's home. She says. And. Likewise, says Emily, my uncle's there. Fur if I ain't there, I never. Have no light showed. You're a baby. Said Peggotty, very fond of him for it, if she thought. So. Well, returned Mr. Peggotty, standing with his legs pretty wide apart. And rubbing his hands up and down them in his comfortable satisfaction. As he looked alternately at us and at the fire. I don't know, but I am. Not, you see, to look at. Not exactly, observed Peggotty. No, laughed Mr. Peggotty, not to look at, but to consider on, you. No. I don't care, bless you. Now I tell you. When I go looking about that there pretty house of our Emily's, I'm gormed. Said Mr. Peggotty, with sudden emphasis there. I can't say more if. I don't feel as if the littlest things was her, amist. I takes 'em up. And I put 'em down, and I touches of 'em as delicate as if they was our Emily. So 'tis with her little bonnets and that. I couldn't see one on. Rough used a purpose not fur the whole world. There's a babby fur. You, in the form of a great sea porcupine. Said Mr. Peggotty, relieving his earnestness with a roar of laughter. Peggotty and I both laughed, but not so loud. It's my opinion, you see, said Mr. Peggotty, with a delighted face. After some further rubbing of his legs, as this is along of my havin' played with her so much and made believe as we was Turks and French and sharks and every variety of foreigners, bless you, yes, and lions and whales and I don't know what all. When she warn't no higher than my knee. I've got into the way on it, you know. Why, this here candle. Now. Said Mr. Peggotty, gleefully holding out his hand towards it. I know worry well that arter she's married and gone, I shall put that candle there, just the same as now. I know worry well that when I'm here o' nights, and where else should I live, bless your arts, whatever fortin I come into. And she ain't here or I ain't there, I shall put the candle in the winder and sit afore the fire, pretending I'm expecting of her, like I'm a-doing now. There's a babby for you, said Mr. Peggotty, with another roar, in the form of a sea porcupine. Why? At the present minute, when I see the candle sparkle up, I says to myself, she's a-looking at it. Emily's a-coming. There's a babby for you, in the form of a sea porcupine. Right for all that, said Mr. Peggotty, stopping in his roar and smiting his hands together, fur. Here she is. It was only Ham. The night should have turned more wet since I came in. For he had a large sou'wester hat on, slouched over his face. Where's Emily? Said Mr. Peggotty. Ham made a motion with his head as if she were outside. Mr. Peggotty took the light from the window, trimmed it, put it on the table, and was busily stirring the fire when Ham, who had not moved, said, Mas'r Davy, will you come out a minute and see what Emily and me has got to show you? We went out. As I passed him at the door, I saw, to my astonishment and fright, that he was deadly pale. He pushed me hastily into the open air and closed the door upon us. Only upon us two. Ham. What's the matter? Mas'r Davy. Oh, for his broken heart, how dreadfully he wept. I was paralyzed by the sight of such grief. I don't know what I thought. Or what I dreaded. I could only look at him. Ham. Poor good fellow. For heaven's sake, tell me what's the matter. My love, Mas'r Davy, the pride and hope of my arter that I'd have died for, and would die for now she's gone. Gone. Emily's run away. Oh, Mas'r Davy, think how she's run away, when I pray my good and gracious God to kill her that is so dear above all things, sooner than let her come to ruin and disgrace. The face he turned up to the troubled sky, the quivering of his clasped hands, the agony of his figure, remain associated with the lonely waste. In my remembrance, to this hour. It is always night there, and he is the only object in the scene. You're a scholar, he said, hurriedly, and know what's right and best. What am I to say, indoors? How am I ever to break it to him, Mas'r Davy? I saw the door move and instinctively tried to hold the latch on the outside to gain a moment's time. It was too late. Mr. Peggotty thrust forth his face, and never could I forget the change that came upon it. When he saw us, if I were to live 500 years. I remember a great wail and cry, and the women hanging about him, and we all standing in the room, I with a paper in my hand, which Ham had given me, Mr. Peggotty, with his vest torn open, His hair wild, his face and lips quite white and blood trickling down his bosom, it had sprung from his mouth, I think, looking fixedly at me. "Read it, sir," he said, in a low shivering voice. "Slow, please. I don't know as I can understand." In the midst of the silence of death, I read thus, from a blotted letter. "When you, who love me so much better than I ever have deserved, even when my mind was innocent, see this, I shall be far away. I shall be fur away," he repeated slowly. "Stop. Emily, fur away. Well. When I leave my dear home, oh, my dear home. In the morning." The letter bore date on the previous night. "It will be never to come back unless he brings me back a lady. This will be found at night, many hours after, instead of me. Oh, if you knew how my heart is torn. If even you, that I have wronged so much, that never can forgive me, could only know what I suffer. I am too wicked to write about myself. Oh, take comfort in thinking that I am so bad. Oh, for mercy's sake, tell uncle that I never loved him half so dear as now. Oh, don't remember how affectionate and kind you have all been to me. Don't remember we were ever to be married, but try to think as if I died when I was little and was buried somewhere. Pray heaven that I am going away from, have compassion on my uncle. Tell him that I never loved him half so dear. Be his comfort. Love some good girl that will be what I was once to uncle and be true to you and worthy of you and know no shame but me. God bless all. I'll pray for all, often, on my knees. If he don't bring me back a lady and I don't pray for my own self, I'll pray for all. My parting love to uncle. My last tears and my last thanks for uncle." That was all. He stood, long after I had ceased to read, still looking at me. At length I ventured to take his hand and to entreat him, as well as I could, to endeavor to get some command of himself. He replied, "I thank ye, sir, I thank ye," without moving. Ham spoke to him. Mr. Peggotty was so far sensible of his affliction that he wrung his hand, but otherwise he remained in the same state. And no one dared to disturb him. Slowly, at last, he moved his eyes from my face as if he were waking from a vision and cast them round the room. Then he said, in a low voice, "Who's the man? I want to know his name." Ham glanced at me and suddenly I felt a shock that struck me back. "There's a man suspected," said Mr. Peggotty. "Who is it?" "Mas'r Davy," implored Ham. "Go out a bit and let me tell him what I must." "You don't ought to hear it, sir." I felt the shock again. I sank down in a chair and tried to utter some reply, but my tongue was fettered and my sight was weak. "I want to know his name," I heard said once more. "For some time past," Ham faltered, "there's been a servant about here. At odd times. There's been a gentleman too. Both of 'em belong to one another." Mr. Peggotty stood fixed as before, but now looking at him. "The servant," pursued Ham, "was seen along with our poor girl last night. He's been in hiding about here this week or over. He was thought to have gone, but he was hiding. Don't stay, Mas'r Davy, don't." I felt Peggotty's arm round my neck, but I could not have moved if the house had been about to fall upon me. A strange chay and hosses was outside town this morning on the Norwich Road, a'most afore the day broke," Ham went on. "The servant went to it and come from it and went to it again. When he went to it again, Emily was nigh him. The tother was inside. He's the man." "For the Lord's love," said Mr. Peggotty, falling back and putting out his hand as if to keep off what he dreaded. "Don't tell me his name's Steerforth." "Mas'r Davy," exclaimed Ham in a broken voice, "it ain't no fault of yourn and I am far from laying of it to you, but his name is Steerforth and he's a damned villain." Mr. Peggotty uttered no cry and shed no tear and moved no more until he seemed to wake again all at once and pulled down his rough coat from its peg in a corner. "Bear a hand with this. I'm struck of a heap and can't do it," he said impatiently. "Bear a hand and help me." Well, when somebody had done so. "Now give me that there hat." Ham asked him whither he was going. "I'm a-going to seek my niece. I'm a-going to seek my Emily. I'm going, first, to stave in that there boat and sink it where I would have drowned it him, as I'm a living soul, if I had had one thought of what was in him." As he sat afore me, he said, wildly, holding out his clenched right hand, as he sat afore me, face to face, strike me down. Dead, but I'd have drowned him, and thought it right. I'm a-going to seek my niece. Where? Cried Ham, interposing himself before the door. Anywhere. I'm a-going to seek my niece through the world. I'm a-going to find my poor niece in her shame and bring her back. No one stop me. I tell you I'm a-going to seek my niece. No, no, cried Mrs. Gummidge, coming between them in a fit of crying. No, no, Dan'l, not as you are now. Seek her in a little while, my lone. Lorn Dan'l, and that'll be but right. But not as you are now. Sit ye down and give me your forgiveness for having ever been a worrit to you. Dan'l, what of my contraries ever been to this? And let us speak a word about them times when she was first an orphan and when Ham was too, and when I was a poor widder woman and you took me in. It'll soften your poor heart, Dan'l, laying her head upon his shoulder, and you'll bear your sorrow better, for you know the promise, Dan'l, as you have done it unto one of the least of these, you have done it unto me, and that can never fail under this roof, that's been our shelter for so many, many year. He was quite passive now, and when I heard him crying, the impulse that had been upon me to go down upon my knees and ask their pardon for the desolation I had caused and curse Steerforth yielded to a better feeling. My overcharged heart found the same relief, and I cried too. Chapter 32. The beginning of a long journey. What is natural in me is natural in many other men, I infer, and so I am not afraid to write that I never had loved Steerforth better than when the ties that bound me to him were broken. In the keen distress of the discovery of his unworthiness, I thought more of all that was brilliant in him, I softened more towards all that was good in him, I did more justice to the qualities that might have made him a man of a noble nature and a great name than ever I had done in the height of my devotion to him. Deeply as I felt my own unconscious part in his pollution of an honest home, I believed that if I had been brought face to face with him, I could not have uttered one reproach. I should have loved him so well still, though he fascinated me no longer. I should have held in so much tenderness the memory of my affection for him that I think I should have been as weak as a spirit-wounded child in all but the entertainment of a thought that we could ever be reunited. That thought I never had. I felt, as he had felt, that all was at an end between us. What his remembrances of me were, I have never known. They were light enough, perhaps, and easily dismissed, but mine of him were as the remembrances of a cherished friend who was dead. Yes, Steerforth, long removed from the scenes of this poor history. My sorrow may bear involuntary witness against you at the judgment throne. But my angry thoughts or my reproaches never will, I know. The news of what had happened soon spread through the town, insomuch that as I passed along the streets next morning, I overheard the people speaking of it at their doors. Many were hard upon her, some few were hard upon him, but towards her second father and her lover there was but one sentiment. Among all kinds of people, a respect for them in their distress prevailed, which was full of gentleness and delicacy. The seafaring men kept apart when those two were seen early, walking with slow steps on the beach, and stood in knots, talking compassionately among themselves. It was on the beach, closed down by the sea, that I found them. It would have been easy to perceive that they had not slept all last night, even if Peggotty had failed to tell me of their still sitting just as I left them when it was broad day. They looked worn, and I thought Mr. Peggotty's head was bowed in one night more than in all the years I had known him. But they were both as grave and steady as the sea itself. Then, lying beneath a dark sky, waveless yet with a heavy roll upon it, as if it breathed in its rest, and touched on the horizon with a strip of silvery light from the unseen sun. "We have had a mort of talk, sir," said Mr. Peggotty to me when we had all three walked a little while in silence, "of what we ought and ought to do. But we see our course now." I happened to glance at Ham, then looking out to sea upon the distant light, and a frightful thought came into my mind, not that his face was angry, for it was not. I recall nothing but an expression of stern determination in it that if ever he encountered Steerforth, he would kill him. "My duty here, sir," said Mr. Peggotty, "is done. I'm a-going to seek my—" He stopped and went on in a firmer voice. "I'm a-going to seek her. That's my duty evermore." He shook his head when I asked him where he would seek her and inquired if I were going to London tomorrow. I told him I had not gone today, fearing to lose the chance of being of any service to him, but that I was ready to go when he would. "I'll go along with you, sir," he rejoined, "if you're agreeable. Tomorrow." We walked again, for a while, in silence. "Ham," he presently resumed, "he'll hold to his present work and go and live along with my sister. The old boat yonder." "Will you desert the old boat, Mr. Peggotty?" I gently interposed. "My station, Mas'r Davy," he returned, "ain't there no longer, and if ever a boat foundered since there was darkness on the face of the deep, that one's gone down. But no, sir, no, I don't mean as it should be deserted. Fur from that." We walked again for a while, as before, until he explained. "My wishes is, sir, as it shall look, day and night, winter and summer. As it has always looked, since she fust knowed it. If ever she should come a wandering back, I wouldn't have the old place seem to cast her off, you understand, but seem to tempt her to draw nigher to tea and to peep in, maybe, like a ghost, out of the wind and rain, through the old winder, at the old seat by the fire. Then, maybe, Mas'r Davy, seein' none but Miss Sis Gummidge there, she might take heart to creep in, trembling, and might come to be laid down in her old bed and rest her weary head where it was once so gay." I could not speak to him in reply, though I tried. "Every night," said Mr. Peggotty, "as reglar as the night comes, the candle must be stood in its old pane of glass, that if ever she should see it, it may seem to say, 'Come back, my child, come back.' If ever there's a knock, Ham, particular a soft knock, arter dark, at your aunt's door, don't you go nigh it. Let it be her, not you, that sees my fallen child." He walked a little in front of us and kept before us for some minutes. During this interval, I glanced at Ham again, and observing the same expression on his face and his eyes still directed to the distant light, I touched his arm. Twice I called him by his name, in the tone in which I might have tried to rouse a sleeper before he heeded me. When I at last inquired on what his thoughts were so bent, he replied, "On what's afore me, Mas'r Davy, and over yon. On the life before you." "Do you mean?" He had pointed confusedly out to sea. Mas'r Davy. I don't rightly know how 'tis, but from over yon there seemed to me to come the end of it, like looking at me as if he were waking, but with the same determined face. "What end?" I asked, possessed by my former fear. "I don't know," he said, thoughtfully, "I was calling to mind that the beginning of it all did take place here and then the end come. But it's gone. Mas'r Davy," he added, answering, as I think, my look, "you han't no call to be afeard of me. But I'm kinder muddled, I don't fare to feel no matters," which was as much as to say that he was not himself. "And quite confounded." Mr. Peggotty stopping for us to join him. We did so and said no more. The remembrance of this, in connection with my former thought, however, haunted me at intervals, even until the inexorable end came at its appointed time. We insensibly approached the old boat and entered. Mrs. Gummidge, no longer moping in her especial corner, was busy preparing breakfast. She took Mr. Peggotty's hat and placed his seat for him and spoke so comfortably and softly that I hardly knew her. "Dan'l, my good man," said she, "you must eat and drink and keep up your strength, for without it you'll do note. Try, that's a dear soul. And if I disturb you with my cliquetin'," she meant her chattering, "tell me so, Dan'l, and I won't." When she had served us all, she withdrew to the window, where she sedulously employed herself in repairing some shirts and other clothes belonging to Mr. Peggotty and neatly folding and packing them in an old oilskin bag, such as sailors carry. Meanwhile, she continued talking, in the same quiet manner. "All times and seasons, you know, Dan'l," said Mrs. Gummidge, "I shall be Alice here, and everythink will look accordin' to your wishes. I'm a poor scholar, but I shall write to you, odd times, when you're away, and send my letters to Mas'r Davy. Maybe you'll write to me too, Dan'l, odd times, and tell me how you fare to feel upon your lone lorn journeys. You'll be a solitary woman here, I'm afeard," said Mr. Peggotty. "No, Dan'l," she returned, "I shan't be that. Don't you mind me. I shall have enough to do to keep a bein' for you." Mrs. Gummidge meant a home. "Again you come back to keep a bein' here for any that may hap to come back, Dan'l. In the fine time, I shall set outside the door as I used to do. If any should come nigh, they shall see the old widder woman. True to 'em, a long way off." What a change in Mrs. Gummidge in a little time. She was another woman. She was so devoted, she had such a quick perception of what it would be well to say and what it would be well to leave unsaid. She was so forgetful of herself and so regardful of the sorrow about her that I held her in a sort of veneration. The work she did that day. There were many things to be brought up from the beach and stored in the outhouse as oars, nets, sails, cordage, spars, lobster pots, bags of ballast, and the like, and though there was abundance of assistance rendered, there being not a pair of working hands on all that shore, but would have labored hard for Mr. Peggotty and been well paid in being asked to do it, yet she persisted all day long in toiling under weights that she was quite unequal to and fagging to and fro on all sorts of unnecessary errands. As to deploring her misfortunes, she appeared to have entirely lost the recollection of ever having had any. She preserved an equable cheerfulness in the midst of her sympathy, which was not the least astonishing part of the change that had come over her. Querulousness was out of the question. I did not even observe her voice to falter or a tear to escape from her eyes the whole day through until twilight, when she and I and Mr. Peggotty being alone together and he having fallen asleep in perfect exhaustion, she broke into a half-suppressed fit of sobbing and crying and taking me to the door, said, "Ever bless you, Mas'r Davy, be a friend to him, poor dear." Then, she immediately ran out of the house to wash her face in order that she might sit quietly beside him and be found at work there when he should awake. In short, I left her, when I went away at night, the prop and staff of Mr. Peggotty's affliction, and I could not meditate enough upon the lesson that I read in Mrs. Gummidge and the new experience she unfolded to me. It was between 9 and 10 o'clock when, strolling in a melancholy manner through the town, I stopped at Mr. Omer's door. Mr. Omer had taken it so much to heart, his daughter told me, that he had been very low and poorly all day and had gone to bed without his pipe. "A deceitful, bad-hearted girl," said Mrs. Joram. "There was no good in her, ever." "Don't say so," I returned. "You don't think so?" "Yes, I do," cried Mrs. Joram angrily. "No, no," said I. Mrs. Joram tossed her head, endeavoring to be very stern and cross, but she could not command her softer self and began to cry. I was young, to be sure, but I thought much the better of her for this sympathy and fancied it became her, as a virtuous wife and mother, very well indeed. "What will she ever do?" sobbed Minnie. "Where will she go? What will become of her? Oh, how could she be so cruel to herself and him?" I remembered the time when Minnie was a young and pretty girl, and I was glad she remembered it too, so feelingly. "My little Minnie," said Mrs. Joram, "has only just now been got to sleep. Even in her sleep she is sobbing for Emily. All day long, little Minnie has cried for her and asked me, over and over again, whether Emily was wicked. What can I say to her when Emily tied a ribbon off her own neck round little Minnie's the last night she was here and laid her head down on the pillow beside her till she was fast asleep? The ribbon's round my little Minnie's neck now. It ought not to be, perhaps. But what can I do? Emily is very bad, but they were fond of one another. And the child knows nothing." Mrs. Joram was so unhappy that her husband came out to take care of her. Leaving them together, I went home to Peggotty's, more melancholy myself, if possible, than I had been yet. That good creature, I mean Peggotty, all untired by her late anxieties and sleepless nights, was at her brother's, where she meant to stay till morning. An old woman, who had been employed about the house for some weeks past, while Peggotty had been unable to attend to it, was the house's only other occupant besides myself. As I had no occasion for her services, I sent her to bed, by no means against her will, and sat down before the kitchen fire a little while to think about all this. I was blending it with the deathbed of the late Mr. Barkis and was driving out with the tide towards the distance at which Ham had looked so singularly in the morning, when I was recalled from my wanderings by a knock at the door. There was a knocker upon the door, but it was not that which made the sound. The tap was from a hand and low down upon the door, as if it were given by a child. It made me start as much as if it had been the knock of a footman to a person of distinction. I opened the door and at first looked down, to my amazement, on nothing but a great umbrella that appeared to be walking about of itself. But presently I discovered underneath it Miss Mocher. I might not have been prepared to give the little creature a very kind reception if, on her removing the umbrella, which her utmost efforts were unable to shut up, she had shown me the volatile expression of face which had made so great an impression on me at our first and last meeting. But her face, as she turned it up to mine, was so earnest. And when I relieved her of the umbrella, which would have been an inconvenient one for the Irish giant, she wrung her little hands in such an afflicted manner that I rather inclined towards her. "Miss Mocher," said I, after glancing up and down the empty street. Without distinctly knowing what I expected to see besides, "How do you come here? What is the matter?" She motioned to me with her short right arm to shut the umbrella for her and, passing me hurriedly, went into the kitchen. When I had closed the door and followed with the umbrella in my hand, I found her sitting on the corner of the fender. It was a low iron one with two flat bars at top to stand plates upon in the shadow of the boiler, swaying herself backwards and forwards and chafing her hands upon her knees like a person in pain. Quite alarmed at being the only recipient of this untimely visit and the only spectator of this portentous behavior, I exclaimed again. "Pray tell me, Miss Mocher, what is the matter? Are you ill?" "My dear young soul," returned Miss Mocher, squeezing her hands upon her heart one over the other. "I am ill here, I am very ill. To think that it should come to this when I might have known it and perhaps prevented it if I hadn't been a thoughtless fool." Again her large bonnet, very disproportionate to the figure, went backwards and forwards in her swaying of her little body to and fro, while a most gigantic bonnet rocked, in unison with it, upon the wall. "I am surprised," I began, "to see you so distressed and serious when—" She interrupted me. "Yes, it's always so," she said. "They are all surprised, these inconsiderate young people, fairly and full grown, to see any natural feeling in a little thing like me. They make a plaything of me, use me for their amusement, throw me away when they are tired, and wonder that I feel more than a toy horse or a wooden soldier. Yes, that's the way. The old way. It may be, with others," I returned, "but I do assure you it is not with me. Perhaps I ought not to be at all surprised to see you as you are now. I know so little of you." I said, without consideration, what I thought. "What can I do?" returned the little woman, standing up and holding out her arms to show herself. "See what I am, my father was, and my sister is, and my brother is. I have worked for sister and brother these many years hard, Mr. Copperfield, all day. I must live. I do no harm. If there are people so unreflecting or so cruel as to make a jest of me, what is left for me to do but to make a jest of myself, them, and everything? If I do so, for the time, whose fault is that? Mine? No. Not Miss Mocher's, I perceived. If I had shown myself a sensitive dwarf to your false friend," pursued the little woman, shaking her head at me with reproachful earnestness, "how much of his help or good will do you think I should ever have had? If little Mocher, who had no hand, young gentleman, in the making of herself, addressed herself to him, or the like of him, because of her misfortunes, when do you suppose her small voice would have been heard? Little Mocher would have as much need to live if she was the bitterest and dullest of pygmies, but she couldn't do it. No. She might whistle for her bread and butter till she died of air." Miss Mocher sat down on the fender again and took out her handkerchief and wiped her eyes. "Be thankful for me, if you have a kind heart, as I think you have," she said, "that while I know well what I am, I can be cheerful and endure it all. I am thankful for myself, at any rate, that I can find my tiny way through the world without being beholden to anyone, and that in return for all that is thrown at me, in folly or vanity, as I go along, I can throw bubbles back. If I don't brood over all I want, it is the better for me and not the worse for anyone. If I am a plaything for you giants, be gentle with me." Miss Mocher replaced her handkerchief in her pocket, looking at me with very intent expression all the while, and pursued. "I saw you in the street just now. You may suppose I am not able to walk as fast as you, with my short legs and short breath, and I couldn't overtake you, but I guessed where you came and came after you. I have been here before, today, but the good woman wasn't at home." "Do you know her?" I demanded. "I know of her and about her," she replied, "from Omer and Joram." I Was there at 7 o'clock this morning. Do you remember what Steerforth said to me about this unfortunate girl that time when I saw you both at the inn? The great bonnet on Miss Mocher's head and the greater bonnet on the wall began to go backwards and forwards again when she asked this question. I remembered very well what she referred to, having had it in my thoughts many times that day. I told her so. May the father of all evil confound him, said the little woman, holding up her forefinger between me and her sparkling eyes, and 10 times more confound that wicked servant, but I believed it was you who had a boyish passion for her. I repeated. Child. In the name of blind ill fortune, cried Miss Mocher, wringing her hands impatiently as she went to and fro again upon the fender, why did you praise her so, and blush, and look disturbed? I could not conceal from myself that I had done this, though for a reason very different from her supposition. What did I know? Said Miss Mocher, taking out her handkerchief again and giving one little stamp on the ground whenever, at short intervals, she applied it to her eyes with both hands at once. He was crossing you and wheedling you, I saw, and you were soft wax in his hands, I saw. Had I left the room a minute when his man told me that young innocence. So he called you, and you may call him old guilt all the days of your life, had set his heart upon her, and she was giddy and liked him, but his master was resolved that no harm should come of it more for your sake than for hers, and that was their business here? How could I but believe him? I saw Steerforth soothe and please you by his praise of her. You were the first to mention her name. You owned to an old admiration of her. You were hot and cold, and red and white, all at once. When I spoke to you of her, what did I think but that you were a young libertine in everything but experience and had fallen into hands that had experience enough and could manage you, having the fancy for your own good? Oh, they were afraid of my finding out the truth, exclaimed Miss Mocher, getting off the fender and trotting up and down the kitchen with her two short arms distressfully lifted up, because I am a sharp little thing, I need be to get through the world at all. And they deceived me altogether, and I gave the poor unfortunate girl a letter, which I fully believe was the beginning of her ever speaking to Littimer, who was left behind on purpose. I stood amazed at the revelation of all this perfidy, looking at Miss Mocher as she walked up and down the kitchen until she was out of breath. When she sat upon the fender again and, drying her face with her handkerchief, shook her head for a long time without otherwise moving and without breaking silence. My country rounds, she added at length, brought me to Norwich, Mr. Copperfield, the night before last. What I happened to find there about their secret way of coming and going without you, which was strange, led to my suspecting something wrong. I got into the coach from London last night as it came through Norwich and was here this morning. Oh, too late. Poor little Mocher turned so chilly after all her crying and fretting that she turned round on the fender, putting her poor little wet feet in among the ashes to warm them, and sat looking at the fire like a large doll. I sat in a chair on the other side of the hearth, lost in unhappy reflections and looking at the fire too, and sometimes at her. I must go, she said at last, rising as she spoke. It's late. You don't mistrust me? Meeting her sharp glance, which was as sharp as ever when she asked me, I could not on that short challenge answer no, quite frankly. Come, said she, accepting the offer of my hand to help her over the fender and looking wistfully up into my face, you know you wouldn't mistrust me if I was a full-sized woman. I felt that there was much truth in this, and I felt rather ashamed of myself. You are a young man, she said, nodding. Take a word of advice. Even from 3 foot nothing. Try not to associate bodily defects with mental, my good friend, except for a solid reason. She had got over the fender now, and I had got over my suspicion. I told her that I believed she had given me a faithful account of herself, and that we had both been hapless instruments in designing hands. She thanked me and said I was a good fellow. Now, mind, she exclaimed, turning back on her way to the door and looking shrewdly at me with her forefinger up again. I have some reason to suspect, from what I have heard, my ears are always open, I can't afford to spare what powers I have, that they are gone abroad. But if ever they return, if ever any one of them returns while I am alive, I am more likely than another, going about as I do, to find it out soon. Whatever I know, you shall know. If ever I can do anything to serve the poor betrayed girl, I will do it faithfully, please heaven. And Littimer had better have a bloodhound at his back than little Mocher. I placed implicit faith in this last statement when I marked the look with which it was accompanied. Trust me no more, but trust me no less than you would trust a full-sized woman, said the little creature, touching me appealingly on the wrist. If ever you see me again, unlike what I am now, and like what I was when you first saw me, observe what company I am in. Call to mind that I am a very helpless and defenseless little thing. Think of me at home with my brother like myself and sister like myself when my day's work is done. Perhaps you won't, then, be very hard upon me, or surprised if I can be distressed and serious. Good night. I gave Miss Mocher my hand, with a very different opinion of her from that which I had hitherto entertained, and opened the door to let her out. It was not a trifling business to get the great umbrella up and properly balanced in her grasp, but at last I successfully accomplished this and saw it go bobbing down the street through the rain, without the least appearance of having anybody underneath it, except when a heavier fall than usual from some overcharged water spout sent it toppling over on one side and discovered Miss Mocher struggling violently to get it right. After making one or two sallies to her relief, which were rendered futile by the umbrella's hopping on again like an immense bird, before I could reach it, I came in, went to bed, and slept till morning. In the morning I was joined by Mr. Peggotty and by my old nurse, and we went at an early hour to the coach office, where Mrs. Gummidge and Ham were waiting to take leave of us. "Mas'r Davy," Ham whispered, drawing me aside, while Mr. Peggotty was stowing his bag among the luggage, "his life is quite broke up. He don't know where he's going, he don't know what's afore him, he's bound upon a voyage that'll last, on and off, all the rest of his days. Take my word for tea, unless he finds what he's a-seeking of. I am sure you'll be a friend to him, Mas'r Davy?" "Trust me, I will indeed," said I, shaking hands with Ham earnestly. Thank ye, very kind, sir. One thing further. I'm in good employ. You know, Mas'r Davy, and I han't no way now of spending what I gets. Money's of no use to me no more, except to live. If you can lay it out for him, I shall do my work with a better art. Though as to that, sir," and he spoke very steadily and mildly, "you're not to think, but I shall work at all times like a man and act the best that lays in my power." I told him I was well convinced of it, and I hinted that I hoped the time might even come when he would cease to lead the lonely life he naturally contemplated now. "No, sir," he said, shaking his head, "all that's past and over with me. Sir. No one can never fill the place that's empty. But you'll bear in mind about the money, as there's at all times some laying by for him?" Reminding him of the fact that Mr. Peggotty derived a steady, though certainly a very moderate income from the bequest of his late brother-in-law, I promised to do so. We then took leave of each other. I cannot leave him even now without remembering with a pang at once his modest fortitude and his great sorrow. As to Mrs. Gummidge, if I were to endeavor to describe how she ran down the street by the side of the coach, seeing nothing but Mr. Peggotty on the roof, through the tears she tried to repress and dashing herself against a people who were coming in the opposite direction, I should enter on a task of some difficulty. Therefore I had better leave her sitting on a baker's doorstep, out of breath, with no shape at all, remaining in her bonnet and one of her shoes off, lying on the pavement at a considerable distance. When we got to our journey's end, our first pursuit was to look about for a little lodging for Peggotty, where her brother could have a bed. We were so fortunate as to find one of a very clean and cheap description over a chandler's shop only 2 streets removed from me. When we had engaged this domicile, I bought some cold meat at an eating house and took my fellow travelers home to tea, a proceeding, I regret to state, which did not meet with Mrs. Crupp's approval, but quite the contrary. I ought to observe, however, in explanation of that lady's state of mind, that she was much offended by Peggotty's tucking up her widow's gown before she had been 10 minutes in the place and setting to work to dust my bedroom. This Mrs. Crupp regarded in the light of a liberty, and a liberty, she said, was a thing she never allowed. Mr. Peggotty had made a communication to me on the way to London for which I was not unprepared. It was that he purposed first seeing Mrs. Steerforth, as I felt bound to assist him in this and also to mediate between them, with the view of sparing the mother's feelings as much as possible. I wrote to her that night. I told her as mildly as I could what his wrong was and what my own share in his injury. I said he was a man in very common life, but of a most gentle and upright character, and that I ventured to express a hope that she would not refuse to see him in his heavy trouble. I mentioned 2 o'clock in the afternoon as the hour of our coming, and I sent the letter myself by the first coach in the morning. At the appointed time, we stood at the door of that house where I had been, a few days since, so happy, where my youthful confidence and warmth of heart had been yielded up so freely, which was closed against me henceforth, which was now a waste, a ruin. No Littimer appeared. The pleasanter face which had replaced his, on the occasion of my last visit, answered to our summons and went before us to the drawing-room. Mrs. Steerforth was sitting there. Rosa Dartle glided, as we went in, from another part of the room and stood behind her chair. I saw, directly, in his mother's face, that she knew from himself what he had done. It was very pale and bore the traces of deeper emotion than my letter alone, weakened by the doubts her fondness would have raised upon it, would have been likely to create. I thought her more like him than ever I had thought her, and I felt, rather than saw, that the resemblance was not lost on my companion. She sat upright in her armchair, with a stately, immovable, passionless air that it seemed as if nothing could disturb. She looked very steadfastly at Mr. Peggotty when he stood before her, and he looked quite as steadfastly at her. Rosa Dartle's keen glance comprehended all of us. For some moments not a word was spoken. She motioned to Mr. Peggotty to be seated. He said, in a low voice, "I shouldn't feel it natural, ma'am, to sit down in this house. I'd sooner stand." And this was succeeded by another silence, which she broke thus. "I know, with deep regret, what has brought you here. What do you want of me? What do you ask me to do?" He put his hat under his arm and, feeling in his breast for Emily's letter, took it out, unfolded it, and gave it to her. "Please to read." "That, ma'am? That's my niece's hand." She read it, in the same stately and impassive way, untouched by its contents, as far as I could see, and returned it to him. "Unless he brings me back a lady," said Mr. Peggotty, tracing out that part with his finger. "I come to know, ma'am, whether he will keep his word?" "No," she returned. "Why not?" said Mr. Peggotty. "It is impossible. He would disgrace himself. You cannot fail to know that she is far below him." "Raise her up," said Mr. Peggotty. "She is uneducated and ignorant." "Maybe she's not, maybe she is," said Mr. Peggotty. "I think not, ma'am. But I'm no judge of them things. Teach her better. Since you oblige me to speak more plainly, which I am very unwilling to do, her humble connections would render such a thing impossible, if nothing else did." "Hark to this, ma'am," he returned, slowly and quietly. "You know what it is to love your child. So do I. If she was 100 times my child, I couldn't love her more. You don't know what it is to lose your child. I do. All the heaps of riches in the world would be naught to me if they was mine to buy her back. But save her from this disgrace, and she shall never be disgraced by us. Not one of us that she's growed up among, not one of us that's lived along with her and had her for their all in all these many year, will ever look upon her pretty face again. We'll be content to let her be, we'll be content to think of her, far off, as if she was underneath another sun and sky. We'll be content to trust her to her husband, to her little children, p'raps, and bide the time when all of us shall be alike in quality afore our God." The rugged eloquence with which he spoke was not devoid of all effect. She still preserved her proud manner, but there was a touch of softness in her voice as she answered. "I justify nothing. I make no counter-accusations. But I am sorry to repeat, it is impossible. Such a marriage would irretrievably blight my son's career and ruin his prospects. Nothing is more certain than that it never can take place and never will. If there is any other compensation—" "I am looking at the likeness of the face," interrupted Mr. Peggotty, with a steady but a kindling eye, "that has looked at me, in my home, at my fireside, in my boat, we are not smiling and friendly when it was. So treacherous that I go half wild when I think of it. If the likeness of that face don't turn to burning fire at the thought of offering money to me for my child's blight and ruin, it's as bad. I don't know being a lady's, but what it's worse. She changed now, in a moment. An angry flush overspread her features. And she said, in an intolerant manner, grasping the armchair tightly with her hands, "What compensation can you make to me for opening such a pit between me and my son? What is your love to mine? What is your separation to ours?" Miss Dartle softly touched her and bent down her head to whisper, but she would not hear a word. "No, Rosa, not a word. Let the man listen to what I say. My son, who has been the object of my life, to whom its every thought has been devoted, whom I have gratified from a child in every wish, from whom I have had no separate existence since his birth, to take up in a moment with a miserable girl and avoid me, to repay my confidence with systematic deception for her sake and quit me for her, to set this wretched fancy against his mother's claims upon his duty, love, respect, gratitude, claims that every day and hour of his life should have strengthened into ties that nothing could be proof against. Is this no injury?" Again Rosa Dartle tried to soothe her, again ineffectually. "I say, Rosa, not a word. If he can stake his all upon the lightest object, I can stake my all upon a greater purpose. Let him go where he will, with the means that my love has secured to him. Does he think to reduce me by long absence? He knows his mother very little if he does. Let him put away his whim now, and he is welcome back. Let him not put her away now, and he never shall come near me, living or dying, while I can raise my hand to make a sign against it, unless, being rid of her forever, he comes humbly to me and begs for my forgiveness. This is my right. This is the acknowledgement I will have. This is the separation that there is between us. And is this," she added, looking at her visitor with the proud intolerant air with which she had begun, "no injury?" While I heard and saw the mother as she said these words, I seemed to hear and see the son, defying them. All that I had ever seen in him of an unyielding, willful spirit, I saw in her. All the understanding that I had now of his misdirected energy became an understanding of her character too, and a perception that it was, in its strongest springs, the same. She now observed to me, aloud, resuming her former restraint, that it was useless to hear more or to say more, and that she begged to put an end to the interview. She rose with an air of dignity to leave the room. When Mr. Peggotty signified that it was needless. "Don't fear me being any hindrance to you, I have no more to say, ma'am," he remarked as he moved towards the door. "I come here with no hope, and I take away no hope. I have done what I thought should be done. But I never looked for any good to come of my standing where I do. This has been too evil a house for me and mine, for me to be in my right senses and expect it." With this, we departed, leaving her standing by her elbow chair, a picture of a noble presence and a handsome face. We had, on our way out, to cross a paved hall with glass sides and roof, over which a vine was trained. Its leaves and shoots were green. Then, and the day being sunny, a pair of glass doors leading to the garden were thrown open. Rosa Dartle, entering this way with a noiseless step, when we were close to them, addressed herself to me. "You do well," she said, "indeed, to bring this fellow here." Such a concentration of rage and scorn as darkened her face and flashed in her jet black eyes, I could not have thought compressible even into that face. The scar made by the hammer was, as usual in this excited state of her features, strongly marked. When the throbbing I had seen before came into it as I looked at her, she absolutely lifted up her hand and struck it. "This is a fellow," she said, "to champion and bring here, is he not? You are a true man." "Miss Dartle," I returned, "you are surely not so unjust as to condemn me. Why do you bring division between these two mad creatures?" she returned. "Don't you know that they are both mad with their own self-will and pride?" "Is it my doing?" I returned. "Is it your doing?" she retorted. "Why do you bring this man here?" "He is a deeply injured man, Miss Dartle," I replied. "You may not know it." "I know that James Steerforth," she said, with her hand on her bosom, as if to prevent the storm that was raging there from being loud, has a false, corrupt heart and is a traitor. But what need I know or care about this fellow and his common niece? Miss Dartle, I returned, you deepen the injury. It is sufficient. Already. I will only say, at parting, that you do him a great wrong. I do him no wrong, she returned. They are a depraved, worthless set. I would have her whipped. Mr. Peggotty passed on, without a word, and went out at the door. Oh, shame, Miss Dartle. Shame. I said indignantly. How can you bear to trample on his undeserved affliction? I would trample on them all, she answered. I would have his house pulled down. I would have her branded on the face, dressed in rags, and cast out in the streets to starve. If I had the power to sit in judgment on her, I would see it done. See it done? I would do it. I detest her. If I ever could reproach her with her infamous condition, I would go anywhere to do so. If I could hunt her to her grave, I would. If there was any word of comfort that would be a solace to her in her dying hour, and only I possessed it, I wouldn't part with it for life itself. The mere vehemence of her words can convey, I am sensible, but a weak impression of the passion by which she was possessed and which made itself articulate in her whole figure, though her voice, instead of being raised, was lower than usual. No description I could give of her would do justice to my recollection of her, or to her entire deliverance of herself to her anger. I have seen passion in many forms, but I have never seen it in such a form as that. When I joined Mr. Peggotty, he was walking slowly and thoughtfully down the hill. He told me, as soon as I came up with him, that having now discharged his mind of what he had purposed doing in London, he meant to set out on his travels that night. I asked him where he meant to go. He only answered, I'm a-going, sir, to seek my niece. We went back to the little lodging over the chandler's shop, and there I found an opportunity of repeating to Peggotty what he had said to me. She informed me, in return, that he had said the same to her that morning. She knew no more than I did where he was going, but she thought he had some project shaped out in his mind. I did not like to leave him under such circumstances, and we all three dined together off a beefsteak pie, which was one of the many good things for which Peggotty was famous and which was curiously flavored. On this occasion, I recollect well, by a miscellaneous taste of tea, coffee, butter, bacon, cheese, new loaves, firewood, candles, and walnut ketchup continually ascending from the shop. After dinner we sat for an hour or so near the window without talking much, and then Mr. Peggotty got up and brought his oilskin bag and his stout stick and laid them on the table. He accepted, from his sister's stock of ready money, a small sum on account of his legacy, barely enough, I should have thought, to keep him for a month. He promised to communicate with me when anything befell him, and he slung his bag about him, took his hat and stick, and bade us both goodbye. All good attend you, dear old woman, he said, embracing Peggotty, and you too, Mas'r Davy, shaking hands with me. I'm a-going to seek her fur and wide. If she should come home while I'm away, but that ain't like to be. Or if I should bring her back, my meaning is that she and me shall live and die where no one can't reproach her. If any hurt should come to me, remember that the last words I left for her was, my unchanged love is with my darling child, and I forgive her. He said this solemnly, bareheaded, then, putting on his hat, he went down the stairs and away. We followed to the door. It was a warm, dusty evening, just the time when, in the great main thoroughfare out of which that byway turned, there was a temporary lull in the eternal tread of feet upon the pavement and a strong red sunshine. He turned, alone, at the corner of our shady street, into a glow of light in which we lost him. Rarely did that hour of the evening come, rarely did I wake at night. Rarely did I look up at the moon, or stars, or watch the falling rain, or hear the wind, but I thought of his solitary figure toiling on, poor pilgrim, and recalled the words, I'm a-going to seek her, fur and wide. If any hurt should come to me, remember that the last words I left for her was, my unchanged love is with my darling child, and I forgive her. Chapter 33. Blissful. All this time, I had gone on loving Dora harder than ever. Her idea was my refuge in disappointment and distress, and made some amends to me, even for the loss of my friend. The more I pitied myself, or pitied others, the more I sought for consolation in the image of Dora. The greater the accumulation of deceit and trouble in the world, the brighter and the purer shone the star of Dora high above the world. I Don't think I had any definite idea where Dora came from or in what degree she was related to a higher order of beings, but I am quite sure I should have scouted the notion of her being simply human, like any other young lady, with indignation and contempt. If I may so express it, I was steeped in Dora. I was not merely over head and ears in love with her, but I was saturated through and through. Enough love might have been wrung out of me, metaphorically speaking, to drown anybody in, and yet there would have remained enough within me and all over me to pervade my entire existence. The first thing I did, on my own account, when I came back, was to take a night walk to Norwood and, like the subject of a venerable riddle of my childhood, to go round and round the house without ever touching the house, thinking about Dora. I believe the theme of this incomprehensible conundrum was the moon. No matter what it was, I, the moonstruck slave of Dora, perambulated round and round the house and garden for 2 hours, looking through crevices in the palings, getting my chin by dint of violent exertion above the rusty nails on the top, blowing kisses at the lights in the windows and romantically calling on the night at intervals to shield my Dora. I don't exactly know what from, I suppose from fire, perhaps from mice, to which she had a great objection. My love was so much in my mind and it was so natural to me to confide in Peggotty when I found her again by my side of an evening with the old set of industrial implements, busily making the tour of my wardrobe, that I imparted to her, in a sufficiently roundabout way, my great secret. Peggotty was strongly interested, but I could not get her into my view of the case at all. She was audaciously prejudiced in my favor and quite unable to understand why I should have any misgivings or be low-spirited about it. The young lady might think herself well off, she observed, to have such a beau. And as to her pa, she said, what did the gentleman expect, for gracious sake? I observed, however, that Mr. Spenlow's praetorial gown and stiff cravat took Peggotty down a little and inspired her with a greater reverence for the man who was gradually becoming more and more etherealized in my eyes every day and about whom a reflected radiance seemed to me to beam when he sat erect in court among his papers like a little lighthouse in a sea of stationery. And by the by, it used to be uncommonly strange to me to consider, I remember, as I sat in court too, how those dim old judges and doctors wouldn't have cared for Dora if they had known her, how they wouldn't have gone out of their senses with rapture if marriage with Dora had been proposed to them, how Dora might have sung and played upon that glorified guitar until she led me to the verge of madness, yet not have tempted one of those slow goers an inch out of his road. I despised them, to a man. Frozen out old gardeners in the flower beds of the heart, I took a personal offense against them all. The bench was nothing to me but an insensible blunderer. The bar had no more tenderness or poetry in it than the bar of a public house. Taking the management of Peggotty's affairs into my own hands, with no little pride, I proved the will and came to a settlement with the Legacy Duty Office and took her to the bank and soon got everything into an orderly train. We varied the legal character of these proceedings by going to see some perspiring wax work in Fleet Street. Melted, I should hope, these 20 years, and by visiting Miss Linwood's exhibition, which I remember as a mausoleum of needlework favorable to self-examination and repentance, and by inspecting the Tower of London and going to the top of St. Paul's. All these wonders afforded Peggotty as much pleasure as she was able to enjoy under existing circumstances. Except, I think, St. Paul's, which, from her long attachment to her work box, became a rival of the picture on the lid and was, in some particulars, vanquished, she considered, by that work of art. Peggotty's business, which was what we used to call common form businesses in the commons, and very light and lucrative the common form business was, being settled, I took her down to the office one morning to pay her bill. Mr. Spenlow had stepped out, old Tiffy said, to get a gentleman sworn for a marriage license, but as I knew he would be back directly, our place lying close to the surrogates and to the Vicar General's office too, I told Peggotty to wait. We were a little like undertakers in the commons as regarded probate transactions, generally making it a rule to look more or less cut up when we had to deal with clients in mourning. In a similar feeling of delicacy, we were always blithe and light-hearted with the license clients. Therefore I hinted to Peggotty that she would find Mr. Spenlow much recovered from the shock of Mr. Barkis's decease, and indeed he came in like a bridegroom. But neither Peggotty nor I had eyes for him when we saw, in company with him, Mr. Murdstone. He was very little changed. His hair looked as thick and was certainly as black as ever, and his glance was as little to be trusted as of old. "Ah, Copperfield?" said Mr. Spenlow. "You know this gentleman, I believe?" I made my gentleman a distant bow, and Peggotty barely recognized him. He was, at first, somewhat disconcerted to meet us two together, but quickly decided what to do and came up to me. "I hope," he said, "that you are doing well?" "It can hardly be interesting to you," said I. "Yes, if you wish to know." We looked at each other, and he addressed himself to Peggotty. "And you," said he. "I am sorry to observe that you have lost your husband." "It's not the first loss I have had in my life," Mr. Murdstone replied. Peggotty, trembling from head to foot. "I am glad to hope that there is nobody to blame for this one, nobody to answer for it." "Ha!" said he, "that's a comfortable reflection. You have done your duty?" "I have not worn anybody's life away," said Peggotty. "I am thankful to think. No, Mr. Murdstone, I have not worrited and frightened any sweet creature to an early grave." He eyed her gloomily, remorsefully, I thought, for an instant, and said, turning his head towards me, but looking at my feet instead of my face, "We are not likely to encounter soon again a source of satisfaction to us both, no doubt, for such meetings as this can never be agreeable. I do not expect that you, who always rebelled against my just authority, exerted for your benefit and reformation, should owe me any goodwill. Now, there is an antipathy between us. An old one, I believe?" said I, interrupting him. He smiled and shot as evil a glance at me as could come from his dark eyes. "It rankled in your baby breast," he said. "It embittered the life of your poor mother. You are right. I hope you may do better, yet, I hope you may correct yourself." Here he ended the dialogue, which had been carried on in a low voice in the corner of the outer office, by passing into Mr. Spenlow's room and saying aloud, in his smoothest manner, "Gentlemen of Mr. Spenlow's profession are accustomed to family differences and know how complicated and difficult they always are." With that, he paid the money for his license and, receiving it neatly folded from Mr. Spenlow, together with a shake of the hand and a polite wish for his happiness and the ladies, went out of the office. I might have had more difficulty in constraining myself to be silent under his words if I had had less difficulty in impressing upon Peggotty, who was only angry on my account, good creature, that we were not in a place for recrimination, and that I besought her to hold her peace. She was so unusually roused that I was glad to compound for an affectionate hug elicited by this revival in her mind of our old injuries, and to make the best I could of it before Mr. Spenlow and the clerks. Mr. Spenlow did not appear to know what the connection between Mr. Murdstone and myself was, which I was glad of, for I could not bear to acknowledge him, even in my own breast, remembering what I did of the history of my poor mother. Mr. Spenlow seemed to think, if he thought anything about the matter, that my aunt was the leader of the state party in our family, and that there was a rebel party commanded by somebody else, so I gathered, at least from what he said, while we were waiting for Mr. Tiffy to make out Peggotty's bill of costs. "Miss Trotwood," he remarked, "is very firm, no doubt, and not likely to give way to opposition. I have an admiration for her character, and I may congratulate you, Copperfield, on being on the right side. Differences between relations are much to be deplored, but they are extremely general, and the great thing is to be on the right side. Meaning, I take it, on the side of the moneyed interest. Rather a good marriage this, I believe?" said Mr. Spenlow. I explained that I knew nothing about it. "Indeed?" he said. Speaking from the few words Mr. Murdstone dropped, as a man frequently does on these occasions, and from what Miss Murdstone let fall, I should say it was rather a good marriage. "Do you mean that there is money, sir?" I asked. "Yes," said Mr. Spenlow, "I understand there's money. Beauty too, I am told." "Indeed? Is his new wife young?" "Just of age," said Mr. Spenlow. "So lately that I should think they had been waiting for that." "Lord deliver her," said Peggotty, so very emphatically and unexpectedly that we were all three discompassed until Tiffy came in with the bill. Old Tiffy soon appeared, however, and handed it to Mr. Spenlow to look over. Mr. Spenlow, settling his chin in his cravat and rubbing it softly, went over the items with a deprecatory air as if it were all Jorkins doing and handed it back to Tiffy with a bland sigh. "Yes," he said. "That's right. Quite right. I should have been extremely happy, Copperfield, to have limited these charges to the actual expenditure out of pocket, but it is an irksome incident in my professional life that I am not at liberty to consult my own wishes. I have a partner, Mr. Jorkins." As he said this with a gentle melancholy, which was the next thing to making no charge at all, I expressed my acknowledgements on Peggotty's behalf and paid Tiffy in banknotes. Peggotty then retired to her lodging, and Mr. Spenlow and I went into court, where we had a divorce suit coming on, under an ingenious little statute, repealed now, I believe, but in virtue of which I have seen several marriages annulled, of which the merits were these. The husband, whose name was Thomas Benjamin, had taken out his marriage license as Thomas only, suppressing the Benjamin in case he should not find himself as comfortable as he expected. Not finding himself as comfortable as he expected, or being a little fatigued with his wife, poor fellow, he now came forward by a friend after being married a year or two and declared that his name was Thomas Benjamin and therefore he was not married at all, which the court confirmed to his great satisfaction. I must say that I had my doubts about the strict justice of this and was not even frightened out of them by the bushel of wheat which reconciles all anomalies. But Mr. Spenlow argued the matter with me. He said, "Look at the world, there was good and evil in that. Look at the ecclesiastical law, there was good and evil in that. It was all part of the system." Very good. There you were. I had not the hardihood to suggest to Dora's father that possibly we might even improve the world a little if we got up early in the morning and took off our coats to the work, but I confess that I thought we might improve the commons. Mr. Spenlow replied that he would particularly advise me to dismiss that idea from my mind as not being worthy of my gentlemanly character, but that he would be glad to hear from me of what improvement I thought the commons susceptible. Taking that part of the commons which happened to be nearest to us, for our man was unmarried by this time and we were out of court, and strolling past the prerogative office, I submitted that I thought the prerogative office rather a queerly managed institution. Mr. Spenlow inquired in what respect. I replied, with all due deference to his experience, but with more deference, I am afraid, to his being Dora's father, that perhaps it was a little nonsensical that the registry of that court, containing the original wills of all persons leaving effects within the immense province of Canterbury for 3 whole centuries, should be an accidental building, never designed for the purpose, least by the registrars for their own private emolument, unsafe, not even ascertained to be fireproof, choked with the important documents it held, and positively, from the roof to the basement, a mercenary speculation of the registrars, who took great fees from the public and crammed the public's wills away anyhow and anywhere, having no other object than to get rid of them cheaply. That, perhaps, it was a little unreasonable that these registrars, in the receipt of profits amounting to £8,000 or £9,000 a year, to say nothing of the profits of the deputy registrars and clerks of seats, should not be obliged to spend a little of that money in finding a reasonably safe place for the important documents which all classes of people were compelled to hand over to them, whether they would or no. That, perhaps, it was a little unjust that all the great offices in this great office should be magnificent sinecures, while the unfortunate working clerks in the cold, dark room upstairs were the worst rewarded and the least considered men doing important services in London. That perhaps it was a little indecent that the principal registrar of all, whose duty it was to find the public constantly resorting to this place, all needful accommodation, should be an enormous sinecurist in virtue of that post. And might be, besides, a clergyman, a pluralist, the holder of a staff in a cathedral, and what not, while the public was put to the inconvenience of which we had a specimen every afternoon when the office was busy, and which we knew to be quite monstrous. That, perhaps. In short, this prerogative office of the Diocese of Canterbury was altogether such a pestilent job and such a pernicious absurdity that, but for its being squeezed away in a corner of St. Paul's churchyard, which few people knew, it must have been turned completely inside out and upside down long ago. Mr. Spenlow smiled as I became modestly warm on the subject and then argued this question with me as he had argued the other. He said, "What was it after all? It was a question of feeling. If the public felt that their wills were in safekeeping and took it for granted that the office was not to be made better, who was the worse for it? Nobody. Who was the better for it? All the sinecurists. Very well. Then the good predominated. It might not be a perfect system, nothing was perfect. But what he objected to was the insertion of the wedge. Under the prerogative office, the country had been glorious. Insert the wedge into the prerogative office and the country would cease to be glorious. He considered it the principle of a gentleman to take things as he found them, and he had no doubt the prerogative office would last our time. I deferred to his opinion, though I had great doubts of it myself. I find he was right, however, for it has not only lasted to the present moment, but has done so in the teeth of a great parliamentary report made, not too willingly, 18 years ago, when all these objections of mine were set forth in detail and when the existing stowage for wills was described as equal to the accumulation of only 2 years and a half more. What they have done with them since, whether they have lost many or whether they sell any, now and then, to the butter shops, I don't know. I am glad mine is not there and I hope it may not go there yet. A while. I have set all this down in my present blissful chapter because here it comes into its natural place. Mr. Spenlow and I falling into this conversation prolonged it and our saunter to and fro until we diverged into general topics. And so it came about, in the end, that Mr. Spenlow told me this day week was Dora's birthday and he would be glad if I would come down and join a little picnic on the occasion. I went out of my senses immediately, became a mere driveler next day on receipt of a little lace-edged sheet of note paper favored by Papa to remind and passed the intervening period in a state of dotage. I think I committed every possible absurdity in the way of preparation for this blessed event. I turn hot when I remember the cravat I bought. My boots might be placed in any collection of instruments of torture I provided and sent down by the Norwood coach the night before, a delicate little hamper, amounting in itself, I thought, almost to a declaration. There were crackers in it with the tenderest mottos that could be got for money. At 6 in the morning, I was in Covent Garden Market, buying a bouquet for Dora. At 10 I was on horseback, I hired a gallant grey for the occasion, with the bouquet in my hat to keep it fresh, trotting down to Norwood. I suppose that when I saw Dora in the garden and pretended not to see her and rode past the house pretending to be anxiously looking for it, I committed 2 small fooleries which other young gentlemen in my circumstances might have committed because they came so very natural to me. But oh, when I did find the house and did dismount at the garden gate and drag those stony-hearted boots across the lawn to Dora sitting on a garden seat under a lilac tree, what a spectacle she was. Upon that beautiful morning, among the butterflies, in a white chip bonnet and a dress of celestial blue, there was a young lady with her comparatively stricken in years, almost 20, I should say. Her name was Miss Mills. And Dora called her Julia. She was the bosom friend of Dora. Happy Miss Mills. Jip was there, and Jip would bark at me again. When I presented my bouquet, he gnashed his teeth with jealousy. Well, he might. If he had the least idea how I adored his mistress, well, he might. Oh, thank you, Mr. Copperfield. What dear flowers, said Dora. I had had an intention of saying, and had been studying the best form of words for 3 miles, that I thought them beautiful before I saw them so near her. But I couldn't manage it. She was too bewildering. To see her lay the flowers against her little dimpled chin was to lose all presence of mind and power of language in a feeble ecstasy. I wonder I didn't say, kill me, if you have a heart, Miss Mills. Let me die here. Then Dora held my flowers to Jip to smell. Then Jip growled and wouldn't smell them. Then Dora laughed and held them a little closer to Jip to make him. Then Jip laid hold of a bit of geranium with his teeth and worried imaginary cats in it. Then Dora beat him and pouted and said, my poor beautiful flowers. As compassionately, I thought, as if Jip had laid hold of me. I wished he had. You'll be so glad to hear, Mr. Copperfield, said Dora, that Cross Miss Murdstone is not here. She has gone to her brother's marriage and will be away at least 3 weeks. Isn't that delightful? I said I was sure it must be delightful to her, and all that was delightful to her was delightful to me. Miss Mills, with an air of superior wisdom and benevolence, smiled upon us. She is the most disagreeable thing I ever saw, said Dora. You can't believe how ill-tempered and shocking she is, Julia. Yes, I can, my dear, said Julia. You can, perhaps, love, returned Dora, with her hand on Julia's. Forgive my not accepting you, my dear, at first. I learned from this that Miss Mills had had her trials in the course of a checkered existence, and that to these, perhaps, I might refer that wise benignity of manner which I had already noticed. I found, in the course of the day, that this was the case. Miss Mills, having been unhappy in a misplaced affection and being understood to have retired from the world on her awful stock of experience, but still to take a calm interest in the unblighted hopes and loves of youth. But now Mr. Spenlow came out of the house and Dora went to him, saying, "Look, Papa, what beautiful flowers." And Miss Mills smiled thoughtfully, as who should say, "Ye mayflies, enjoy your brief existence in the bright morning of life." And we all walked from the lawn towards the carriage, which was getting ready. I shall never have such a ride again. I have never had such another. There were only those three, their hamper, my hamper, and the guitar case, in the phaeton, and, of course, the phaeton was open, and I rode behind it, and Dora sat with her back to the horses, looking towards me. She kept the bouquet close to her on the cushion and wouldn't allow Jip to sit on that side of her at all, for fear he should crush it. She often carried it in her hand, often refreshed herself with its fragrance. Our eyes at those times often met, and my great astonishment is that I didn't go over the head of my gallant grey into the carriage. There was dust, I believe. There was a good deal of dust, I believe. I have a faint impression that Mr. Spenlow remonstrated with me for writing in it, but I knew of none. I was sensible of a mist of love and beauty about Dora, but of nothing else. He stood up sometimes and asked me what I thought of the prospect. I said it was delightful, and I dare say it was, but it was all Dora to me. The sun shone Dora, and the birds sang Dora. The south wind blew Dora, and the wild flowers in the hedges were all Dora's, to a bud. My comfort is, Miss Mills understood me. Miss Mills alone could enter into my feelings thoroughly. I don't know how long we were going, and to this hour I know as little where we went. Perhaps it was near Guildford. Perhaps some Arabian night magician opened up the place for the day and shut it up forever when we came away. It was a green spot on a hill carpeted with soft turf. There were shady trees and heather and, as far as the eye could see, a rich landscape. It was a trying thing to find people here waiting for us, and my jealousy, even of the ladies, knew no bounds. But all of my own sex, especially one impostor, 3 or 4 years my elder, with a red whisker on which he established an amount of presumption not to be endured, were my mortal foes. We all unpacked our baskets and employed ourselves in getting dinner ready. Red Whisker pretended he could make a salad, which I don't believe, and obtruded himself on public notice. Some of the young ladies washed the lettuces for him and sliced them under his directions. Dora was among these. I felt that fate had pitted me against this man, and one of us must fall. Red Whisker made his salad. I wondered how they could eat it. Nothing should have induced me to touch it, and voted himself into the charge of the wine cellar, which he constructed, being an ingenious beast, in the hollow trunk of a tree. By and by, I saw him, with the majority of a lobster on his plate, eating his dinner at the feet of Dora. I have but an indistinct idea of what happened for some time after this baleful object presented itself to my view. I was very merry, I know. But it was hollow merriment. I attached myself to a young creature in pink, with little eyes, and flirted with her desperately. She received my attentions with favor, but whether on my account solely, or because she had any designs on Red Whisker, I can't say. Dora's health was drunk. When I drank it, I affected to interrupt my conversation for that purpose and to resume it immediately afterwards. I caught Dora's eye as I bowed to her, and I thought it looked appealing. But it looked at me over the head of Red Whisker, and I was adamant The young creature in pink had a mother in green, and I rather think the latter separated us from motives of policy. Hobart, there was a general breaking up of the party while the remnants of the dinner were being put away, and I strolled off by myself among the trees in a raging and remorseful state. I was debating whether I should pretend that I was not well and fly I don't know where upon my gallant grey when Dora and Miss Mills met me. "Mr. Copperfield," said Miss Mills, "you are dull." I begged her pardon. "Not at all." "And Dora," said Miss Mills, "you are dull." "Oh dear no. Not in the least." "Mr. Copperfield and Dora," said Miss Mills with an almost venerable air. "Enough of this. Do not allow a trivial misunderstanding to wither. The blossoms of spring, which, once put forth and blighted, cannot be renewed." "I speak," said Miss Mills, "from experience of the past, the remote, irrevocable past. The gushing fountains which sparkle in the sun must not be stopped in mere caprice, the oasis in the desert of Sahara must not be plucked up idly." I hardly knew what I did, I was burning all over to that extraordinary extent, but I took Dora's little hand and kissed it and she let me. I kissed Miss Mills' hand, and we all seemed, to my thinking, to go straight up to the seventh heaven. We did not come down again. We stayed up there all the evening. At first we strayed to and fro among the trees. I with Dora's shy arm drawn through mine. And heaven knows, folly as it all was, it would have been a happy fate to have been struck immortal with those foolish feelings and have stayed among the trees forever. But, much too soon, we heard the others laughing and talking and calling, "Where's Dora?" So we went back and they wanted Dora to sing. Red Whisker would have got the guitar case out of the carriage, but Dora told him nobody knew where it was but I. So Red Whisker was done for in a moment, and I got it, and I unlocked it, and I took the guitar out. And I sat by her, and I held her handkerchief and gloves, and I drank in every note of her dear voice, and she sang to me who loved her, and all. The others might applaud as much as they liked, but they had nothing to do with it. I was intoxicated with joy. I was afraid it was too happy to be real. And that I should wake in Buckingham Street presently and hear Mrs. Crupp clinking the teacups and getting breakfast ready. But Dora sang. And others sang, and Miss Mills sang about the slumbering echoes in the caverns of memory, as if she were 100 years old, and the evening came on, and we had tea, with the kettle boiling gypsy fashion, and I was still as happy as ever. I was happier than ever when the party broke up and the other people, defeated Red Whisker and all, went their several ways, and we went ours. Through the still evening and the dying light, with sweet scents rising up around us. Mr. Spenlow being a little drowsy after the champagne, honor to the soil that grew the grape, to the grape that made the wine, to the sun that ripened it, and to the merchant who adulterated it. And being fast asleep in a corner of the carriage, I rode by the side and talked to Dora. She admired my horse and patted him. Oh, what a dear little hand it looked upon a horse. And her shawl would not keep right, and now and then I drew it round her with my arm. And I even fancied that Jip began to see how it was and to understand that he must make up his mind to be friends with me. That sagacious Miss Mills, too, that amiable, though quite used up recluse, that little patriarch of something less than 20, who had done with the world and mustn't on any account have the slumbering echoes in the caverns of memory awakened, what a kind thing she did. "Mr. Copperfield," said Miss Mills, "come to this side of the carriage a moment if you can spare a moment. I want to speak to you." Behold me, on my gallant grey, bending at the side of Miss Mills, with my hand upon the carriage door. Dora is coming to stay with me. She is coming home with me the day after tomorrow. If you would like to call, I am sure Papa would be happy to see you. What could I do but invoke a silent blessing on Miss Mills' head and store Miss Mills' address in the securest corner of my memory? What could I do but tell Miss Mills, with grateful looks and fervent words, how much I appreciated her good offices and what an inestimable value I set upon her friendship? Then Miss Mills benignantly dismissed me, saying, "Go back to Dora." And I went, and Dora leaned out of the carriage to talk to me, and we talked all the rest of the way, and I rode my gallant grey so close to the wheel that I grazed his near foreleg against it and took the bark off, as his owner told me, to the tune of 3 £7, which I paid and thought extremely cheap for so much joy. What time, Miss Mills? Sat looking at the moon, murmuring verses and recalling, I suppose, the ancient days when she and Earth had anything in common. Norwood was many miles too near, and we reached it many hours too soon. But Mr. Spenlow came to himself a little short of it and said, "You must come in, Copperfield, and rest." And I consenting, we had sandwiches and wine and water. In the light room, Dora blushing looked so lovely that I could not tear myself away but sat there staring, in a dream, until the snoring of Mr. Spenlow inspired me with sufficient consciousness to take my leave. So we parted, I riding all the way to London with the farewell touch of Dora's hand still light on mine. Recalling every incident and word 10,000 times, lying down in my own bed at last, as enraptured a young noodle as ever was carried out of his 5 wits by love. When I awoke next morning, I was resolute to declare my passion to Dora and know my fate. Happiness or misery was now the question. There was no other question that I knew of in the world, and only Dora could give the answer to it. I passed 3 days in a luxury of wretchedness, torturing myself by putting every conceivable variety of discouraging construction on all that ever had taken place between Dora and me. At last, arrayed for the purpose at a vast expense, I went to Miss Mills, fraught with a declaration. How many times I went up and down the street and round the square, painfully aware of being a much better answer to the old riddle than the original one before I could persuade myself to go up the steps and knock, is no matter now. Even when, at last, I had knocked and was waiting at the door, I had some flurried thought of asking if that were Mr. Blackboy's, in imitation of poor Barkis, begging pardon and retreating. But I kept my ground. Mr. Mills was not at home. I did not expect he would be. Nobody wanted him. Miss Mills was at home. Miss Mills would do. I was shown into a room upstairs where Miss Mills and Dora were. Jip was there. Miss Mills was copying music, I recollect, it was a new song called Affection's Dirge, and Dora was painting flowers. What were my feelings when I recognized my own flowers, the identical Covent Garden Market purchase? I cannot say that they were very like or that they particularly resembled any flowers that have ever come under my observation, but I knew from the paper round them, which was accurately copied, what the composition was. Miss Mills was very glad to see me and very sorry her papa was not at home. Though I thought we all bore that with fortitude. Miss Mills was conversational for a few minutes and then, laying down her pen upon Affection's Dirge, got up and left the room. I began to think I would put it off till tomorrow. I hope your poor horse was not tired when he got home at night, said Dora, lifting up her beautiful eyes. It was a long way for him. I began to think I would do it today. It was a long way for him, said I, for he had nothing to uphold him on the journey. Wasn't he fed, poor thing? Asked Dora. I began to think I would put it off till tomorrow. Yes, I said, he was well taken care of. I mean, he had not the unutterable happiness that I had in being so near you. Dora bent her head over her drawing and said, after a little while, I had sat, in the interval, in a burning fever and with my legs in a very rigid state. You didn't seem to be sensible of that happiness yourself at one time of the day. I saw now that I was in for it and it must be done on the spot. You didn't care for that happiness in the least, said Dora, slightly raising her eyebrows and shaking her head, when you were sitting by Miss Kit. Kit, I should observe, was the name of the creature in pink with the little eyes. Though certainly I don't know why you should, said Dora, or why you should call it a happiness at all. But of course you don't mean what you say. And I am sure no one doubts your being at liberty to do whatever you like. Jip, you naughty boy, come here. I don't know how I did it. I did it in a moment. I intercepted Jip. I had Dora in my arms. I was full of eloquence. I never stopped for a word. I told her how I loved her. I told her I should die without her. I told her that I idolized and worshipped her. Jip barked madly all the time. When Dora hung her head and cried and trembled, my eloquence increased. So much the more. If she would like me to die for her, she had but to say the word, and I was ready. Life without Dora's love was not a thing to have on any terms. I couldn't bear it, and I wouldn't. I had loved her every minute, day and night, since I first saw her. I loved her at That minute to distraction. I should always love her, every minute, too. Distraction. Lovers had loved before, and lovers would love again, but no lover had loved, might, could, would, or should ever love, as I loved Dora. The more I raved, the more Jip barked. Each of us, in his own way, got more mad every moment. Well, Dora and I were sitting on the sofa by and by, quiet enough. And Jip was lying in her lap, winking peacefully at me. It was off my mind. I was in a state of perfect rapture. Dora and I were engaged. I suppose we had some notion that this was to end in marriage. We must have had some, because Dora stipulated that we were never to be married without her papa's consent. But, in our youthful ecstasy, I don't think that we really looked before us or behind us, or had any aspiration beyond the ignorant present. We were to keep our secret from Mr. Spenlow, but I am sure the idea never entered my head then that there was anything dishonorable in that. Miss Mills was more than usually pensive when Dora, going to find her, brought her back, I apprehend, because there was a tendency in what had passed to awaken the slumbering echoes in the caverns of memory. But she gave us her blessing and the assurance of her lasting friendship and spoke to us, generally, as became a voice from the cloister. What an idle time it was. What an insubstantial, happy, foolish time it was. When I measured Dora's finger for a ring that was to be made of forget-me-nots, and when the jeweler, to whom I took the measure, found me out and laughed over his order book and charged me anything he liked for the pretty little toy with its blue stones so associated. In my remembrance with Dora's hand, that yesterday, when I saw such another, by chance, on the finger of my own daughter, there was a momentary stirring in my heart, like pain. When I walked about, exalted with my secret and full of my own interest, and felt the dignity of loving Dora and of being beloved so much that if I had walked the air, I could not have been more above the people not so situated who were creeping on the earth. When we had those meetings in the garden of the square and sat within the dingy summer house, so happy that I loved the London sparrows to this hour for nothing else and see the plumage of the tropics in their smoky feathers. When we had our first great quarrel within a week of our betrothal, and when Dora sent me back the ring, enclosed in a despairing cocked hat note wherein she used the terrible expression that our love had begun in folly and ended in madness. Which dreadful words occasioned me to tear my hair and cry that all was over. When, under cover of the night, I flew to Miss Mills, whom I saw by stealth in a back kitchen where there was a mangle, and implored Miss Mills to interpose between us and avert insanity. When Miss Mills undertook the office and returned with Dora, exhorting us, from the pulpit of her own bitter youth, to mutual concession and the avoidance of the desert of Sahara. When we cried and made it up and were so blessed again that the back kitchen, mangle and all, changed to Love's own temple, where we arranged a plan of correspondence through Miss Mills, always to comprehend at least one letter on each side every day. What an idle time. What an insubstantial, happy, foolish time. Of all the times of mine that time has in his grip, there is none that in one retrospect I can smile at half so much and think of half so tenderly. Chapter 34. My aunt astonishes me. I wrote to Agnes as soon as Dora and I were engaged. I wrote her a long letter in which I tried to make her comprehend how blessed I was and what a darling Dora was. I entreated Agnes not to regard this as a thoughtless passion which could ever yield to any other or had the least resemblance to the boyish fancies that we used to joke about. I assured her that its profundity was quite unfathomable and expressed my belief that nothing like it had ever been known. Somehow, as I wrote to Agnes on a fine evening by my open window, and the remembrance of her clear calm eyes and gentle face came stealing over me, it shed such a peaceful influence upon the hurry and agitation in which I had been living lately and of which my very happiness partook in some degree that it soothed me into tears. I remember that I sat resting my head upon my hand when the letter was half done, cherishing a general fancy as if Agnes were one of the elements of my natural home, as if, in the retirement of the house made almost sacred to me by her presence, Dora and I must be happier than anywhere. As if, in love, joy, sorrow, hope, or disappointment, in all emotions, my heart turned naturally there and found its refuge and best friend. Of Steerforth I said nothing. I only told her there had been sad grief at Yarmouth on account of Emily's flight, and that on me it made a double wound by reason of the circumstances attending it. I knew how quick she always was to divine the truth and that she would never be the first to breathe his name. To this letter, I received an answer by return of post. As I read it, I seemed to hear Agnes speaking to me. It was like her cordial voice in my ears. What can I say more? While I had been away from home lately, Traddles had called twice or thrice. Finding Peggotty within and being informed by Peggotty, who always volunteered that information to whomsoever would receive it, that she was my old nurse, he had established a good-humored acquaintance with her and had stayed to have a little chat with her about me. So Peggotty said, but I am afraid the chat was all on her own side and of immoderate length, as she was very difficult indeed to stop, God bless her, when she had me for her theme. This reminds me, not only that I expected Traddles on a certain afternoon of his own appointing, which was now come, but that Mrs. Krupp had resigned everything appertaining to her office, the salary excepted, until Peggotty should cease to present herself. Mrs. Krupp, after holding divers conversations respecting Peggotty in a very high-pitched voice on the staircase with some invisible familiar, it would appear, for corporeally speaking she was quite alone at those times, addressed a letter to me, developing her views, beginning it with that statement of universal application which fitted every occurrence of her life. Namely, that she was a mother herself. She went on to inform me that she had once seen very different days, but that at all periods of her existence she had had a constitutional objection to spies, intruders, and informers. She named no names, she said, let them the cap fitted wear it, but spies, intruders, and informers, especially in widders' weeds, this clause was underlined, she had ever accustomed herself to look down upon. If a gentleman was the victim of spies, intruders, and informers, but still naming no names, that was his own pleasure. He had a right to please himself, so let him do. All that she, Mrs. Krupp, stipulated for was that she should not be brought in contract with such persons. Therefore she begged to be excused from any further attendance on the top set until things were as they formerly was and as they could be wished to be, and further mentioned that her little book would be found upon the breakfast table every Saturday morning, when she requested an immediate settlement of the same, with a benevolent view of saving trouble and an inconvenience to all parties. After this, Mrs. Krupp confined herself to making pitfalls on the stairs, principally with pitchers, and endeavoring to delude Peggotty into breaking her legs. I found it rather harassing to live in this state of siege, but was too much afraid of Mrs. Krupp to see any way out of it. My dear Copperfield, cried Traddles, punctually appearing at my door. In spite of all these obstacles, how do you do? My dear Traddles, said I am delighted to see you at last, and very sorry I have not been at home before. But I have been so much engaged. Yes, I know, said Traddles, of course. Yours lives in London, I think. What did you say? She, excuse me, Miss D, you know, said Traddles, colouring in his great delicacy, lives in London, I believe? Oh yes. Near London. Mine, perhaps you recollect, said Traddles, with a serious look. Lives down in Devonshire, 1 of 10. Consequently, I am not so much engaged as you in that sense. I wonder you can bear, I returned, to see her so seldom. Ha! Said Traddles, thoughtfully. It does seem a wonder. I suppose it is, Copperfield, because there is no help for it? I suppose so, I replied with a smile, and not without a blush. And because you have so much constancy and patience, Traddles. Dear me, said Traddles, considering about it, do I strike you in that way, Copperfield? Really, I didn't know that I had. But she is such an extraordinarily dear girl herself that it's possible she may have imparted something of those virtues to me. Now you mention it, Copperfield, I shouldn't wonder at all. I assure you she is always forgetting herself and taking care of the other 9. Is she the eldest? I inquired. Oh dear, no, said Traddles. The eldest is a beauty. He saw, I suppose, that I could not help smiling at the simplicity of this reply, and added, with a smile upon his own ingenuous face. Not, of course, but that my Sophie, pretty name, Copperfield, I always think. Very pretty, said I. Not, of course, but that Sophie is beautiful too in my eyes and would be one of the dearest girls that ever was in anybody's eyes, I should think. But when I say the eldest is a beauty, I mean she really is. He seemed to be describing clouds about himself with both hands. Splendid, you know, said Traddles energetically. Indeed. Said I. Oh, I assure you, said Traddles, something very uncommon, indeed. Then, you know, being formed for society and admiration, and not being able to enjoy much of it in consequence of their limited means, she naturally gets a little irritable and exacting, sometimes. Sophie puts her in good humor. Is Sophie the youngest? I hazarded. Oh dear, no. Said Traddles, stroking his chin. The two youngest are only 9 and 10. Sophie educates them. The second daughter, perhaps? I hazarded. No, said Traddles. Sarah's the second. Sarah has something the matter with her spine, poor girl. The malady will wear out by and by, the doctors say, but in the meantime she has to lie down for a 12-month. Sophie nurses her. Sophie's the fourth. Is the mother living? I inquired. Oh yes, said Traddles, she is alive. She is a very superior woman. Indeed, but the damp country is not adapted to her constitution, and in fact, she has lost the use of her limbs. Dear me. Said I. Very sad, is it not? Returned Traddles. But in a merely domestic view, it is not so bad as it might be, because Sophie takes her place. She is quite as much a mother to her mother as she is to the other 9. I felt the greatest admiration for the virtues of this young lady, and honestly, with the view of doing my best to prevent the good nature of Traddles from being imposed upon to the detriment of their joint prospects in life, inquired how Mr. Micawber was. He is quite well, Copperfield, thank you, said Traddles. I am not living with him at present. No? No. You see, the truth is, said Traddles in a whisper, he had changed his name to Mortimer in consequence of his temporary embarrassments. And he don't come out till after dark, and then in spectacles. There was an execution put into our house for rent. Mrs. Micawber was in such a dreadful state that I really couldn't resist giving my name to that second bill we spoke of here. You may imagine how delightful it was to my feelings, Copperfield, to see the matter settled with it and Mrs. Micawber recover her spirits. Said I. Not that her happiness was of long duration, pursued Traddles, for, unfortunately, within a week another execution came in. It broke up the establishment. I have been living in a furnished apartment since then, and the Mortimers have been very private indeed. I hope you won't think it selfish, Copperfield, if I mention that the broker carried off my little round table with the marble top and Sophie's flower pot and stand? What a hard thing! I exclaimed indignantly. It was a pull, said Traddles, with his usual wince at that expression. I don't mention it reproachfully, however, but with a motive. The fact is, Copperfield, I was unable to repurchase them at the time of their seizure, in the first place, because the broker, having an idea that I wanted them, ran the price up to an extravagant extent, and in the second place, because I hadn't any money. Now, I have kept my eye since upon the broker's shop, said Traddles, with a great enjoyment of his mystery, which is up at the top of Tottenham Court Road, and, at last, today I find them put out for sale. I have only noticed them from over the way, because if the broker saw me, bless you, he'd ask any price for them. What has occurred to me, having now the money, is that perhaps you wouldn't object to ask that good nurse of yours to come with me to the shop. I can show it her from round the corner of the next street and make the best bargain for them, as if they were for herself, that she can. The delight with which Traddles propounded this plan to me, and the sense he had of its uncommon artfulness, are among the freshest things in my remembrance. I told him that my old nurse would be delighted to assist him, and that we would all 3 take the field together, but on one condition. That condition was that he should make a solemn resolution to grant no more loans of his name, or anything else, to Mr. Micawber. My dear Copperfield, said Traddles, I have already done so, because I begin to feel that I have not only been inconsiderate, but that I have been positively unjust to Sophie. My word being passed to myself, there is no longer any apprehension, but I pledge it to you, too, with the greatest readiness. That first unlucky obligation I have paid. I have No doubt Mr. Micawber would have paid it if he could, but he could not. One thing I ought to mention, which I like very much in Mr. Micawber. Copperfield. It refers to the second obligation, which is not yet due. He don't tell me that it is provided for, but he says it will be. Now, I think there is something very fair and honest about that. I was unwilling to damp my good friend's confidence and therefore assented. After a little further conversation, we went round to the chandler's shop to enlist Peggotty, Traddles declining to pass the evening with me, both because he endured the liveliest apprehensions that his property would be bought by somebody else before he could repurchase it, and because it was the evening he always devoted to writing to the dearest girl in the world. I never shall forget him peeping round the corner of the street in Tottenham Court Road while Peggotty was bargaining for the precious articles, or his agitation when she came slowly towards us after vainly offering a price and was hailed by the relenting broker and went back again. The end of the negotiation was that she bought the property on tolerably easy terms, and Traddles was transported with pleasure. "I am very much obliged to you, indeed," said Traddles on hearing it. Was to be sent to where he lived that night. "If I might ask one other favor, I hope you would not think it absurd, Copperfield?" I said beforehand, "Certainly not." "Then if you would be good enough," said Traddles to Peggotty, "to get the flower pot now, I think I should like, it being Sophy's, Copperfield, to carry it home myself." Peggotty was glad to get it for him, and he overwhelmed her with thanks and went his way up Tottenham Court Road, carrying the flower pot affectionately in his arms, with one of the most delighted expressions of countenance I ever saw. We then turned back towards my chambers, as the shops had charms for Peggotty which I never knew them possess in the same degree for anybody else. I sauntered easily along, amused by her staring in at the windows and waiting for her as often as she chose. We were thus a good while in getting to the Adelphi. On our way upstairs, I called her attention to the sudden disappearance of Mrs. Crupp's pitfalls and also to the prints of recent footsteps. We were both very much surprised, coming higher up, to find my outer door standing open, which I had shut, and to hear voices inside. We looked at one another without knowing what to make of this and went into the sitting room. What was my amazement to find, of all people upon earth, my aunt there and Mr. Dick. My aunt sitting on a quantity of luggage with her 2 birds before her and her cat on her knee, like a female Robinson Crusoe, drinking tea. Mr. Dick leaning thoughtfully on a great kite, such as we had often been out together to fly, with more luggage piled about him. "My dear aunt!" cried I. "Why, what an unexpected pleasure." We cordially embraced, and Mr. Dick and I cordially shook hands, and Mrs. Crupp, who was busy making tea and could not be too attentive, cordially said she had knowed well as Mr. Copperfield would have his heart in his mouth when he see his dear relations. "Holloa," said my aunt to Peggotty, who quailed before her awful presence. "How are you? You remember my aunt, Peggotty?" said I. "For the love of goodness, child," exclaimed my aunt, "don't call the woman by that South Sea Island name. If she married and got rid of it, which was the best thing she could do, why don't you give her the benefit of the change? What's your name now, P?" said my aunt, as a compromise for the obnoxious appellation. "Barkis, ma'am," said Peggotty, with a curtsy. "Well, that's human," said my aunt. "It sounds less as if you wanted a missionary. How do you do, Barkis? I hope you're well?" Encouraged by these gracious words and by my aunt's extending her hand, Barkis came forward and took the hand and curtsied her acknowledgements. "We are older than we were, I see," said my aunt. "We have only met each other once before, you know. A nice business we made of it then. Trot. My dear, another cup." I handed it dutifully to my aunt, who was in her usual inflexible state of figure, and ventured a remonstrance with her on the subject of her sitting on a box. "Let me draw the sofa here, or the easy chair, aunt," said I. "Why should you be so uncomfortable?" "Thank you, Trot," replied my aunt, "I prefer to sit upon my property." Here my aunt looked hard at Mrs. Crupp and observed, "We needn't trouble you to wait, ma'am." "Shall I put a little more tea in the pot afore I go, ma'am?" said Mrs. Crupp. "No, I thank you, ma'am," replied my aunt. "Would you let me fetch another pat of butter, ma'am?" said Mrs. Crupp. "Or would you be persuaded to try a new laid egg? Or should I brile a rasher?" Ain't there nothing I could do for your dear aunt, Mr. Copperfield? Nothing, ma'am, returned my aunt. I shall do very well, I thank you. Mrs. Crupp, who had been incessantly smiling to express sweet temper and incessantly holding her head on one side to express a general feebleness of constitution and incessantly rubbing her hands, to express a desire to be of service to all deserving objects, gradually smiled herself, one-sided herself, and rubbed herself out of the room. Dick, said my aunt, you know what I told you about time servers and wealth worshippers? Mr. Dick, with rather a scared look, as if he had forgotten it, returned a hasty answer in the affirmative. Mrs. Crupp is one of them, said my aunt. Barkis, I'll trouble you to look after the tea and let me have another cup, for I don't fancy that woman's pouring out. I knew my aunt sufficiently well to know that she had something of importance on her mind and that there was far more matter in this arrival than a stranger might have supposed. I noticed how her eye lighted on me when she thought my attention otherwise occupied, and what a curious process of hesitation appeared to be going on within her while she preserved her outward stiffness and composure. I began to reflect whether I had done anything to offend her, and my conscience whispered me that I had not yet told her about Dora. Could it by any means be that, I wondered? As I knew she would only speak in her own good time, I sat down near her and spoke to the birds and played with the cat and was as easy as I could be. But I was very far from being really easy, and I should still have been so, even if Mr. Dick, leaning over the great kite behind my aunt, had not taken every secret opportunity of shaking his head darkly at me and pointing at her. Trot, said my aunt at last, when she had finished her tea and carefully smoothed down her dress and wiped her lips, you needn't go. Barkis. Trot, have you got to be firm and self-reliant? I hope so, aunt. What do you think? Inquired Miss Betsey. I think so, aunt. Then why, my love, said my aunt, looking earnestly at me, why do you think I prefer to sit upon this property of mine tonight? I shook my head, unable to guess. Because, said my aunt, it's all I have. Because I'm ruined, my dear. If the house and every one of us had tumbled out into the river together, I could hardly have received a greater shock. Dick knows it, said my aunt, laying her hand calmly on my shoulder. I am ruined, my dear Trot. All I have in the world is in this room, except the cottage, and that I have left Janet to let. Barkis, I want to get a bed for this gentleman tonight. To save expense, perhaps you can make up something here for myself. Anything will do. It's only for tonight. We'll talk about this more tomorrow. I was roused from my amazement and concern for her, I am sure, for her by her falling on my neck for a moment and crying that she only grieved for me. In another moment she suppressed this emotion and said, with an aspect more triumphant than dejected, we must meet reverses boldly and not suffer them to frighten us, my dear. We must learn to act the play out. We must live misfortune down. Trot. Chapter 35. Depression. As soon as I could recover my presence of mind, which quite deserted me in the first overpowering shock of my aunt's intelligence, I proposed to Mr. Dick to come round to the chandler's shop and take possession of the bed which Mr. Peggotty had lately vacated. The chandler's shop being in Hungerford Market, and Hungerford Market being a very different place. In those days, there was a low wooden colonnade before the door, not very unlike that before the house where the little man and woman used to live in the old weather glass, which pleased Mr. Dick mightily. The glory of lodging over this structure would have compensated him, I dare say, for many inconveniences, but, as there were really few to bear, beyond the compound of flavors I have already mentioned, and perhaps the want of a little more elbow room, he was perfectly charmed with his accommodation. Mrs. Crupp had indignantly assured him that there wasn't room to swing a cat there, but, as Mr. Dick justly observed to me, sitting down on the foot of the bed, nursing his leg, you know, Trotwood, I don't want to swing a cat. I never do swing a cat. Therefore, what does that signify to me? I tried to ascertain whether Mr. Dick had any understanding of the causes of this sudden and great change in my aunt's affairs. As I might have expected, he had none at all. The only account he could give of it was that my aunt had said to him the day before yesterday, "Now, Dick, are you really and truly the philosopher I take you for?" That then He had said, yes, he hoped so. That then my aunt had said, Dick, I am ruined. That then he had said, oh, indeed. That then my aunt had praised him highly, which he was glad of. And that then they had come to me and had bottled porter and sandwiches on the road. Mr. Dick was so very complacent, sitting on the foot of the bed, nursing his leg and telling me this, with his eyes wide open and a surprised smile, that I am sorry to say I was provoked into explaining to him that ruin meant distress, want, and starvation, but I was soon bitterly reproved for this harshness by seeing his face turn pale and tears course down his lengthened cheeks while he fixed upon me a look of such unutterable woe that it might have softened a far harder heart than mine. I took infinitely greater pains to cheer him up again than I had taken to depress him, and I soon understood, as I ought to have known at first, that he had been so confident merely because of his faith in the wisest and most wonderful of women and his unbounded reliance on my intellectual resources. The latter, I believe, he considered a match for any kind of disaster not absolutely mortal. "What can we do, Trotwood?" said Mr. Dick. "There's the memorial." "To be sure there is," said I. "But all we can do just now, Mr. Dick, is to keep a cheerful countenance and not let my aunt see that we are thinking about it." He assented to this in the most earnest manner and implored me, if I should see him wandering an inch out of the right course, to recall him by some of those superior methods which were always at my command. But I regret to state that the fright I had given him proved too much for his best attempts at concealment. All the evening his eyes wandered to my aunt's face with an expression of the most dismal apprehension, as if he saw her growing thin on the spot. He was conscious of this and put a constraint upon his head, but his keeping that immovable and sitting rolling his eyes like a piece of machinery did not mend the matter at all. I saw him look at the loaf at supper, which happened to be a small one, as if nothing else stood between us and famine, and when my aunt insisted on his making his customary repast, I detected him in the act of pocketing fragments of his bread and cheese, I have no doubt for the purpose of reviving us with those savings when we should have reached an advanced stage of attenuation. My aunt, on the other hand, was in a compassed frame of mind, which was a lesson to all of us, to me, I am sure. She was extremely gracious to Peggotty, except when I inadvertently called her by that name, and, strange as I knew she felt in London, appeared quite at home. She was to have my bed, and I was to lie in the sitting room to keep guard over her. She made a great point of being so near the river in case of a conflagration, and I suppose really did find some satisfaction in that circumstance. "Trot, my dear," said my aunt when she saw me making preparations for compounding her usual night draught. "No. Nothing, and not wine, my dear. Ale. But there is wine here, aunt. And you always have it made of wine." "Keep that, in case of sickness," said my aunt. "We mustn't use it carelessly, Trot. Ale for me. Half a pint." I thought Mr. Dick would have fallen, insensible. My aunt being resolute, I went out and got the ale myself. As it was growing late, Peggotty and Mr. Dick took that opportunity of repairing to the chandler's shop together. I parted from him, poor fellow, at the corner of the street, with his great kite at his back, a very monument of human misery. My aunt was walking up and down the room when I returned, crimping the borders of her nightcap with her fingers. I warmed the ale and made the toast on the usual infallible principles. When it was ready for her, she was ready for it, with her nightcap on and the skirt of her gown turned back on her knees. "My dear," said my aunt, after taking a spoonful of it, "it's a great deal better than wine. Not half so bilious." I suppose I looked doubtful, for she added, "Tut, tut, child. If nothing worse than ale happens to us, we are well off." "I should think so myself, aunt, I am sure," said I. "Well, then, why don't you think so?" said my aunt. "Because you and I are very different people," I returned. "Stuff and nonsense, Trot," replied my aunt. My aunt went on with a quiet enjoyment in which there was very little affectation, if any, drinking the warm ale with a teaspoon and soaking her strips of toast in it. "Trot," said she, "I don't care for strange faces in general, but I rather like that Barkis of yours, do you know? It's better than £100 to hear you say so," said I. It's a most extraordinary world, observed my aunt, rubbing her nose. How that woman ever got into it with that name is unaccountable to me. It would be much more easy to be born a Jackson or something of that sort, one would think. Perhaps she thinks so, too, it's not her fault, said I. I suppose not, returned my aunt, rather grudging the admission, but it's very aggravating. However, she's Barkis now. That's some comfort. Barkis is uncommonly fond of you, Trot. There is nothing she would leave undone to prove it, said I. Nothing, I believe, returned my aunt. Here, the poor fool has been begging and praying about handing over some of her money because she has got too much of it. A simpleton. My aunt's tears of pleasure were positively trickling down into the warm ale. She's the most ridiculous creature that ever was born, said my aunt. I knew, from the first moment when I saw her with that poor dear blessed baby of a mother of yours, that she was the most ridiculous of mortals. But there are good points in Barkis. Affecting to laugh, she got an opportunity of putting her hand to her eyes. Having availed herself of it, she resumed her toast and her discourse together. Ah! Mercy upon us! Sighed my aunt. I know all about it, Trot. Barkis and myself had quite a gossip while you were out with Dick. I know all about it. I don't know where these wretched girls expect to go to, for my part. I wonder they don't knock out their brains against mantelpieces, said my aunt, an idea which was probably suggested to her by her contemplation of mine. Poor Emily, said I. Oh, don't talk to me about poor, returned my aunt. She should have thought of that before she caused so much misery. Give me a kiss, Trot. I am sorry for your early experience. As I bent forward, she put her tumbler on my knee to detain me and said, oh, Trot, Trot. And so you fancy yourself in love? Do you? Fancy, aunt? I exclaimed, as red as I could be. I adore her with my whole soul. Dora, indeed, returned my aunt. And you mean to say the little thing is very fascinating, I suppose? My dear aunt, I replied, no one can form the least idea what she is. Ah. And not silly? Said my aunt. Silly, aunt? I seriously believe it had never once entered my head for a single moment to consider whether she was or not. I resented the idea, of course, but I was in a manner struck by it as a new one altogether. Not light-headed? Said my aunt. Light-headed, aunt? I could only repeat this daring speculation with the same kind of feeling with which I had repeated the preceding question. Well, well, said my aunt. I only ask. I don't appreciate her. Poor little couple. And so you think you were formed for one another and are to go through a party supper table kind of life, like two pretty pieces of confectionery, do you, Trot? She asked me this so kindly and with such a gentle air, half playful and half sorrowful, that I was quite touched. We are young and inexperienced, and I know, I replied, and I dare say we say and think a good deal that is rather foolish. But we love one another truly, I am sure. If I thought Dora could ever love anybody else, or cease to love me, or that I could ever love anybody else, or cease to love her, I don't know what I should do, go out of my mind, I think. Ah, Trot, said my aunt, shaking her head and smiling gravely, blind. Someone that I know, Trot, my aunt pursued, after a pause, though of a very pliant disposition, has an earnestness of affection in him that reminds me of poor baby. Earnestness is what that somebody must look for to sustain him and improve him, Trot. Deep, downright, faithful earnestness. If you only knew the earnestness of Dora, aunt. I cried. Oh, Trot, she said again, blind. And without knowing why. I felt a vague unhappy loss or want of something overshadow me like a cloud. However, said my aunt, I don't want to put two young creatures out of conceit with themselves or to make them unhappy, so, though it is a girl and boy attachment, and girl and boy attachments very often mind. I don't say always. Come to nothing, still we'll be serious about it. And hope for a prosperous issue one of these days. There's time enough for it to come to anything. This was not upon the whole very comforting to a rapturous lover, but I was glad to have my aunt in my confidence, and I was mindful of her being fatigued. So I thanked her ardently for this mark of her affection and for all her other kindnesses towards me, and after a tender good night, she took her nightcap into my bedroom. How miserable I was when I lay down. How I thought and thought about my being poor in Mr. Spenlow's eyes, about my not being what I thought I was when I proposed to Dora, about the chivalrous necessity of telling Dora what my worldly condition was and releasing her from her engagement if she thought fit, about how I should contrive to live during the long term of my articles when I was earning nothing, about doing something to assist my aunt and seeing no way of doing anything, about coming down to have no money in my pocket and to wear a shabby coat and to be able to carry Dora no little presents and to ride no gallant greys and to show myself in no agreeable light. Sordid and selfish as I knew it was, and as I tortured myself by knowing that it was, to let my mind run on my own distress so much, I was so devoted to Dora that I could not help it. I knew that it was base in me not to think more of my aunt and less of myself, but, so far, selfishness was inseparable from Dora, and I could not put Dora on one side for any mortal creature. How exceedingly miserable I was that night. As to sleep, I had dreams of poverty in all sorts of shapes, but I seemed to dream without the previous ceremony of going to sleep. Now I was ragged, wanting to sell Dora matches, 6 bundles for a halfpenny. Now I was at the office in a nightgown and boots, remonstrated with by Mr. Spenlow on appearing before the clients in that airy attire. Now I was hungrily picking up the crumbs that fell from old Tiffy's daily biscuit, regularly eaten when St. Paul's struck one. Now I was hopelessly endeavoring to get a license to marry Dora, having nothing but one of Uriah Heep's gloves to offer in exchange, which the whole Commons rejected, and still, more or less conscious of my own room, I was always tossing about like a distressed ship in a sea of bedclothes. My aunt was restless, too, for I frequently heard her walking to and fro 2 or 3 times in the course of the night, attired in a long flannel wrapper in which she looked 7 feet high. She appeared, like a disturbed ghost, in my room and came to the side of the sofa on which I lay. On the first occasion I started up in alarm to learn that she inferred from a particular light in the sky that Westminster Abbey was on fire and to be consulted in reference to the probability of its igniting Buckingham Street in case the wind changed. Lying still, after that, I found that she sat down near me, whispering to herself, "Poor boy." And then it made me 20 times more wretched to know how unselfishly mindful she was of me and how selfishly mindful I was of myself. It was difficult to believe that a night so long to me could be short to anybody else. This consideration set me thinking and thinking of an imaginary party where people were dancing the hours away until that became a dream too, and I heard the music incessantly playing one tune and saw Dora incessantly dancing one dance without taking the least notice of me. The man who had been playing the harp all night was trying in vain to cover it with an ordinary-sized nightcap when I awoke, or I should rather say, when I left off trying to go to sleep and saw the sun shining in through the window at last. There was an old Roman bath in those days at the bottom of one of the streets out of the Strand, it may be there still, in which I have had many a cold plunge. Dressing myself as quietly as I could and leaving Peggotty to look after my aunt, I tumbled head foremost into it and then went for a walk to Hampstead. I had a hope that this brisk treatment might freshen my wits a little, and I think it did them good. For I soon came to the conclusion that the first step I ought to take was to try if my articles could be cancelled and the premium recovered. I got some breakfast on the Heath and walked back to Doctors' Commons along the watered roads and through a pleasant smell of summer flowers growing in gardens, and carried into town on hucksters' heads, intent on this first effort to meet our altered circumstances. I arrived at the office so soon, after all, that I had half an hour's loitering about the Commons before old Tiffy, who was always first, appeared with his key. Then I sat down in my shady corner, looking up at the sunlight on the opposite chimney pots and thinking about Dora. Until Mr. Spenlow came in, crisp and curly. "How are you, Copperfield?" said he. "Fine morning." "Beautiful morning, sir," said I. "Could I say a word to you before you go into court?" "By all means," said he. "Come into my room." I followed him into his room and he began putting on his gown and touching himself up before a little glass he had hanging inside a closet door. "I am sorry to say," said I, "that I have some rather disheartening intelligence from my aunt." "No," said he. "Dear me. Not paralysis, I hope? It has no reference to her health, sir, I replied. She has met with some large losses. In fact, she has very little left, indeed. You has towned me, Copperfield, cried Mr. Spenlow. I shook my head. Indeed, sir, said I, her affairs are so changed that I wish to ask you whether it would be possible at a sacrifice on our part of some portion of the premium. Of course I put in this, on the spur of the moment, warned by the blank expression of his face to cancel my articles? What it cost me to make this proposal, nobody knows. It was like asking, as a favor, to be sentenced to transportation from Dora. To cancel your articles, Copperfield? Cancel? I explained with tolerable firmness that I really did not know where my means of subsistence were to come from unless I could earn them for myself. I had no fear for the future, I said, and I laid great emphasis on that, as if to imply that I should still be decidedly eligible for a son-in-law one of these days, but, for the present, I was thrown upon my own resources. I am extremely sorry to hear this, Copperfield said. Mr. Spenlow. Extremely sorry. It is not usual to cancel articles for any such reason. It is not a professional course of proceeding. It is not a convenient precedent at all. Far from it. At the same time. You are very good, sir, I murmured, anticipating a concession. Not at all. Don't mention it, said Mr. Spenlow. At the same time, I was going to say, if it had been my lot to have my hands unfettered, if I had not a partner, Mr. Jorkins. My hopes were dashed in a moment, but I made another effort. Do you think, sir, said I, if I were to mention it to Mr. Jorkins? Mr. Spenlow shook his head discouragingly. Heaven forbid, Copperfield. He replied, that I should do any man an injustice, still less Mr. Jorkins. But I know my partner, Copperfield. Mr. Jorkins is not a man to respond to a proposition of this peculiar nature. Mr. Jorkins is very difficult to move from the beaten track. You know what he is? I am sure I knew nothing about him, except that he had originally been alone in the business and now lived by himself in a house near Montague Square, which was fearfully in want of painting, that he came very late of a day and went away very early, that he never appeared to be consulted about anything, and that he had a dingy little black hole of his own upstairs where no business was ever done and where there was a yellow old cartridge paper pad upon his desk, unsoiled by ink and reported to be 20 years of age. Would you object to my mentioning it to him, sir? I asked. By no means, said Mr. Spenlow. But I have some experience of Mr. Jorkins, Copperfield. I wish it were otherwise, for I should be happy to meet your views in any respect. I cannot have the objection to your mentioning it to Mr. Jorkins, Copperfield, if you think it worthwhile. Availing myself of this permission, which was given with a warm shake of the hand, I sat thinking about Dora and looking at the sunlight stealing from the chimney pots down the wall of the opposite house until Mr. Jorkins came. I then went up to Mr. Jorkins' room and evidently astonished Mr. Jorkins very much by making my appearance there. Come in, Mr. Copperfield, said Mr. Jorkins. Come in. I went in and sat down and stated my case to Mr. Jorkins pretty much as I had stated it to Mr. Spenlow. Mr. Jorkins was not by any means the awful creature one might have expected, but a large, mild, smooth-faced man of 60 who took so much snuff that there was a tradition in the Commons that he lived principally on that stimulant, having little room in his system for any other article of diet. You have mentioned this to Mr. Spenlow, I suppose? Said Mr. Jorkins. When he had heard me, very restlessly, to an end. I answered yes and told him that Mr. Spenlow had introduced his name. He said I should object? Asked Mr. Jorkins. I was obliged to admit that Mr. Spenlow had considered it probable. I am sorry to say, Mr. Copperfield, I can't advance your object, said Mr. Jorkins, nervously. The fact is, but I have an appointment at the bank, if you'll have the goodness to excuse me. With that he rose in a great hurry and was going out of the room when I made bold to say that I feared, then, there was no way of arranging the matter? No, said Mr. Jorkins, stopping at the door to shake his head. Oh, no. I object, you know, which he said very rapidly and went out. You must be aware, Mr. Copperfield, he added, looking restlessly in at the door. Again, if Mr. Spenlow objects. Personally, he does not object, sir, said I. Oh. Personally? repeated Mr. Jorkins in an impatient manner. I assure you there's an objection, Mr. Copperfield. Hopeless. What you wish to be done can't be done. I really have got an appointment at the bank. With that he fairly ran away, and to the best of my knowledge, it was 3 days before he showed himself in the Commons again. Being very anxious to leave no stone unturned, I waited until Mr. Spenlow came in and then described what had passed, giving him to understand that I was not hopeless of his being able to soften the adamantine Jorkins if he would undertake the task. Copperfield, returned Mr. Spenlow with a gracious smile, you have not known my partner, Mr. Jorkins, as long as I have. Nothing is farther from my thoughts than to attribute any degree of artifice to Mr. Jorkins. But Mr. Jorkins has a way of stating his objections which often deceives people. No, Copperfield, shaking his head. Mr. Jorkins is not to be moved, believe me. I was completely bewildered between Mr. Spenlow and Mr. Jorkins as to which of them really was the objecting partner, but I saw with sufficient clearness that there was obduracy somewhere in the firm and that the recovery of my aunt's £1,000 was out of the question. In a state of despondency, which I remember with anything but satisfaction, for I know it still had too much reference to myself, though always in connection with Dora, I left the office and went homeward. I was trying to familiarize my mind with the worst and to present to myself the arrangements we should have to make for the future in their sternest aspect when a hackney chariot coming after me and stopping at my very feet occasioned me to look up. A fair hand was stretched forth to me from the window, and the face I had never seen without a feeling of serenity and happiness from the moment when it first turned back on the old oak staircase with the great broad balustrade, and when I associated its softened beauty with the stained glass window in the church, was smiling on me. Agnes! I joyfully exclaimed. Oh, my dear Agnes, of all people in the world, what a pleasure to see you. Is it, indeed? She said in her cordial voice. I want to talk to you so much, said I. It's such a lightening of my heart only to look at you. If I had had a conjurer's cap, there is no one I should have wished for but you. What? Returned Agnes. Well, perhaps Dora first, I admitted, with a blush. Certainly, Dora first, I hope, said Agnes, laughing. But you next, said I. Where are you going? She was going to my rooms to see my aunt. The day being very fine, she was glad to come out of the chariot, which smelt, I had my head in it. All this time, like a stable put under a cucumber frame. I dismissed a coachman, and she took my arm, and we walked on together. She was like hope embodied to me. How different I felt in one short minute, having Agnes at my side. My aunt had written her one of the odd abrupt notes very little longer than a banknote to which her epistolary efforts were usually limited. She had stated therein that she had fallen into adversity and was leaving Dover for good, but had quite made up her mind to it and was so well that nobody need be uncomfortable about her. Agnes had come to London to see my aunt, between whom and herself there had been a mutual liking these many years. Indeed, it dated from the time of my taking up my residence in Mr. Wickfield's house. She was not alone, she said. Her papa was with her and Uriah Heep. And now they are partners, said I. Confound him. Yes, said Agnes. They have some business here, and I took advantage of their coming to come too. You must not think my visit all friendly and disinterested, Trotwood, for I am afraid I may be cruelly prejudiced. I do not like to let Papa go away alone with him. Does he exercise the same influence over Mr. Wickfield still, Agnes? Agnes shook her head. There is such a change at home, said she, that you would scarcely know the dear old house. They live with us now. They? Said I. Mr. Heep and his mother. He sleeps in your old room, said Agnes, looking up into my face. I wish I had the ordering of his dreams, said I. He wouldn't sleep there long. I keep my own little room, said Agnes, where I used to learn my lessons. How the time goes. You remember? The little paneled room that opens from the drawing room? Remember, Agnes? When I saw you, for the first time, coming out at the door, with your quaint little basket of keys hanging at your side? It is just the same, said Agnes, smiling. I am glad you think of it so pleasantly. We were very happy. We were, indeed, said I. I keep that room to myself still, but I cannot always desert Mrs. Heep. You know. And so said Agnes, quietly, I feel obliged to bear her company when I might prefer to be alone. But I have no other reason to complain of her. If she tires me, sometimes, by her praises of her son. It is only natural in a mother. He is a very good son to her. I looked at Agnes when she said these words, without detecting in her any consciousness of Uriah's design. Her mild but earnest eyes met mine with their own beautiful frankness, and there was no change in her gentle face. The chief evil of their presence in the house, said Agnes, is that I cannot be as near Papa as I could wish, Uriah Heep being so much between us, and cannot watch over him, if that is not too bold a thing to say, as closely as I would. But if any fraud or treachery is practicing against him, I hope that simple love and truth will be strong in the end. I hope that real love and truth are stronger in the end than any evil or misfortune in the world. A certain bright smile, which I never saw on any other face, died away. Even while I thought how good it was and how familiar it had once been to me, and she asked me, with a quick change of expression, we were drawing very near my street, if I knew how the reverse in my aunt's circumstances had been brought about. On my replying no, she had not told me yet, Agnes became thoughtful, and I fancied I felt her arm tremble in mine. We found my aunt alone, in a state of some excitement. A difference of opinion had arisen between herself and Mrs. Krupp on an abstract question, the propriety of chambers being inhabited by the gentler sex. And my aunt, utterly indifferent to spasms on the part of Mrs. Krupp, had cut the dispute short by informing that lady that she smelt of my brandy and that she would trouble her to walk out. Both of these expressions Mrs. Krupp considered actionable and had expressed her intention of bringing before a British duty, meaning, it was supposed, the bulwark of our national liberties. My aunt, however, having had time to cool while Peggotty was out showing Mr. Dick the soldiers at the Horse Guards, and being, besides, greatly pleased to see Agnes, rather plumed herself on the affair than otherwise, and received us with unimpaired good humor. When Agnes laid her bonnet on the table and sat down beside her, I could not but think, looking on her mild eyes and her radiant forehead, how natural it seemed to have her there, how trustfully, although she was so young and inexperienced, my aunt confided in her, how strong she was, indeed, in simple love and truth. We began to talk about my aunt's losses, and I told them what I had tried to do that morning. Which was injudicious, Trot, said my aunt, but well meant. You are a generous boy, I suppose I must say, young man, now, and I am proud of you, my dear. So far, so good. Now, Trot and Agnes, let us look the case of Betsey Trotwood in the face and see how it stands. I observed Agnes turn pale as she looked very attentively at my aunt. My aunt, patting her cat, looked very attentively at Agnes. Betsey Trotwood, said my aunt, who had always kept her money matters to herself. I don't mean your sister, Trot, my dear, but myself had a certain property. It don't matter how much, enough to live on. More. For she had saved a little and added to it. Betsey funded her property for some time, and then, by the advice of her man of business, laid it out on landed security. That did very well and returned very good interest till Betsey was paid off. I am talking of Betsey as if she was a man of war. Well, then, Betsey had to look about her for a new investment. She thought she was wiser now than her man of business, who was not such a good man of business by this time as he used to be. I am alluding to your father, Agnes, and she took it into her head to lay it out for herself. So she took her pigs, said my aunt, to a foreign market, and a very bad market it turned out to be. First, she lost in the mining way, and then she lost in the diving way, fishing up treasure, or some such Tom Tiddler nonsense, explained my aunt, rubbing her nose, and then she lost in the mining way again, and, last of all, to set the thing entirely to rights, she lost in the banking way. I don't know what the bank shares were worth for a little while, said my aunt, cent per cent was the lowest of it, I believe, but the bank was at the other end of the world and tumbled into space, for what I know. Anyhow, it fell to pieces and never will and never can pay sixpence. And Betsey's sixpences were all there, and there's an end of them. Least said, soonest mended. My aunt concluded this philosophical summary by fixing her eyes with a Kind of triumph on Agnes, whose color was gradually returning. "Dear Miss Trotwood, is that all the history?" said Agnes. "I hope it's enough, child," said my aunt. "If there had been more money to lose, it wouldn't have been all, I dare say. Betsy would have contrived to throw that after the rest and make another chapter, I have little doubt. But there was no more money, and there's no more story." Agnes had listened at first with suspended breath. Her color still came and went, but she breathed more freely. I thought I knew why. I thought she had had some fear that her unhappy father might be in some way to blame for what had happened. My aunt took her hand in hers and laughed. "Is that all?" repeated my aunt. "Why, yes, that's all, except, and she lived happy ever afterwards. Perhaps I may add that of Betsy yet, one of these days. Now, Agnes, you have a wise head. So have you, Trot, in some things, though I can't compliment you always as, and here my aunt shook her own at me with an energy peculiar to herself. What's to be done? Here's the cottage, taking one time with another, will produce, say, £70 a year. I think we may safely put it down at that. Well, that's all we've got, said my aunt, with whom it was an idiosyncrasy, as it is with some horses, to stop very short when she appeared to be in a fair way of going on for a long while. Then said my aunt, after a rest, there's Dick. He's good for £100 a year, but of course that must be expended on himself. I would sooner send him away, though I know I am the only person who appreciates him, than have him and not spend his money on himself. How can Trot and I do best upon our means? What do you say, Agnes?" "I say," Aunt, I interposed, "that I must do something." "Go for a soldier, do you mean?" returned my aunt, alarmed, "or go to see? I won't hear of it. You are to be a proctor. We're not going to have any knockings on the head in this family, if you please, sir." I was about to explain that I was not desirous of introducing that mode of provision into the family when Agnes inquired if my rooms were held for any long term. "You come to the point, my dear," said my aunt. "They are not to be got rid of for 6 months at least, unless they could be underlet, and that I don't believe. The last man died here. 5 people out of 6 would die, of course, of that woman in Nankin with the flannel petticoat. I have a little ready money, and I agree with you, the best thing we can do is to live the term out here and get a bedroom hard by." I thought it my duty to hint at the discomfort my aunt would sustain from living in a continual state of guerrilla warfare with Mrs. Krupp. But she disposed of that objection summarily by declaring that, on the first demonstration of hostilities, she was prepared to astonish Mrs. Krupp for the whole remainder of her natural life. "I have been thinking," Trotwood said Agnes, diffidently, "that if you had time—" "I have a good deal of time, Agnes. I am always disengaged after 4 or 5 o'clock, and I have time early in the morning. In one way and another," said I, conscious of reddening a little as I thought of the hours and hours I had devoted to fagging about town and to and fro upon the Norwood Road. "I have abundance of time." "I know you would not mind," said Agnes, coming to me and speaking in a low voice, so full of sweet and hopeful consideration that I hear it now, "the duties of a secretary." "Mind, my dear Agnes? Because," continued Agnes, "Dr. Strong has acted on his intention of retiring and has come to live in London, and he asked Papa, I know, if he could recommend him one. Don't you think he would rather have his favorite old pupil near him than anybody else?" "Dear Agnes," said I, "what should I do without you? You are always my good angel. I told you so. I never think of you in any other light." Agnes answered with her pleasant laugh that one good angel, meaning Dora, was enough, and went on to remind me that the doctor had been used to occupy himself in his study early in the morning and in the evening, and that probably my leisure would suit his requirements very well. I was scarcely more delighted with the prospect of earning my own bread than with the hope of earning it under my old master. In short, acting on the advice of Agnes, I sat down and wrote a letter to the doctor, stating my object and appointing to call on him next day at 10 in the forenoon. This I addressed to Highgate, for in that place, so memorable to me, he lived, and went and posted myself, without losing a minute, wherever Agnes was, some agreeable token of her noiseless presence seemed inseparable from the place. When I came back, I found my aunt's birds hanging just as they had hung so long in the parlor window of the cottage, and my easy chair imitating my aunt's much easier chair in its position at the open window, and even the round green fan, which my aunt had brought away with her, screwed onto the windowsill. I knew who had done all this by its seeming to have quietly done itself, and I should have known in a moment who had arranged my neglected books in the old order of my school days, even if I had supposed Agnes to be miles away, instead of seeing her busy with them and smiling at the disorder into which they had fallen. My aunt was quite gracious on the subject of the Thames. It really did look very well with the sun upon it, though not like the sea before the cottage, but she could not relent towards the London smoke, which, she said, peppered everything. A complete revolution, in which Peggotty bore a prominent part, was being effected in every corner of my rooms. In regard of this pepper, and I was looking on, thinking how little even Peggotty seemed to do with a good deal of bustle, and how much Agnes did without any bustle at all, when a knock came at the door. "I think," said Agnes, turning pale, "it's Papa. He promised me that he would come." I opened the door and admitted not only Mr. Wickfield, but Uriah Heep. I had not seen Mr. Wickfield for some time. I was prepared for a great change in him after what I had heard from Agnes, but his appearance shocked me. It was not that he looked many years older, though still dressed with the old scrupulous cleanliness, or that there was an unwholesome ruddiness upon his face, or that his eyes were full and bloodshot, or that there was a nervous trembling in his hand, the cause of which I knew and had for some years seen at work. It was not that he had lost his good looks or his old bearing of a gentleman, for that he had not, but the thing that struck me most was that with the evidences of his native superiority still upon him, he should submit himself to that crawling impersonation of meanness, Uriah Heep. The reversal of the two natures in their relative positions, Uriah's of power and Mr. Wickfield's of dependence, was a sight more painful to me than I can express. If I had seen an ape taking command of a man, I should hardly have thought it a more degrading spectacle. He appeared to be only too conscious of it himself. When he came in, he stood still and with his head bowed, as if he felt it. This was only for a moment, for Agnes softly said to him, "Papa. Here is Miss Trotwood, Aunt Trotwood, whom you have not seen for a long while." And then he approached and constrainedly gave my aunt his hand and shook hands more cordially with me. In the moment's pause I speak of, I saw Uriah's countenance form itself into a most ill-favored smile. Agnes saw it too, I think, for she shrank from him. What my aunt saw or did not see, I defy the science of physiognomy to have made out without her own consent. I believe there never was anybody with such an imperturbable countenance when she chose. Her face might have been a dead wall on the occasion in question, for any light it threw upon her thoughts, until she broke silence with her usual abruptness. "Well, Wickfield," said my aunt, and he looked up at her for the first time. "I have been telling your daughter how well I have been disposing of my money for myself, because I couldn't trust it to you, as you were growing rusty in business matters. We have been taking counsel together and getting on very well, all things considered. Agnes is worth the whole firm, in my opinion." "If I may only make the remark," said Uriah Heep, with a writhed eye, "fully agree with Miss Betsey Trotwood, and should be only too happy if Miss Agnes was a partner." "You're a partner yourself, you know," returned my aunt, "and that's about enough for you, I expect. How do you find yourself, sir?" In acknowledgement of this question, addressed to him with extraordinary curtness, Mr. Heep, uncomfortably clutching the blue bag he carried, replied that he was pretty well, he thanked my aunt and hoped she was the same. "And you, master, I should say, Mr. Copperfield," pursued Uriah. "I hope I see you well. I am rejoiced to see you, Mr. Copperfield, even under present circumstances." I believed that, for he seemed to relish them very much. "Present circumstances is not what your friends would wish for you, Mr. Copperfield, but it isn't money makes the man. It's I am really unequal with my humble powers to express what it is," said Uriah, with a fawning jerk, "but it isn't money." Here he shook hands with me. Not in the common way, but standing at a good distance from me and lifting my hand up and down like a pump handle that he was a little afraid of. "And how do you think we are looking, Master Copperfield, I should Say mister, frowned Uriah. Don't you find Mr. Wickfield blooming, sir? Years don't tell much in our firm, Master Copperfield, except in raising up the humble, namely, mother and self and in developing, he added, as an afterthought, the beautiful, namely Miss Agnes. He jerked himself about after this compliment in such an intolerable manner that my aunt, who had sat looking straight at him, lost all patience. Deuce take the man, said my aunt sternly, what's he about? Don't be galvanic, sir. I ask your pardon, Miss Trotwood, returned Uriah, I'm aware you're nervous. Go along with you, sir, said my aunt, anything but appeased. Don't presume to say so. I am nothing of the sort. If you're an eel, sir, conduct yourself like one. If you're a man, control your limbs, sir. Good God, said my aunt with great indignation, I am not going to be serpentined and corkscrewed out of my senses. Mr. Heep was rather abashed, as most people might have been, by this explosion, which derived great additional force from the indignant manner in which my aunt afterwards moved in her chair and shook her head as if she were making snaps or bounces at him. But he said to me, aside in a meek voice, I am well aware, Master Copperfield, that Miss Trotwood, though an excellent lady, has a quick temper. Indeed, I think I had the pleasure of knowing her when I was a humble clerk before you did, Master Copperfield, and it's only natural, I am sure, that it should be made quicker by present circumstances. The wonder is that it isn't much worse. I only called to say that if there was anything we could do in present circumstances, mother herself or Wickfield and Heep, we should be really glad. I may go so far? Said Uriah with a sickly smile at his partner. Uriah Heep, said Mr. Wickfield in a monotonous forced way, is active in the business, Trotwood. What he says, I quite concur in. You know, I had an old interest in you. Apart from that, what Uriah says I quite concur in. Oh, what a reward it is, said Uriah, drawing up one leg at the risk of bringing down upon himself another visitation from my aunt, to be so trusted in. But I hope I am able to do something to relieve him from the fatigues of business, Master Copperfield. Uriah Heep is a great relief to me, said Mr. Wickfield in the same dull voice. It's a load off my mind, Trotwood, to have such a partner. The Red Fox made him say all this, I knew, to exhibit him to me in the light he had indicated on the night when he poisoned my rest. I saw the same ill-favored smile upon his face again and saw how he watched me. You are not going, Papa? Said Agnes anxiously. Will you not walk back with Trotwood and me? He would have looked to Uriah, I believe, before replying, if that worthy had not anticipated him. I am bespoke myself, said Uriah, on business, otherwise I should have been happy to have kept with my friends. But I leave my partner to represent the firm. Miss Agnes, ever yours. I wish you good day, Master Copperfield, and leave my humble respects for Miss Betsey Trotwood. With those words, he retired, kissing his great hand and leering at us like a mask. We sat there, talking about our pleasant old Canterbury days, an hour or two. Mr. Wickfield, left to Agnes, soon became more like his former self, though there was a settled depression upon him, which he never shook off. For all that, he brightened and had an evident pleasure in hearing us recall the little incidents of our old life, many of which he remembered very well. He said it was like those times, to be alone with Agnes and me again, and he wished to heaven they had never changed. I am sure there was an influence in the placid face of Agnes and in the very touch of her hand upon his arm that did wonders for him. My aunt, who was busy nearly all this while with Peggotty in the inner room, would not accompany us to the place where they were staying, but insisted on my going, and I went. We dined together. After dinner, Agnes sat beside him, as of old, and poured out his wine. He took what she gave him, and no more like a child, and we all three sat together at a window as the evening gathered in. When it was almost dark, he lay down on a sofa, Agnes pillowing his head and bending over him a little while. And when she came back to the window, it was not so dark, but I could see tears glittering in her eyes. I pray heaven that I never may forget the dear girl in her love and truth at that time of my life, for if I should, I must be drawing near the end, and then I would desire to remember her best. She filled my heart with such good resolutions, strengthened my weakness so, by her Example, so directed I know not how, she was too modest and gentle to advise me in many words the wandering ardor and unsettled purpose within me, that all the little good I have done, and all the harm I have forborne, I solemnly believe I may refer to her. And how she spoke to me of Dora, sitting at the window in the dark. Listened to my praises of her, praised again, and round the little fairy figure shed some glimpses of her own pure light that made it yet more precious and more innocent to me. Oh, Agnes, sister of my boyhood. If I had known then what I knew long afterwards. There was a beggar in the street when I went down, and as I turned my head towards the window, thinking of her calm seraphic eyes, he made me start by muttering, as if he were an echo of the morning. Blind. 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 Chapter 36. Enthusiasm. I began the next day with another dive into the Roman bath and then started for Highgate. I was not dispirited now. I was not afraid of the shabby coat and had no yearnings after gallant grace. My whole manner of thinking of our late misfortune was changed. What I had to do was to show my aunt that her past goodness to me had not been thrown away on an insensible, ungrateful object. What I had to do was to turn the painful discipline of my younger days to account by going to work with a resolute and steady heart. What I had to do was to take my woodman's axe in my hand and clear my own way through the forest of difficulty by cutting down the trees until I came to Dora. And I went on at a mighty rate, as if it could be done by walking. When I found myself on the familiar Highgate road, pursuing such a different errand from that old one of pleasure with which it was associated, it seemed as if a complete change had come on my whole life. But that did not discourage me. With the new life came new purpose, new intention. Great was the labor, priceless the reward. Dora was the reward, and Dora must be won. I got into such a transport that I felt quite sorry my coat was not a little shabby already. I wanted to be cutting at those trees in the forest of difficulty under circumstances that should prove my strength. I had a good mind to ask an old man in wire spectacles who was breaking stones upon the road to lend me his hammer for a little while and let me begin to beat a path to Dora out of granite. I stimulated myself into such a heat and got so out of breath that I felt as if I had been earning I don't know how much. In this state, I went into a cottage that I saw was to let and examined it narrowly, for I felt it necessary to be practical. It would do for me and Dora admirably. With a little front garden for Jip to run about in and bark at the tradespeople through the railings and a capital room upstairs for my aunt. I came out again, hotter and faster than ever, and dashed up to Highgate at such a rate that I was there an hour too early and, though I had not been, should have been obliged to stroll about to cool myself before I was at all presentable. My first care, after putting myself under this necessary course of preparation, was to find the doctor's house. It was not in that part of Highgate where Mrs. Steerforth lived, but quite on the opposite side of the little town. When I had made this discovery, I went back in an attraction I could not resist to a lane by Mrs. Steerforth's and looked over the corner of the garden wall. His room was shut up close. The conservatory doors were standing open and Rosa Dartle was walking bareheaded, with a quick impetuous step, up and down a gravel walk on one side of the lawn. She gave me the idea of some fierce thing that was dragging the length of its chain to and fro upon a beaten track and wearing its heart out. I came softly away from my place of observation and, avoiding that part of the neighborhood and wishing I had not gone near it, strolled about until it was 10 o'clock. The church with the slender spire that stands on the top of the hill now was not there then to tell me the time. An old red brick mansion, used as a school, was in its place, and a fine old house it must have been to go to school at, as I recollect it. When I approached the doctor's cottage, a pretty old place, on which he seemed to have expended some money, if I might judge from the embellishments and repairs that had the look of being just completed, I saw him walking in the garden at the side, gaiters and all, as if he had never left off walking since the days of my pupillage. He had his old companions about him, too, for there were plenty of high trees in the neighborhood and 2 or 3 rooks were on the grass, looking after him, as if they had been written to about him by the Canterbury rooks and were observing him closely in consequence. Knowing the utter hopelessness of attracting his attention from that distance, I made bold to open the gate and walk after him so as to meet him when he should turn round. When he did and came towards me, he looked at me thoughtfully for a few moments, evidently without thinking about me at all, and then his benevolent face expressed extraordinary pleasure, and he took me by both hands. "Why, my dear Copperfield," said the doctor, "you are a man. How do you do? I am delighted to see you. My dear Copperfield, how very much you have improved. You are quite yes, dear me." I hope he was well, and Mrs. Strong too. "Oh dear, yes," said the doctor, "Annie's quite well, and she'll be delighted to see you. You were always her favorite. She said so last night when I showed her your letter. And yes, to be sure you recollect Mr. Jack Maldon, Copperfield?" "Perfectly, sir." "Of course," said the doctor. "To be sure. He's pretty well, too. Has he come home, sir?" I inquired. "From India?" said the doctor. "Yes. Mr. Jack Maldon couldn't bear the climate, my dear. Mrs. Markleham, you have not forgotten Mrs. Markleham?" "Forgotten the old soldier. And in that short time." "Mrs. Markleham," said the doctor, "was quite vexed about him, poor thing, so we have got him at home again, and we have bought him a little Patton place, which agrees with him much better." I knew enough of Mr. Jack Maldon to suspect from this account that it was a place where there was not much to do and which was pretty well paid. The doctor, walking up and down with his hand on my shoulder and his kind face turned encouragingly to mine, went on. "Now, my dear Copperfield, in reference to this proposal of yours. It's very gratifying and agreeable to me, I am sure, but don't you think you could do better? You achieved distinction, you know, when you were with us. You are qualified for many good things. You have laid a foundation that any edifice may be raised upon, and is it not a pity that you should devote the springtime of your life to such a poor pursuit as I can offer?" I became very glowing again and, expressing myself in a rhapsodical style, I am afraid, urged my request strongly, reminding the doctor that I had already a profession. "Well, well," said the doctor, "that's true. Certainly, you're having a profession, and being actually engaged in studying it makes a difference. But, my good young friend, what's £70 a year? It doubles our income, Dr. Strong," said I. "Dear me," replied the doctor. "To think of that. Not that I mean to say it's rigidly limited to £70 a year, because I have always contemplated making any young friend I might thus employ a present to." "Undoubtedly," said the doctor, still walking me up and down with his hand on my shoulder. "I have always taken an annual present into account." "My dear tutor," said I, "now, really, without any nonsense, to whom I owe more obligations already than I ever can acknowledge." "No, no," interposed the doctor. "Pardon me. If you will take such time as I have, and that is my mornings and evenings, and can think it worth £70 a year, you will do me such a service as I cannot express." "Dear me," said the doctor, innocently. "To think that so little should go for so much. Dear, dear. And when you can do better, you will. On your word, now?" said the doctor, which he had always made a very grave appeal to the honor of us boys. "On my word, sir," I returned, answering in our old school manner. "Then be it so," said the doctor, clapping me on the shoulder and still keeping his hand there as we still walked up and down. "And I shall be 20 times happier, sir," said I, with a little I hope innocent flattery, "if my employment is to be on the dictionary." The doctor stopped, smilingly clapped me on the shoulder again, and exclaimed, with a triumph most delightful to behold, as if I had penetrated to the profoundest depths of mortal sagacity, "My dear young friend, you have hit it. It is the dictionary. How could it be anything else?" His pockets were as full of it as his head. It was sticking out of him in all directions. He told me that since his retirement from scholastic life, he had been advancing with it wonderfully, and that nothing could suit him better than the proposed arrangements for morning and evening work, as it was his custom to walk about in the daytime with his considering cap on. His papers were in a little confusion in consequence of Mr. Jack Maldon having lately proffered his occasional services as an amanuensis and not being accustomed to that occupation, but we should soon put right what was amiss and go on swimmingly. Afterwards, when we were fairly at our Work, I found Mr. Jack Maldon's efforts more troublesome to me than I had expected, as he had not confined himself to making numerous mistakes, but had sketched so many soldiers' and ladies' heads over the doctor's manuscript that I often became involved in labyrinths of obscurity. The doctor was quite happy in the prospect of our going to work together on that wonderful performance, and we settled to begin next morning at 7 o'clock. We were to work 2 hours every morning and 2 or 3 hours every night, except on Saturdays, when I was to rest. On Sundays, of course, I was to rest also, and I considered these very easy terms. Our plans being thus arranged to our mutual satisfaction, the doctor took me into the house to present me to Mrs. Strong, whom we found in the doctor's new study, dusting his books of freedom which he never permitted anybody else to take with those sacred favorites. They had postponed their breakfast on my account, and we sat down to table together. We had not been seated long when I saw an approaching arrival in Mrs. Strong's face before I heard any sound of it. A gentleman on horseback came to the gate and, leading his horse into the little court with the bridle over his arm, as if he were quite at home, tied him to a ring in the empty coach house wall and came into the breakfast parlor, whip in hand. It was Mr. Jack Maldon, and Mr. Jack Maldon was not at all improved by India, I thought. I was in a state of ferocious virtue, however, as to young men who were not cutting down trees in the forest of difficulty, and my impression must be received with due allowance. "Mr. Jack," said the doctor. "Copperfield." Mr. Jack Maldon shook hands with me, but not very warmly, I believed, and with an air of languid patronage, at which I secretly took great umbrage. But his languor altogether was quite a wonderful sight, except when he addressed himself to his cousin Annie. "Have you breakfasted this morning, Mr. Jack?" said the doctor. "I hardly ever take breakfast, sir," he replied, with his head thrown back in an easy chair. "I find it bores me." "Is there any news today?" inquired the doctor. "Nothing at all, sir," replied Mr. Maldon. "There's an account about the people being hungry and discontented down in the north, but they are always being hungry and discontented somewhere." The doctor looked grave and said, as though he wished to change the subject, "Then there's no news at all, and no news, they say, is good news." "There's a long statement in the papers, sir, about a murder," observed Mr. Maldon. "But somebody is always being murdered, and I didn't read it." A display of indifference to all the actions and passions of mankind was not supposed to be such a distinguished quality at that time, I think, as I have observed it to be considered since. I have known it very fashionable indeed. I have seen it displayed with such success that I have encountered some fine ladies and gentlemen who might as well have been born caterpillars. Perhaps it impressed me the more then, because it was new to me, but it certainly did not tend to exalt my opinion of or to strengthen my confidence in Mr. Jack Maldon. "I came out to inquire whether Annie would like to go to the opera tonight," said Mr. Maldon, turning to her. "It's the last good night there will be this season, and there's a singer there whom she really ought to hear. She is perfectly exquisite. Besides which, she is so charmingly ugly," relapsing into languor. The doctor, ever pleased with what was likely to please his young wife, turned to her and said, "You must go, Annie. You must go." "I would rather not," she said to the doctor. "I prefer to remain at home. I would much rather remain at home." Without looking at her cousin, she then addressed me and asked me about Agnes and whether she should see her and whether she was not likely to come that day, and was so much disturbed that I wondered how even the doctor, buttering his toast, could be blind to what was so obvious. But he saw nothing. He told her, good-naturedly, that she was young and ought to be amused and entertained and must not allow herself to be made dull by a dull old fellow. Moreover, he said, he wanted to hear her sing all the new singers' songs to him, and how could she do that well unless she went? So the doctor persisted in making the engagement for her, and Mr. Jack Maldon was to come back to dinner. This concluded, he went to his patent place, I suppose, but at all events went away on his horse, looking very idle. I was curious to find out next morning whether she had been. She had not, but had sent into London to put her cousin off and had gone out in the afternoon to see Agnes and had prevailed upon the doctor to go with her, and they had walked home by the fields, the doctor told me, The evening being delightful. I wondered then whether she would have gone if Agnes had not been in town, and whether Agnes had some good influence over her too. She did not look very happy, I thought, but it was a good face, or a very false one. I often glanced at it, for she sat in the window all the time we were at work and made our breakfast, which we took by snatches as we were employed. When I left at 9 o'clock, she was kneeling on the ground at the doctor's feet, putting on his shoes and gaiters for him. There was a softened shade upon her face, thrown from some green leaves overhanging the open window of the low room, and I thought all the way to Doctor's Commons of the night when I had seen it looking at him as he read. I was pretty busy now, up at 5 in the morning and home at 9 or 10 at night. But I had infinite satisfaction in being so closely engaged and never walked slowly on any account and felt enthusiastically that the more I tired myself, the more I was doing to deserve Dora. I had not revealed myself and my altered character to Dora yet because she was coming to see Miss Mills in a few days, and I deferred all I had to tell her until then, merely informing her in my letters. All our communications were secretly forwarded through Miss Mills that I had much to tell her. In the meantime, I put myself on a short allowance of bear's grease, wholly abandoned scented soap, and lavender water, and sold off 3 waistcoats at a prodigious sacrifice, as being too luxurious for my stern career. Not satisfied with all these proceedings, but burning with impatience to do something more, I went to see Traddles, now lodging up behind the parapet of a house in Castle Street, Holborn. Mr. Dick, who had been with me to Highgate twice already and had resumed his companionship with the doctor, I took Mr. Dick with me because, acutely sensitive to my aunt's reverses and sincerely believing that no galley slave or convict worked as I did, he had begun to fret and worry himself out of spirits and appetite as having nothing useful to do. In this condition, he felt more incapable of finishing the memorial than ever, and the harder he worked at it, the oftener that unlucky head of King Charles I got into it, seriously apprehending that his malady would increase unless we put some innocent deception upon him and caused him to believe that he was useful, or unless we could put him in the way of being really useful, which would be better. I made up my mind to try if Traddles could help us. Before we went, I wrote Traddles a full statement of all that had happened, and Traddles wrote me back a capital answer, expressive of his sympathy and friendship. We found him hard at work with his inkstand and papers, refreshed by the sight of the flower pot stand and the little round table in a corner of the small apartment. He received us cordially and made friends with Mr. Dick in a moment. Mr. Dick professed an absolute certainty of having seen him before, and we both said, very likely. The first subject on which I had to consult Traddles was this: I had heard that many men distinguished in various pursuits had begun life by reporting the debates in Parliament. Traddles having mentioned newspapers to me as one of his hopes, I had put the two things together and told Traddles in my letter that I wished to know how I could qualify myself for this pursuit. Traddles now informed me, as the result of his inquiries, that the mere mechanical acquisition necessary, except in rare cases, for thorough excellence in it, that is to say, a perfect and entire command of the mystery of shorthand writing and reading, was about equal in difficulty to the mastery of 6 languages, and that it might perhaps be attained by dint of perseverance in the course of a few years. Traddles reasonably supposed that this would settle the business, but I, only feeling that here indeed were a few tall trees to be hewn down, immediately resolved to work my way onto Dora through this thicket, axe in hand. "I am very much obliged to you, my dear Traddles," said I. "I'll begin tomorrow." Traddles looked astonished, as he well might, but he had no notion as yet of my rapturous condition. "I'll buy a book," said I, "with a good scheme of this art in it. I'll work at it at the Commons, where I haven't half enough to do. I'll take down the speeches in our court for practice, Traddles, my dear fellow. I'll master it." "Dear me," said Traddles, opening his eyes, "I had no idea you were such a determined character, Copperfield." I don't know how he should have had, for it was new enough to me. I passed that off and brought Mr. Dick on the carpet. "You see," said Mr. Dick, wistfully, "if I could exert myself, Mr. Traddles, if I could beat a drum or blow anything." Poor fellow. I have little doubt he would have preferred such an employment in his heart to all others. Traddles, who would not have smiled for the world, replied composedly. But you are a very good penman, sir. You told me so, Copperfield? Excellent. Said I. And indeed he was. He wrote with extraordinary neatness. Don't you think, said Traddles, you could copy writings, sir, if I got them for you? Mr. Dick looked doubtfully at me. Hey, Trotwood? I shook my head. Mr. Dick shook his and sighed. Tell him about the memorial, said Mr. Dick. I explained to Traddles that there was a difficulty in keeping King Charles I out of Mr. Dick's manuscripts, Mr. Dick and the meanwhile looking very deferentially and seriously at Traddles and sucking his thumb. But these writings, you know, that I speak of, are already drawn up and finished, said Traddles after a little consideration. Mr. Dick has nothing to do with them. Wouldn't that make a difference, Copperfield? At all events, wouldn't it be well to try? This gave us new hope. Traddles and I laying our heads together apart. While Mr. Dick anxiously watched us from his chair, we concocted a scheme in virtue of which we got him to work next day, with triumphant success. On a table by the window in Buckingham Street, we set out the work. Traddles procured for him, which was to make, I forget how many copies of a legal document about some right-of-way, and on another table we spread the last unfinished original of the great memorial. Our instructions to Mr. Dick were that he should copy exactly what he had before him, without the least departure from the original, and that when he felt it necessary to make the slightest allusion to King Charles I, he should fly to the memorial. We exhorted him to be resolute in this and left my aunt to observe him. My aunt reported to us afterwards that, at first, he was like a man playing the kettle drums and constantly divided his attentions between the two, but that, finding this confuse and fatigue him, and having his copy there, plainly before his eyes, he soon sat at it in an orderly businesslike manner and postponed the memorial to a more convenient time. In a word, although we took great care that he should have no more to do than was good for him, and although he did not begin with the beginning of a week, he earned by the following Saturday night 10 shillings and 9 pence, and never, while I live, shall I forget his going about to all the shops in the neighborhood to change this treasure into sixpences, or his bringing them to my aunt arranged in the form of a heart upon a waiter, with tears of joy and pride in his eyes. He was like one under the propitious influence of a charm from the moment of his being usefully employed. And if there were a happy man in the world, that Saturday night, it was the grateful creature who thought my aunt the most wonderful woman in existence and me the most wonderful young man. No starving now, Trotwood, said Mr. Dick, shaking hands with me in a corner. I'll provide for her, sir, and he flourished his 10 fingers in the air as if they were 10 banks. I hardly know which was the better pleased, Traddles or I. But really, said Traddles, suddenly, taking a letter out of his pocket and giving it to me, put Mr. Micawber quite out of my head. The letter, Mr. Micawber never missed any possible opportunity of writing a letter, was addressed to me by the kindness of T. Traddles, Esquire, of the Inner Temple. It ran thus. My dear Copperfield, you may possibly not be unprepared to receive the intimation that something has turned up. I may have mentioned to you on a former occasion that I was in expectation of such an event. I am about to establish myself in one of the provincial towns of our favored island, where the society may be described as a happy admixture of the agricultural and the clerical, in immediate connection with one of the learned professions. Mrs. Micawber and our offspring will accompany me. Our ashes, at a future period, will probably be found commingled in the cemetery attached to a venerable pile, for which the spot to which I refer has acquired a reputation, shall I say, from China to Peru? In bidding adieu to the modern Babylon, where we have undergone many vicissitudes, I trust not ignobly, Mrs. Micawber and myself cannot disguise from our minds that we part, it may be for years and it may be forever, with an individual linked by strong associations to the altar of our domestic life. If, on the eve of such a departure, you will accompany our mutual friend, Mr. Thomas Traddles, to our present abode and there reciprocate the wishes natural to the occasion, you will confer a boon on one who is ever yours, Wilkins Micawber. I was glad to find that Mr. Micawber had got rid of his dust and ashes and that something really had turned up at last. Learning from travels that the invitation referred to the evening then wearing away, I expressed my readiness to do honor to it, and we went off together to the lodging which Mr. Micawber occupied as Mr. Mortimer, and which was situated near the top of the Gray's Inn Road. The resources of this lodging were so limited that we found the twins, now some 8 or 9 years old, reposing in a turn-up bedstead in the family sitting room, where Mr. Micawber had prepared, in a wash-hand stand jug, what he called a brew of the agreeable beverage for which he was famous. I had the pleasure, on this occasion, of renewing the acquaintance of Master Micawber, whom I found a promising boy of about 12 or 13, very subject to that restlessness of limb which is not an unfrequent phenomenon in youths of his age. I also became once more known to his sister, Miss Micawber, in whom, as Mr. Micawber told us, her mother renewed her youth, like the phoenix. "My dear Copperfield," said Mr. Micawber, "yourself and Mr. Travels find us on the brink of migration and will excuse any little discomforts incidental to that position." Glancing round as I made a suitable reply, I observed that the family effects were already packed and that the amount of luggage was by no means overwhelming. I congratulated Mrs. Micawber on the approaching change. "My dear Mr. Copperfield," said Mrs. Micawber, "of your friendly interest in all our affairs, I am well assured. My family may consider it banishment, if they please, but I am a wife and mother, and I never will desert Mr. Micawber." Traddles, appealed to by Mrs. Micawber's eye, feelingly acquiesced. "That," said Mrs. Micawber, "that, at least, is my view, my dear Mr. Copperfield and Mr. Traddles, of the obligation which I took upon myself when I repeated the irrevocable words, I, Emma, take thee, Wilkins. I read the service over with a flat candle on the previous night, and the conclusion I derived from it was that I never could desert Mr. Micawber." "And," said Mrs. Micawber, "though it is possible I may be mistaken in my view of the ceremony, I never will." "My dear," said Mr. Micawber, a little impatiently, "I am not conscious that you are expected to do anything of the sort. I am aware, my dear Mr. Copperfield," pursued Mrs. Micawber, "that I am now about to cast my lot among strangers, and I am also aware that the various members of my family, to whom Mr. Micawber has written in the most gentlemanly terms, announcing that fact, have not taken the least notice of Mr. Micawber's communication. Indeed, I may be superstitious," said Mrs. Micawber, "but it appears to me that Mr. Micawber is destined never to receive any answers whatever to the great majority of the communications he writes. I may augur, from the silence of my family, that they object to the resolution I have taken, but I should not allow myself to be swerved from the path of duty, Mr. Copperfield, even by my papa and mama, were they still living." I expressed my opinion that this was going in the right direction. "It may be a sacrifice," said Mrs. Micawber, "to immure oneself in a cathedral town, but surely, Mr. Copperfield, if it is a sacrifice in me, it is much more a sacrifice in a man of Mr. Micawber's abilities." "Oh? You are going to a cathedral town?" said I. Mr. Micawber, who had been helping us all out of the wash-hand stand jug, replied. "To Canterbury. In fact, my dear Copperfield, I have entered into arrangements by virtue of which I stand pledged and contracted to our friend Heep to assist and serve him in the capacity of and to be his confidential clerk." I stared at Mr. Micawber, who greatly enjoyed my surprise. "I am bound to state to you," he said, with an official air, "that the business habits and the prudent suggestions of Mrs. Micawber have, in a great measure, conduced to this result." The gauntlet, to which Mrs. Micawber referred upon a former occasion, being thrown down in the form of an advertisement, was taken up by my friend Heep and led to a mutual recognition of my friend Heep, said Mr. Micawber, who is a man of remarkable shrewdness. "I desire to speak with all possible respect. My friend Heep has not fixed a positive remuneration at too high a figure, but he has made a great deal in the way of extrication from the pressure of pecuniary difficulties contingent on the value of my services, and on the value of those services I pin my faith. Such address and intelligence as I chance to possess," said Mr. Micawber, boastfully disparaging himself, "with the old genteel air, will be devoted to my friend Heep's service. I have already some acquaintance with the law as a defendant on civil process, and I shall immediately apply myself to the commentaries of one of the most eminent and Remarkable of our English jurists. I believe it is unnecessary to add that I allude to Mr. Justice Blackstone. These observations, and indeed the greater part of the observations made that evening, were interrupted by Mrs. Micawber's discovering that Master Micawber was sitting on his boots or holding his head on with both arms as if he felt it loose or accidentally kicking Traddles under the table or shuffling his feet over one another or producing them at distances from himself apparently outrageous to nature or lying sideways with his hair among the wineglasses or developing his restlessness of limb in some other form incompatible with the general interests of society and by Master Micawber's receiving those discoveries in a resentful spirit. I sat all the while, amazed by Mr. Micawber's disclosure and wondering what it meant until Mrs. Micawber resumed the thread of the discourse and claimed my attention. What I particularly request Mr. Micawber to be careful of is, said Mrs. Micawber, that he does not, my dear Mr. Copperfield, in applying himself to this subordinate branch of the law, place it out of his power to rise, ultimately, to the top of the tree. I am convinced that Mr. Micawber, giving his mind to a profession so adapted to his fertile resources and his flow of language, must distinguish himself. Now, for example, Mr. Traddles, said Mrs. Micawber, assuming a profound air, a judge, or even say a chancellor, does an individual place himself beyond the pale of those preferments by entering on such an office as Mr. Micawber has accepted? My dear, observed Mr. Micawber, but glancing inquisitively at Traddles, too, we have time enough before us for the consideration of those questions. Micawber, she returned, no. Your mistake in life is that you do not look forward far enough. You are bound, in justice to your family, if not to yourself, to take in at a comprehensive glance the extremest point in the horizon to which your abilities may lead you. Mr. Micawber coughed and drank his punch with an air of exceeding satisfaction, still glancing at Traddles as if he desired to have his opinion. Why, the plain state of the case, Mrs. Micawber, said Traddles, mildly breaking the truth to her. I mean the real prosaic fact, you know. Just so, said Mrs. Micawber, my dear Mr. Traddles, I wish to be as prosaic and literal as possible on a subject of so much importance. Is, said Traddles, that this branch of the law, even if Mr. Micawber were a regular solicitor. Exactly so, returned Mrs. Micawber. Wilkins, you are squinting and will not be able to get your eyes back. Has nothing, pursued Traddles, to do with that. Only a barrister is eligible for such preferments, and Mr. Micawber could not be a barrister without being entered at an inn of court as a student for 5 years. Do I follow you? Said Mrs. Micawber with her most affable air of business. Do I understand, my dear Mr. Traddles, that, at the expiration of that period, Mr. Micawber would be eligible as a judge or chancellor? He would be eligible, returned Traddles, with a strong emphasis on that word. Thank you, said Mrs. Micawber. That is quite sufficient. If such is the case, and Mr. Micawber forfeits no privilege by entering on these duties, my anxiety is set at rest. I speak, said Mrs. Micawber, as a female, necessarily, but I have always been of opinion that Mr. Micawber possesses what I have heard my papa call, when I lived at home, the judicial mind, and I hope Mr. Micawber is now entering on a field where that mind will develop itself and take a commanding station. I quite believe that Mr. Micawber saw himself in his judicial minds. On the woolsack. He passed his hand complacently over his bald head and said with ostentatious resignation, my dear, we will not anticipate the decrees of fortune. If I am reserved to wear a wig, I am at least prepared, externally in allusion to his baldness, for that distinction. I do not, said Mr. Micawber, regret my hair, and I may have been deprived of it for a specific purpose. I cannot say. It is my intention, my dear Copperfield, to educate my son for the church. I will not deny that I should be happy on his account to attain to eminence. For the church? Said I, still pondering, between whiles, on Uriah Heep. Yes, said Mr. Micawber. He has a remarkable head voice and will commence as a chorister. Our residence at Canterbury and our local connection will, no doubt, enable him to take advantage of any vacancy that may arise in the cathedral corps. On looking at Master Micawber again, I saw that he had a certain expression of face, as if his voice were behind his eyebrows, where it presently appeared to be on his singing us as an alternative between that and bed, the woodpecker tapping. After many compliments on this performance, we fell into some general conversation, and as I was too full of my desperate intentions to keep my altered circumstances to myself, I made them known to Mr. and Mrs. Micawber. I cannot express how extremely delighted they both were by the idea of my aunt's being in difficulties and how comfortable and friendly it made them. When we were nearly come to the last round of the punch, I addressed myself to Traddles and reminded him that we must not separate without wishing our friends health, happiness, and success in their new career. I begged Mr. Micawber to fill us bumpers and proposed the toast in due form, shaking hands with him across the table and kissing Mrs. Micawber to commemorate that eventful occasion. Traddles imitated me in the first particular but did not consider himself a sufficiently old friend to venture on the second. "My dear Copperfield," said Mr. Micawber, rising with one of his thumbs in each of his waistcoat pockets, "the companion of my youth. If I may be allowed the expression, and my esteemed friend Traddles, if I may be permitted to call him so, will allow me, on the part of Mrs. Micawber, myself, and our offspring, to thank them in the warmest and most uncompromising terms for their good wishes. It may be expected that, on the eve of a migration which will consign us to a perfectly new existence," Mr. Micawber spoke as if they were going 500,000 miles, "I should offer a few valedictory remarks to two such friends as I see before me. But all that I have to say in this way, I have said. Whatever station in society I may attain through the medium of the learned profession of which I am about to become an unworthy member, I shall endeavor not to disgrace, and Mrs. Micawber will be safe to adorn under the temporary pressure of pecuniary liabilities contracted with a view to their immediate liquidation, but remaining unliquidated through a combination of circumstances. I have been under the necessity of assuming a garb from which my natural instincts recoil. I allude to spectacles and possessing myself of a cognomen, to which I can establish no legitimate pretensions. All I have to say on that score is that the cloud has passed from the dreary scene and the god of day is once more high upon the mountaintops. On Monday next, on the arrival of the 4 o'clock afternoon coach at Canterbury, my foot will be on my native heath. My name, Micawber." Mr. Micawber resumed his seat on the close of these remarks and drank 2 glasses of punch in grave succession. He then said with much solemnity, "One thing more I have to do before this separation is complete, and that is to perform an act of justice. My friend Mr. Thomas Traddles has, on 2 several occasions, put his name, if I may use a common expression, to bills of exchange for my accommodation. On the first occasion Mr. Thomas Traddles was left, let me say, in short, in the lurch. The fulfillment of the second has not yet arrived. The amount of the first obligation," here Mr. Micawber carefully referred to papers, "was, I believe, 23,491 of the second. According to my entry of that transaction, 18,6,2. These sums, united, make a total, if my calculation is correct, amounting to 41,10,11.5. My friend Copperfield will perhaps do me the favor to check that total?" I did so and found it correct. "To leave this metropolis," said Mr. Micawber, "and my friend Mr. Thomas Traddles, without acquitting myself of the pecuniary part of this obligation, would weigh upon my mind to an insupportable extent. I have, therefore, prepared for my friend Mr. Thomas Traddles, and I now hold in my hand a document which accomplishes the desired object. I beg to hand to my friend Mr. Thomas Traddles my IOU for 41,10,11.5, and I am happy to recover my moral dignity and to know that I can once more walk erect before my fellow man." With this introduction, which greatly affected him, Mr. Micawber placed his IOU in the hands of Traddles and said he wished him well in every relation of life. I am persuaded not only that this was quite the same to Mr. Micawber as paying the money, but that Traddles himself hardly knew the difference until he had had time to think about it. Mr. Micawber walked so erect before his fellow man on the strength of this virtuous action that his chest looked half as broad again when he lighted us downstairs. We parted with great heartiness on both sides. And when I had seen Traddles to his own door and was going home alone, I thought, among the other odd and contradictory things I mused upon, that, slippery as Mr. Micawber was, I was probably indebted to some compassionate recollection he retained of me as his boy lodger, for, never having been asked by him for money, I certainly should not have had the moral courage to refuse it, and I have no doubt he knew that, to his credit be it written, quite as well as I did. Chapter 37. A little cold water. My new life had lasted for more than a week, and I was stronger than ever in those tremendous practical resolutions that I felt the crisis required. I continued to walk extremely fast and to have a general idea that I was getting on. I made it a rule to take as much out of myself as I possibly could in my way of doing everything to which I applied my energies. I made a perfect victim of myself. I even entertained some idea of putting myself on a vegetable diet, vaguely conceiving that, in becoming a graminivorous animal, I should sacrifice to Dora. As yet, little Dora was quite unconscious of my desperate firmness. Otherwise than as my letters darkly shadowed it forth. But another Saturday came, and on that Saturday evening she was to be at Miss Mills, and when Mr. Mills had gone to his whist club, telegraphed to me in the street by a birdcage in the drawing-room middle window, I was to go there to tea. By this time, we were quite settled down in Buckingham Street, where Mr. Dick continued his copying in a state of absolute felicity. My aunt had obtained a signal victory over Mrs. Krupp by paying her off, throwing the first picture she planted on the stairs out of window and protecting in person, up and down the staircase, a supernumerary whom she engaged from the outer world. These vigorous measures struck such terror to the breast of Mrs. Krupp that she subsided into her own kitchen, under the impression that my aunt was mad. My aunt being supremely indifferent to Mrs. Krupp's opinion and everybody else's, and rather favoring than discouraging the idea, Mrs. Krupp, of late the bold, became within a few days so faint-hearted that rather than encounter my aunt upon the staircase, she would endeavor to hide her portly form behind doors, leaving visible, however, a wide margin of flannel petticoat, or would shrink into dark corners. This gave my aunt such unspeakable satisfaction that I believe she took a delight in prowling up and down with her bonnet insanely perched on the top of her head at times when Mrs. Krupp was likely to be in the way. My aunt, being uncommonly neat and ingenious, made so many little improvements in our domestic arrangements that I seemed to be richer instead of poorer. Among the rest, she converted the pantry into a dressing room for me and purchased and embellished a bedstead for my occupation, which looked as like a bookcase in the daytime as a bedstead could. I was the object of her constant solicitude, and my poor mother herself could not have loved me better or studied more how to make me happy. Peggotty had considered herself highly privileged in being allowed to participate in these labors, and, although she still retained something of her old sentiment of awe in reference to my aunt, had received so many marks of encouragement and confidence that they were the best friends possible. But the time had now come, I am speaking of the Saturday when I was to take tea at Miss Mills, when it was necessary for her to return home and enter on the discharge of the duties she had undertaken in behalf of Ham. So goodbye, Barkis, said my aunt, and take care of yourself. I am sure I never thought I could be sorry to lose you. I took Peggotty to the coach office and saw her off. She cried at parting and confided her brother to my friendship as Ham had done. We had heard nothing of him since he went away that sunny afternoon. And now, my own dear Davy, said Peggotty, if, while you're a prentice, you should want any money to spend, or if, when you're out of your time, my dear, you should want any to set you up, and you must do one or other, or both, my darling, who has such a good right to ask leave to lend it you, as my sweet girl's own old stupid me. I was not so savagely independent as to say anything in reply, but that if ever I borrowed money of anyone, I would borrow it of her. Next to accepting a large sum on the spot, I believe this gave Peggotty more comfort than anything I could have done. And, my dear, whispered Peggotty, tell the pretty little angel that I should so have liked to see her, only for a minute. And tell her that before she marries my boy, I'll come and make your house so beautiful for you, if you let me. I declared that nobody else should touch it, and this gave Peggotty such delight that she went away in good spirits. I fatigued myself as much as I possibly could in the Commons all day by A variety of devices, and at the appointed time in the evening repaired. To Mr. Mills Street. Mr. Mills, who was a terrible fellow to fall asleep after dinner, had not yet gone out, and there was no birdcage in the middle window. He kept me waiting so long that I fervently hoped the club would fine him for being late. At last he came out, and then I saw my own Dora hang up the birdcage and peep into the balcony to look for me and run in again when she saw I was there, while Jip remained behind to bark injuriously at an immense butcher's dog in the street who could have taken him like a pill. Dora came to the drawing room door to meet me, and Jip came scrambling out, tumbling over his own growls, under the impression that I was a bandit, and we all three went in, as happy and loving as could be. I soon carried desolation into the bosom of our joys, not that I meant to do it, but that I was so full of the subject by asking Dora, without the smallest preparation, if she could love a beggar. My pretty, little, startled Dora. Her only association with the word was a yellow face and a nightcap, or a pair of crutches, or a wooden leg, or a dog with a decanter stand in his mouth, or something of that kind, and she stared at me with the most delightful wonder. "How can you ask me anything so foolish?" pouted Dora. "Love a beggar." "Dora, my own dearest," said I am a beggar." "How can you be such a silly thing?" replied Dora, slapping my hand, "as to sit there, telling such stories? I'll make Jip bite you." Her childish way was the most delicious way in the world to me, but it was necessary to be explicit, and I solemnly repeated, "Dora, my own life, I am your ruined David. I declare I'll make Jip bite you," said Dora, shaking her curls, "if you are so ridiculous." But I looked so serious that Dora left off shaking her curls and laid her trembling little hand upon my shoulder and first looked scared and anxious, then began to cry. That was dreadful. I fell upon my knees before the sofa, caressing her and imploring her not to rend my heart. But, for some time, poor little Dora did nothing but exclaim, "Oh dear. Oh dear." And oh, she was so frightened. And where was Julia Mills? And oh, take her to Julia Mills and go away, please. Until I was almost beside myself. At last, after an agony of supplication and protestation, I got Dora to look at me with a horrified expression of face, which I gradually soothed until it was only loving, and her soft pretty cheek was lying against mine. Then I told her, with my arms clasped round her, how I loved her so dearly, how I felt it right to offer to release her from her engagement, because now I was poor, how I never could bear it or recover it if I lost her, how I had no fears of poverty if she had none, my arm being nerved and my heart inspired by her, how I was already working with a courage such as none but lovers knew, how I had begun to be practical and look into the future, how a crust well earned was sweeter far than a feast inherited, and much more to the same purpose, which I delivered in a burst of passionate eloquence quite surprising to myself, though I had been thinking about it day and night ever since my aunt had astonished me. "Is your heart mine still, dear Dora?" said I, rapturously, for I knew by her clinging to me that it was. "Oh, yes," cried Dora. "Oh, yes, it's all yours. Oh, don't be dreadful." "I dreadful?" To Dora. "Don't talk about being poor and working hard," said Dora, nestling closer to me. "Oh, don't. My dearest love," said I, "the crust well earned." "Oh, yes, but I don't want to hear any more about crusts," said Dora. "And Jip must have a mutton chop every day at 12 or he'll die." I was charmed with her childish winning way. I fondly explained to Dora that Jip should have his mutton chop with his accustomed regularity. I drew a picture of our frugal home, made independent by my labor sketching in the little house I had seen at Highgate, and my aunt in her room upstairs. "I am not dreadful now, Dora," said I, tenderly. "Oh, no," cried Dora. "But I hope your aunt will keep in her own room a good deal. And I hope she's not a scolding old thing." If it were possible for me to love Dora more than ever, I am sure I did. But I felt she was a little impracticable. It damped my newborn ardor. To find that ardor so difficult of communication to her, I made another trial. When she was quite herself again and was curling Jip's ears as he lay upon her lap, I became grave and said, "My own, may I mention something?" "Oh, please don't be practical." said Dora coaxingly. Because it frightens me so. Sweetheart. I returned, there is nothing to alarm you in all this. I want you to think of it quite differently. I want to make it nerve you and inspire you, Dora. Oh, but that's so shocking, cried Dora. My love, no. Perseverance and strength of character will enable us to bear much worse things. But I haven't got any strength at all, said Dora, shaking her curls. Have I, Jip? Oh, do kiss Jip and be agreeable. It was impossible to resist kissing Jip when she held him up to me for that purpose, putting her own bright, rosy little mouth into kissing form as she directed the operation, which she insisted should be performed symmetrically on the center of his nose. I did as she bade, me rewarding myself afterwards for my obedience, and she charmed me out of my graver character for I don't know how long. But, Dora, my beloved, said I, at last resuming it, I was going to mention something. The judge of the prerogative court might have fallen in love with her. To see her fold her little hands and hold them up, begging and praying me not to be dreadful any more. Indeed I am not going to be, my darling, I assured her. But, Dora, my love, if you will sometimes think not despondingly, you know, far from that. But if you will sometimes think just to encourage yourself that you are engaged to a poor man. Don't, pray don't, cried Dora. It's so very dreadful. My soul, not at all, said I, cheerfully. If you will sometimes think of that and look about now and then at your papa's housekeeping and endeavor to acquire a little habit of accounts, for instance. Poor little Dora received this suggestion with something that was half a sob and half a scream. It would be so useful to us afterwards, I went on. And if you would promise me to read a little cookery book that I would send you, it would be so excellent for both of us. For our path in life, my Dora, said I, warming with the subject, is stony and rugged now, and it rests with us to smooth it. We must fight our way onward. We must be brave. There are obstacles to be met, and we must meet and crush them. I was going on at a great rate, with a clenched hand and a most enthusiastic countenance, but it was quite unnecessary to proceed. I had said enough. I had done it again. Oh, she was so frightened. Oh, where was Julia Mills? Oh, take her to Julia Mills and go away, please. So that, in short, I was quite distracted and raved about the drawing room. I thought I had killed her this time. I sprinkled water on her face. I went down on my knees. I plucked at my hair. I denounced myself as a remorseless brute and a ruthless beast. I implored her forgiveness. I besought her to look up. I ravaged Miss Mills' work box for a smelling bottle and in my agony of mind applied an ivory needle case instead and dropped all the needles over Dora. I shook my fists at Jip, who was as frantic as myself. I did every wild extravagance that could be done and was a long way beyond the end of my wits when Miss Mills came into the room. Who has done this? Exclaimed Miss Mills, succoring her friend. I replied, Miss Mills. I have done it. Behold the destroyer. Or words to that effect, and hid my face from the light in the sofa cushion. At first Miss Mills thought it was a quarrel and that we were verging on the desert of Sahara, but she soon found out how matters stood, for my dear affectionate little Dora, embracing her, began exclaiming that I was a poor laborer, and then cried for me and embraced me and asked me would I let her give me all her money to keep, and then fell on Miss Mills' neck, sobbing as if her tender heart were broken. Miss Mills must have been born to be a blessing to us. She ascertained from me in a few words what it was all about, comforted Dora, and gradually convinced her that I was not a laborer from my manner of stating the case. I believe Dora concluded that I was a navigator and went balancing myself up and down a plank all day with a wheelbarrow, and so brought us together in peace. When we were quite compassed and Dora had gone upstairs to put some rose water to her eyes, Miss Mills rang for tea. In the ensuing interval, I told Miss Mills that she was evermore my friend and that my heart must cease to vibrate ere I could forget her sympathy. I then expounded to Miss Mills what I had endeavored, so very unsuccessfully, to expound to Dora. Miss Mills replied, on general principles, that the cottage of content was better than the palace of cold splendor, and that where love was, all was I said to Miss Mills that this was very true, and who should know it better than I, who loved Dora with a love that never mortal had experienced yet? But on Miss Mills observing, with despondency, that it were well indeed for some hearts if this were so, I explained that I begged leave to restrict the observation to mortals of the masculine gender. I then put it to Miss Mills to say whether she considered that there was or was not any practical merit in the suggestion I had been anxious to make concerning the accounts, the housekeeping, and the cookery book. Miss Mills, after some consideration, thus replied. Mr. Copperfield, I will be plain with you. Mental suffering and trial supply, in some natures, the place of years, and I will be as plain with you as if I were a lady abbess. No. The suggestion is not appropriate to our Dora. Our dearest Dora is a favorite child of nature. She is a thing of light and airiness and joy. I am free to confess that if it could be done, it might be well, but, and Miss Mills shook her head. I was encouraged by this closing admission on the part of Miss Mills to ask her whether, for Dora's sake, if she had any opportunity of luring her attention to such preparations for an earnest life, she would avail herself of it. Miss Mills replied in the affirmative so readily that I further asked her if she would take charge of the cookery book and, if she ever could insinuate it upon Dora's acceptance without frightening her, undertake to do me that crowning service. Miss Mills accepted this trust, too, but was not sanguine. And Dora returned, looking such a lovely little creature that I really doubted whether she ought to be troubled with anything so ordinary. And she loved me so much and was so captivating, particularly when she made Jip stand on his hind legs for toast and when she pretended to hold that nose of his against a hot teapot for punishment because he wouldn't, that I felt like a sort of monster who had got into a fairy's bower when I thought of having frightened her and made her cry. After tea we had the guitar and Dora sang those same dear old French songs about the impossibility of ever on any account leaving off dancing, la la, until I felt a much greater monster than before. We had only one check to our pleasure, and that happened a little while before I took my leave, when, Miss Mills chancing to make some allusion to tomorrow morning, I unluckily let out that, being obliged to exert myself now, I got up at 5 o'clock. Whether Dora had any idea that I was a private watchman, I am unable to say, but it made a great impression on her, and she neither played nor sang any more. It was still on her mind when I bade her adieu, and she said to me, in her pretty coaxing way as if I were a doll, I used to think. Now don't get up at 5 o'clock, you naughty boy. It's so nonsensical. My love, said I have work to do. But don't do it, returned Dora. Why should you? It was impossible to say to that sweet little surprised face, otherwise than lightly and playfully, that we must work to live. Oh. How ridiculous, cried Dora. How shall we live without Dora, said I. How? Anyhow, said Dora. She seemed to think she had quite settled the question and gave me such a triumphant little kiss, direct from her innocent heart, that I would hardly have put her out of conceit with her answer for a fortune. Well, I loved her, and I went on loving her, most absorbingly, entirely, and completely. But going on, too, working pretty hard and busily. Keeping red hot all the irons I now had in the fire, I would sit sometimes of a night opposite my aunt, thinking how I had frightened Dora that time and how I could best make my way with a guitar case through the forest of difficulty until I used to fancy that my head was turning quite grey. Chapter 38. A dissolution of partnership. I did not allow my resolution, with respect to the parliamentary debates, to cool. It was one of the irons I began to heat immediately. And one of the irons I kept hot and hammered at with a perseverance I may honestly admire. I bought an approved scheme of the noble art and mystery of stenography, which cost me 10 and 6 pence, and plunged into a sea of perplexity that brought me, in a few weeks, to the confines of distraction. The changes that were rung upon dots, which, in such a position meant such a thing, and in such another position, something else entirely different, the wonderful vagaries that were played by circles, the unaccountable consequences that resulted from marks like flies' legs, the tremendous effects of a curve in a wrong place, not only troubled my waking hours, but reappeared before me in my sleep. When I had groped my way, blindly, through these difficulties, and had mastered the alphabet, which was an Egyptian temple in itself. There then appeared a procession of new horrors, called arbitrary characters, the most despotic characters I have ever known, who insisted, for instance, that a thing like the beginning of a cobweb meant expectation and that a pen and ink skyrocket stood for disadvantageous. When I had fixed these wretches in my mind, I found that they had driven everything else out of it. Then, beginning again, I forgot them. While I was picking them up, I dropped the other fragments of the system. In short, it was almost heartbreaking. It might have been quite heartbreaking, but for Dora, who was the stay and anchor of my tempest-driven bark. Every scratch in the scheme was a gnarled oak in the forest of difficulty, and I went on cutting them down, one after another, with such vigor that in 3 or 4 months I was in a condition to make an experiment on one of our crack speakers in the Commons. Shall I ever forget how the crack speaker walked off from me before I began and left my imbecile pencil staggering about the paper as if it were in a fit? This would not do, it was quite clear. I was flying too high and should never get on, so I resorted to Traddles for advice, who suggested that he should dictate speeches to me at a pace and with occasional stop pages adapted to my weakness. Very grateful for this friendly aid, I accepted the proposal, and night after night, almost every night, for a long time, we had a sort of private parliament in Buckingham Street. After I came home from the doctor's, I should like to see such a parliament anywhere else. My aunt and Mr. Dick represented the government or the opposition, as the case might be, and Traddles, with the assistance of Enfield's speakers, a volume of parliamentary orations, thundered astonishing invectives against them. Standing by the table, with his finger in the page to keep the place and his right arm flourishing above his head, Traddles, as Mr. Pitt, Mr. Fox, Mr. Sheridan, Mr. Burke, Lord Castlereagh, Viscount Sidmouth or Mr. Canning, would work himself into the most violent heats and deliver the most withering denunciations of the profligacy and corruption of my aunt and Mr. Dick, while I used to sit at a little distance with my notebook on my knee, fagging after him with all my might and main. The inconsistency and recklessness of Traddles were not to be exceeded by any real politician. He was for any description of policy in the compass of a week and nailed all sorts of colors to every denomination of mast. My aunt, looking very like an immovable Chancellor of the Exchequer, would occasionally throw in an interruption or two, as here, or no, or oh, when the text seemed to require it, which was always a signal to Mr. Dick, a perfect country gentleman, to follow lustily with the same cry. But Mr. Dick got taxed with such things in the course of his parliamentary career and was made responsible for such awful consequences that he became uncomfortable in his mind sometimes. I believe he actually began to be afraid he really had been doing something tending to the annihilation of the British Constitution and the ruin of the country. Often and often we pursued these debates until the clock pointed to midnight and the candles were burning down. The result of so much good practice was that by and by I began to keep pace with Traddles pretty well and should have been quite triumphant if I had had the least idea what my notes were about. But, as to reading them after I had got them, I might as well have copied the Chinese inscriptions of an immense collection of tea chests or the golden characters on all the great red and green bottles in the chemist's shops. There was nothing for it but to turn back and begin all over again. It was very hard, but I turned back, though with a heavy heart, and began laboriously and methodically to plod over the same tedious ground at a snail's pace, stopping to examine minutely every speck in the way, on all sides, and making the most desperate efforts to know these elusive characters by sight wherever I met them. I was always punctual at the office, at the doctor's too. And I really did work, as the common expression is, like a cart horse. One day, when I went to the Commons as usual, I found Mr. Spenlow in the doorway looking extremely grave and talking to himself, as he was in the habit of complaining of pains in his head. He had naturally a short throat, and I do seriously believe he overstarched himself. I was at first alarmed by the idea that he was not quite right in that direction, but he soon relieved my uneasiness. Instead of returning my good morning with his usual affability, he looked at me in a distant, ceremonious manner and coldly requested me to accompany him to a certain coffee house, which, in those days, had a door opening into the commons, just within the little archway and street. Paul's churchyard. I complied, in a very uncomfortable state, and with a warm shooting all over me, as if my apprehensions were breaking out into buds. When I allowed him to go on a little before, on account of the narrowness of the way, I observed that he carried his head with a lofty air that was particularly unpromising, and my mind misgave me that he had found out about my darling Dora. If I had not guessed this, on the way to the coffee house, I could hardly have failed to know what was the matter when I followed him into an upstairs room and found Miss Murdstone there, supported by a background of sideboard on which were several inverted tumblers sustaining lemons and two of those extraordinary boxes, all corners and flutings, for sticking knives and forks in, which, happily for mankind, are now obsolete. Miss Murdstone gave me her chilly fingernails and sat severely rigid. Mr. Spenlow shut the door, motioned me to a chair, and stood on the hearth rug in front of the fireplace. "Have the goodness to show Mr. Copperfield," said Mr. Spenlow, "what you have in your reticule, Miss Murdstone." I believe it was the old identical steel-clasped reticule of my childhood that shut up like a bite. Compressing her lips, in sympathy with the snap, Miss Murdstone opened it, opening her mouth a little at the same time, and produced my last letter to Dora, teeming with expressions of devoted affection. "I believe that is your writing, Mr. Copperfield?" said Mr. Spenlow. I was very hot, and the voice I heard was very unlike mine when I said, "It is, sir." "If I am not mistaken," said Mr. Spenlow, as Miss Murdstone brought a parcel of letters out of her reticule, tied round with the dearest bit of blue ribbon, "those are also from your pen, Mr. Copperfield?" I took them from her with a most desolate sensation and, glancing at such phrases at the top as "my ever dearest and own Dora, my best beloved angel, my blessed one forever," and the like, blushed deeply and inclined my head. "No, thank you," said Mr. Spenlow, coldly, as I mechanically offered them back to him. "I will not deprive you of them. Miss Murdstone, be so good as to proceed." That gentle creature, after a moment's thoughtful survey of the carpet, delivered herself with much dry unction as follows. "I must confess to having entertained my suspicions of Miss Spenlow in reference to David Copperfield for some time. I observed Miss Spenlow and David Copperfield when they first met, and the impression made upon me then was not agreeable. The depravity of the human heart is such." "You will oblige me, ma'am," interrupted Mr. Spenlow, "by confining yourself to facts." Miss Murdstone cast down her eyes, shook her head as if protesting against this unseemly interruption, and with frowning dignity resumed. "Since I am to confine myself to facts, I will state them as dryly as I can. Perhaps that will be considered an acceptable course of proceeding. I have already said, sir, that I have had my suspicions of Miss Spenlow in reference to David Copperfield for some time. I have frequently endeavored to find decisive corroboration of those suspicions, but without effect. I have therefore forborne to mention them to Miss Spenlow's father, looking severely at him, knowing how little disposition there usually is in such cases to acknowledge the conscientious discharge of duty." Mr. Spenlow seemed quite cowed by the gentlemanly sternness of Miss Murdstone's manner and deprecated her severity with a conciliatory little wave of his hand. On my return to Norwood, after the period of absence occasioned by my brother's marriage, pursued Miss Murdstone in a disdainful voice, and on the return of Miss Spenlow from her visit to her friend Miss Mills, I imagine that the manner of Miss Spenlow gave me greater occasion for suspicion than before. Therefore I watched Miss Spenlow closely. "Dear, tender little Dora, so unconscious of this dragon's eye." "Still," resumed Miss Murdstone, "I found no proof until last night. It appeared to me that Miss Spenlow received too many letters from her friend Miss Mills, but Miss Mills being her friend with her father's full concurrence." Another telling blow at Mr. Spenlow. "It was not for me to interfere. If I may not be permitted to allude to the natural depravity of the human heart, at least I must be permitted, so far, to refer to misplaced confidence." Mr. Spenlow apologetically murmured his assent. "Last evening after tea," pursued Miss Murdstone, "I observed the little dog starting, rolling, and growling about the drawing-room, worrying something. I said to Miss Spenlow, 'Dora, what is that the dog has in his mouth?' 'It's paper.' Miss Spenlow immediately put her hand to her Frock gave a sudden cry and ran to the dog. I interposed and said, "Dora, my love, you must permit me." "Oh, Jip, miserable spaniel, this wretchedness, then, was your work?" Miss Spenlow endeavored, said Miss Murdstone, "to bribe me with kisses, work boxes, and small articles of jewelry that, of course, I pass over." The little dog retreated under the sofa on my approaching him and was with great difficulty dislodged by the fire irons. Even when dislodged, he still kept the letter in his mouth, and on my endeavoring to take it from him, at the imminent risk of being bitten, he kept it between his teeth so pertinaciously as to suffer himself to be held suspended in the air by means of the document. At length I obtained possession of it. After perusing it, I taxed Miss Spenlow with having many such letters in her possession and ultimately obtained from her the packet which is now in David Copperfield's hand. Here she ceased and, snapping her reticule again and shutting her mouth, looked as if she might be broken but could never be bent. "You have heard Miss Murdstone," said Mr. Spenlow, turning to me. "I beg to ask, Mr. Copperfield, if you have anything to say in reply?" The picture I had before me of the beautiful little treasure of my heart, sobbing and crying all night, of her being alone, frightened and wretched, then of her having so piteously begged and prayed that stony-hearted woman to forgive her of her having vainly offered her those kisses, work boxes, and trinkets, of her being in such grievous distress, and all for me very much impaired the little dignity I had been able to muster. I am afraid I was in a tremulous state for a minute or so, though I did my best to disguise it. "There is nothing I can say, sir," I returned, "except that all the blame is mine." "Dora." "Miss Spenlow, if you please," said her father, majestically. "Was induced and persuaded by me," I went on, swallowing that colder designation, "to consent to this concealment, and I bitterly regret it." "You are very much to blame, sir," said Mr. Spenlow, walking to and fro upon the hearth rug and emphasizing what he said with his whole body instead of his head, on account of the stiffness of his cravat and spine. "You have done a stealthy and unbecoming action, Mr. Copperfield. When I take a gentleman to my house, no matter whether he is 19, 29, or 90, I take him there in a spirit of confidence. If he abuses my confidence, he commits a dishonorable action, Mr. Copperfield." "I feel it, sir, I assure you," I returned. "But I never thought so before. Sincerely, honestly, indeed, Mr. Spenlow, I never thought so before. I love Miss Spenlow to that extent." "Pooh! Nonsense!" said Mr. Spenlow, reddening. "Pray don't tell me to my face that you love my daughter, Mr. Copperfield." "Could I defend my conduct if I did not, sir?" I returned, with all humility. "Can you defend your conduct if you do, sir?" said Mr. Spenlow, stopping short upon the hearth rug. "Have you considered your years and my daughter's years, Mr. Copperfield? Have you considered what it is to undermine the confidence that should subsist between my daughter and myself? Have you considered my daughter's station in life, the projects I may contemplate for her advancement, the testamentary intentions I may have with reference to her? Have you considered anything, Mr. Copperfield?" "Very little, sir, I am afraid," I answered, speaking to him as respectfully and sorrowfully as I felt, "but pray believe me, I have considered my own worldly position. When I explained it to you, we were already engaged." "I beg," said Mr. Spenlow, more like Punch than I had ever seen him. As he energetically struck one hand upon the other, I could not help noticing that even in my despair, "that you will not talk to me of engagements, Mr. Copperfield." The otherwise immovable Miss Murdstone laughed contemptuously in one short syllable. "When I explained my altered position to you, sir," I began again, substituting a new form of expression for what was so unpalatable to him, "this concealment, into which I am so unhappy as to have led Miss Spenlow, had begun. Since I have been in that altered position, I have strained every nerve, I have exerted every energy to improve it. I am sure I shall improve it in time. Will you grant me time, any length of time? We are both so young, sir." "You are right," interrupted Mr. Spenlow, nodding his head a great many times and frowning very much, "you are both very young. It's all nonsense. Let there be an end of the nonsense. Take away those letters and throw them in the fire. Give me Miss Spenlow's letters to throw in the fire, and although our future intercourse must, you are aware, be Restricted to the commons here, we will agree to make no further mention of the past. Come, Mr. Copperfield, you don't want sense, and this is the sensible course. No. I couldn't think of agreeing to it. I was very sorry, but there was a higher consideration than sense. Love was above all earthly considerations, and I loved Dora to idolatry, and Dora loved me. I didn't exactly say so, I softened it down as much as I could, but I implied it, and I was resolute upon it. I don't think I made myself very ridiculous, but I know I was resolute. Very well, Mr. Copperfield, said Mr. Spenlow, I must try my influence with my daughter. Miss Murdstone, by an expressive sound, a long-drawn respiration, which was neither a sigh nor a moan, but was like both, gave it as her opinion that he should have done this at first. I must try, said Mr. Spenlow, confirmed by this support, my influence with my daughter. Do you decline to take those letters, Mr. Copperfield? For I had laid them on the table. Yes. I told him I hoped he would not think it wrong, but I couldn't possibly take them from Miss Murdstone. Nor from me? Said Mr. Spenlow. No, I replied with the profoundest respect, nor from him. Very well. Said Mr. Spenlow. A silence succeeding, I was undecided whether to go or stay. At length, I was moving quietly towards the door, with the intention of saying that perhaps I should consult his feelings best by withdrawing, when he said, with his hands in his coat pockets, into which it was as much as he could do to get them, and with what I should call, upon the whole, a decidedly pious air. You are probably aware, Mr. Copperfield, that I am not altogether destitute of worldly possessions, and that my daughter is my nearest and dearest relative? I hurriedly made him a reply to the effect that I hoped the error into which I had been betrayed by the desperate nature of my love did not induce him to think me mercenary too. I don't allude to the matter in that light, said Mr. Spenlow. It would be better for yourself and all of us if you were mercenary, Mr. Copperfield, I mean, if you were more discreet and less influenced by all this youthful nonsense. No. I merely say, with quite another view. You are probably aware I have some property to bequeath to my child? I certainly supposed so. And you can hardly think, said Mr. Spenlow, having experience of what we see in the commons here every day of the various unaccountable and negligent proceedings of men in respect of their testamentary arrangements of all subjects, the one on which perhaps the strangest revelations of human inconsistency are to be met with, but that mine are made? I inclined my head in acquiescence. I should not allow, said Mr. Spenlow, with an evident increase of pious sentiment and slowly shaking his head as he poised himself upon his toes and heels alternately, my suitable provision for my child to be influenced by a piece of youthful folly like the present. It is mere folly. Mere nonsense. In a little while, it will weigh lighter than any feather. But I might if this silly business were not completely relinquished altogether, be induced in some anxious moment to guard her from and surround her with protections against the consequences of any foolish step in the way of marriage. Now, Mr. Copperfield, I hope that you will not render it necessary for me to open, even for a quarter of an hour, that closed page in the book of life and unsettle, even for a quarter of an hour, grave affairs long since compassed. There was a serenity, a tranquility, a calm sunset air about him, which quite affected me. He was so peaceful and resigned, clearly had his affairs in such perfect train, and so systematically wound up that he was a man to feel touched in the contemplation of. I really think I saw tears rise to his eyes from the depth of his own feeling of all this. But what could I do? I could not deny Dora in my own heart. When he told me I had better take a week to consider of what he had said, how could I say I wouldn't take a week, yet how could I fail to know that no amount of weeks could influence such love as mine? In the meantime, confer with Miss Trotwood, or with any person with any knowledge of life, said Mr. Spenlow, adjusting his cravat with both hands. Take a week, Mr. Copperfield. I submitted, and, with a countenance as expressive as I was able to make it of dejected and despairing constancy, came out of the room. Miss Murdstone's heavy eyebrows followed me to the door. I say her eyebrows rather than her eyes, because they were much more important in her face, and she looked so exactly as she used to look at about that hour of the morning in our parlor at Blunderstone that I could have Fancied I had been breaking down in my lessons again, and that the dead weight on my mind was that horrible old spelling book with oval woodcuts shaped, to my youthful fancy, like the glasses out of spectacles. When I got to the office and, shutting out old Tiffy and the rest of them with my hands, sat at my desk in my own particular nook, thinking of this earthquake that had taken place so unexpectedly, and in the bitterness of my spirit cursing Jip, I fell into such a state of torment about Dora that I wonder I did not take up my hat and rush insanely to Norwood. The idea of their frightening her and making her cry and of my not being there to comfort her was so excruciating that it impelled me to write a wild letter to Mr. Spenlow, beseeching him not to visit upon her the consequences of my awful destiny. I implored him to spare her gentle nature, not to crush a fragile flower, and addressed him generally, to the best of my remembrance, as if, instead of being her father, he had been an ogre or the dragon of Wantley. This letter I sealed and laid upon his desk before he returned, and when he came in, I saw him, through the half-open door of his room, take it up and read it. He said nothing about it all the morning, but before he went away in the afternoon he called me in and told me that I need not make myself at all uneasy about his daughter's happiness. He had assured her, he said, that it was all nonsense and he had nothing more to say to her. He believed he was an indulgent father, as indeed he was, and I might spare myself any solicitude on her account. You may make it necessary, if you are foolish or obstinate, Mr. Copperfield, he observed, for me to send my daughter abroad again for a term, but I have a better opinion of you. I hope you will be wiser than that in a few days. As to Miss Murdstone, for I had alluded to her in the letter, I respect that lady's vigilance and feel obliged to her, but she has strict charge to avoid the subject. All I desire, Mr. Copperfield, is that it should be forgotten. All you have got to do, Mr. Copperfield, is to forget it. All. In the note I wrote to Miss Mills, I bitterly quoted this sentiment. All I had to do, I said, with gloomy sarcasm, was to forget Dora. That was all, and what was that? I entreated Miss Mills to see me that evening. If it could not be done with Mr. Mills' sanction and concurrence, I besought a clandestine interview in the back kitchen, where the mangle was. I informed her that my reason was tottering on its throne, and only she, Miss Mills, could prevent its being deposed. I signed myself, hers distractedly, and I couldn't help feeling, while I read this composition over, before sending it by a porter, that it was something in the style of Mr. Micawber. However, I sent it. At night I repaired to Miss Mills Street and walked up and down until I was stealthily fetched in by Miss Mills' maid and taken the area way to the back kitchen. I have since seen reason to believe that there was nothing on earth to prevent my going in at the front door and being shown up into the drawing room, except Miss Mills' love of the romantic and mysterious. In the back kitchen, I raved as became me. I went there, I suppose, to make a fool of myself, and I am quite sure I did it. Miss Mills had received a hasty note from Dora telling her that all was discovered and saying, "Oh, pray come to me, Julia, do. But Miss Mills, mistrusting the acceptability of her presence to the higher powers, had not yet gone, and we were all benighted in the desert of Sahara. Miss Mills had a wonderful flow of words and liked to pour them out. I could not help feeling, though she mingled her tears with mine, that she had a dreadful luxury in our afflictions. She petted them, as I may say, and made the most of them. A deep gulf, she observed, had opened between Dora and me, and love could only span it with its rainbow. Love must suffer in this stern world, it ever had been so, it ever would be so. No matter, Miss Mills remarked. Hearts confined by cobwebs would burst at last, and then love was avenged. This was small consolation, but Miss Mills wouldn't encourage fallacious hopes. She made me much more wretched than I was before, and I felt and told her with the deepest gratitude that she was indeed a friend. We resolved that she should go to Dora the first thing in the morning and find some means of assuring her, either by looks or words, of my devotion and misery. We parted, overwhelmed with grief, and I think Miss Mills enjoyed herself completely. I confided all to my aunt when I got home, and in spite of all she could say to me, went to bed despairing. I got up despairing and went out despairing. It was Saturday morning, and I went straight to the Commons. I was surprised when I came within sight of our office door to see the ticket porters standing outside talking together and some half-dozen stragglers gazing at the windows which were shut up. I quickened my pace and, passing among them, wondering at their looks, went hurriedly in. The clerks were there, but nobody was doing anything. Old Tiffy, for the first time in his life I should think, was sitting on somebody else's stool and had not hung up his hat. "This is a dreadful calamity," Mr. Copperfield said as I entered. "What is?" I exclaimed. "What's the matter?" "Don't you know?" cried Tiffy and all the rest of them, coming round me. "No," said I, looking from face to face. "Mr. Spenlow," said Tiffy. "What about him?" "Dead." I thought it was the office reeling, and not I, as one of the clerks caught hold of me. They sat me down in a chair, untied my neckcloth, and brought me some water. I have no idea whether this took any time. "Dead?" said I. "He dined in town yesterday and drove down in the phaeton by himself," said Tiffy, having sent his own groom home by the coach, as he sometimes did, you know. "Well?" "The phaeton went home without him. The horses stopped at the stable gate. The man went out with a lantern. Nobody in the carriage." "Had they run away?" "They were not hot," said Tiffy, putting on his glasses. "No hotter, I understand, than they would have been, going down at the usual pace. The reins were broken, but they had been dragging on the ground. The house was roused up directly, and 3 of them went out along the road. They found him a mile off." "More than a mile off," Mr. Tiffy interposed a junior. "Was it?" "I believe you are right," said Tiffy. "More than a mile off, not far from the church, lying partly on the roadside and partly on the path, upon his face. Whether he fell out in a fit or got out feeling ill before the fit came on, or even whether he was quite dead then, though there is no doubt he was quite insensible, no one appears to know. If he breathed, certainly he never spoke. Medical assistance was got as soon as possible, but it was quite useless. I cannot describe the state of mind into which I was thrown by this intelligence. The shock of such an event happening so suddenly and happening to one with whom I had been in any respect at variance, the appalling vacancy in the room he had occupied so lately, where his chair and table seemed to wait for him, and his handwriting of yesterday was like a ghost, the indefinable impossibility of separating him from the place, and feeling, when the door opened, as if he might come in the lazy hush and rest there was in the office, and the insatiable relish with which our people talked about it, and other people came in and out all day and gorged themselves with the subject. This is easily intelligible to anyone. What I cannot describe is how, in the innermost recesses of my own heart, I had a lurking jealousy even of death. How I felt as if its might would push me from my ground in Dora's thoughts. How I was, in a grudging way I have no words for, envious of her grief. How it made me restless to think of her weeping to others, or being consoled by others. How I had a grasping, avaricious wish to shut out everybody from her but myself, and to be all in all to her, at that unseasonable time of all times. In the trouble of this state of mind, not exclusively my own, I hope, but known to others, I went down to Norwood that night, and finding from one of the servants, when I made my inquiries at the door, that Miss Mills was there, got my aunt to direct a letter to her, which I wrote. I deplored the untimely death of Mr. Spenlow most sincerely and shed tears in doing so. I entreated her to tell Dora, if Dora were in a state to hear it, that he had spoken to me with the utmost kindness and consideration, and had coupled nothing but tenderness, not a single or reproachful word, with her name. I know I did this selfishly, to have my name brought before her, but I tried to believe it was an act of justice to his memory. Perhaps I did believe it. My aunt received a few lines next day in reply, addressed, outside, to her, within, to me. Dora was overcome by grief, and when her friend had asked her should she send her love to me, had only cried, as she was always crying, "Oh, dear papa. Oh, poor papa." But she had not said no. And that I made the most of. Mr. Jorkins, who had been at Norwood since the occurrence, came to the office a few days afterwards. He and Tiffy were closeted together for some few moments, and then Tiffy looked out at the door and beckoned me in. "Oh," said Mr. Jorkins. Mr. Tiffy and myself, Mr. Copperfield, are about to examine the desks, the drawers, and other such repositories of the deceased with the view of sealing up his private papers and searching for a will. There is no trace of any elsewhere. It may be as well for you to assist us, if you please. I had been in agony to obtain some knowledge of the circumstances in which my Dora would be placed as, in whose guardianship, and so forth, and this was something towards it. We began the search at once. Mr. Jorkins unlocking the drawers and desks, and we all taking out the papers. The office papers we placed on one side, and the private papers, which were not numerous, on the other. We were very grave, and when we came to a stray seal, or pencil case, or ring, or any little article of that kind which we associated personally with him, we spoke very low. We had sealed up several packets and were still going on dustily and quietly when Mr. Jorkins said to us, applying exactly the same words to his late partner as his late partner had applied to him. Mr. Spenlow was very difficult to move from the beaten track. You know what he was. I am disposed to think he had made no will. Oh, I know he had, said I. They both stopped and looked at me. On the very day when I last saw him, said I, he told me that he had, and that his affairs were long since settled. Mr. Jorkins and old Tiffy shook their heads with one accord. That looks unpromising, said Tiffy. Very unpromising, said Mr. Jorkins. Surely you don't doubt, I began. My good Mr. Copperfield, said Tiffy, laying his hand upon my arm and shutting up both his eyes as he shook his head. If you had been in the Commons as long as I have, you would know that there is no subject on which men are so inconsistent and so little to be trusted. Why, bless my soul, he made that very remark. I replied persistently. I should call that almost final, observed Tiffy. My opinion is no will. It appeared a wonderful thing to me, but it turned out that there was no will. He had never so much as thought of making one, so far as his papers afforded any evidence, for there was no kind of hint, sketch, or memorandum of any testamentary intention whatever. What was scarcely less astonishing to me was that his affairs were in a most disordered state. It was extremely difficult, I heard, to make out what he owed, or what he had paid, or of what he died possessed. It was considered likely that for years he could have had no clear opinion on these subjects himself. By little and little it came out that, in the competition on all points of appearance and gentility then running high in the Commons, he had spent more than his professional income, which was not a very large one, and had reduced his private means, if they ever had been great, which was exceedingly doubtful, to a very low ebb indeed. There was a sale of the furniture and lease at Norwood, and Tiffy told me, little thinking how interested I was in the story, that, paying all the just debts of the deceased and deducting his share of outstanding bad and doubtful debts due to the firm, he wouldn't give £1,000 for all the assets remaining. This was at the expiration of about 6 weeks. I had suffered tortures all the time and thought I really must have laid violent hands upon myself when Miss Mills still reported to me that my broken-hearted little Dora would say nothing when I was mentioned, but oh, poor papa. Oh, dear papa. Also, that she had no other relations than 2 aunts, maiden sisters of Mr. Spenlow, who lived at Putney and who had not held any other than chance communication with their brother for many years. Not that they had ever quarreled, Miss Mills informed me, but that, having been, on the occasion of Dora's christening, invited to tea, when they considered themselves privileged to be invited to dinner, they had expressed their opinion in writing that it was better for the happiness of all parties that they should stay away, since which they had gone their road and their brother had gone his. These 2 ladies now emerged from their retirement and proposed to take Dora to live at Putney. Dora, clinging to them both and weeping, exclaimed, "Oh yes, aunts. Please take Julia Mills and me and Jip to Putney." So they went, very soon after the funeral. How I found time to haunt Putney, I am sure I don't know, but I contrived, by some means or other, to prowl about the neighborhood pretty often. Miss Mills, for the more exact discharge of the duties of friendship, kept a journal, and she used to meet me sometimes on the Common and read it, or, if she had not time to do that, lend it to me. How I treasured up the entries, of which I subjoin a sample. Monday. My sweet D still much depressed. Headache. called attention to J as being beautifully sleek. D fondled J associations thus awakened. Open floodgates of sorrow. Rush of grief admitted. Are tears the dewdrops of the heart? J.M. Tuesday. D weak and nervous. Beautiful in pallor. Do we not remark this in moon likewise? J.M., D, J.M. and J took airing in carriage. J looking out of window and barking violently at dustman, occasioned. Smile to overspread features of D. Of such slight links is chain of life compassed. J.M. Wednesday. D comparatively cheerful. Sang to her as congenial melody. Evening bells. Effect not soothing, but reverse. D inexpressibly affected. Found sobbing afterwards in own room. Quoted verses. Respecting self and young gazelle. Ineffectually. Also referred to. Patience on monument. Chi. Why on monument? J.M. Thursday. D certainly improved. Better night. Slight tinge of damask. Revisiting cheek. Resolved to mention name of D.C. introduced same. Cautiously, in course of airing. D immediately overcome. Oh, dear. Dear Julia. Oh, I have been a naughty and undutiful child. Soothed. And caressed. Drew ideal picture of D.C. on verge of tomb. D again. Overcome. Oh, what shall I do, what shall I do? Oh, take me somewhere. Much alarmed. Fainting of D and glass of water from public house. Poetical affinity. Checkered sign on door post, checkered human life. Alas. J.M. Friday. Day of incident. Man appears in kitchen with blue bag, 4. Ladies' boots left out to heel. Cook replies, no such orders. Man. Argues point. Cook withdraws to inquire, leaving man alone with J. On Cook's return, man still argues point but ultimately goes. J missing. D distracted. Information sent to police. Man to be identified by broad nose and legs like balustrades of bridge. Search made in every direction. No J.D. weeping bitterly and inconsolable. Renewed. Reference to young gazelle. Appropriate but unavailing. Towards evening, strange boy calls. Broad into parlor. Broad nose but no balustrades. Says he wants a pound and knows a dog. Declines to explain. Further, though much pressed. Pound being produced by D takes cook. To little house where J alone tied up to leg of table. Joy of D. Who dances round J while he eats his supper. Emboldened by this happy change, mention D.C. upstairs. D weeps afresh, cries piteously, oh. Don't. It is so wicked to think of anything but poor Papa. Embraces J and sobs herself to sleep. Must not D.C. confine himself to the broad pinions of time? J.M. Miss Mills and her journal were my sole consolation at this period. To see her, who had seen Dora but a little while before, to trace the initial letter of Dora's name through her sympathetic pages, to be made more and more miserable by her, were my only comforts. I felt as if I had been living in a palace of cards which had tumbled down, leaving only Miss Mills and me among the ruins. I felt as if some grim enchanter had drawn a magic circle round the innocent goddess of my heart, which nothing indeed but those same strong pinions, capable of carrying so many people over so much, would enable me to enter. Chapter 39. Wickfield and Heep. My aunt, beginning, I imagine, to be made seriously uncomfortable by my prolonged dejection, made a pretense of being anxious that I should go to Dover to see that all was working well at the cottage, which was let, and to conclude an agreement with the same tenant for a longer term of occupation. Janet was drafted into the service of Mrs. Strong, where I saw her every day. She had been undecided, on leaving Dover, whether or no to give the finishing touch to that renunciation of mankind in which she had been educated by marrying a pilot, but she decided against that venture. Not so much for the sake of principle, I believe, as because she happened not to like him. Although it required an effort to leave Miss Mills, I fell rather willingly into my aunt's pretense as a means of enabling me to pass a few tranquil hours with Agnes. I consulted the good doctor relative to an absence of 3 days, and the doctor wishing me to take that relaxation, he wished me to take more, but my energy could not bear that. I made up my mind to go. As to the Commons, I had no great occasion to be particular about my duties in that quarter. To say the truth, we were getting in no very good odor among the tip-top proctors and were rapidly sliding down to but a doubtful position. The business had been indifferent under Mr. Jorkins before Mr. Spenlow's time, and although it had been quickened by the infusion of new blood and by the display which Mr. Spenlow made, still it was not established on a sufficiently strong basis to bear without being shaken such a blow as the sudden loss of its active manager. It fell off very much. Mr. Jorkins, notwithstanding his reputation in the firm, was an easy-going, incapable sort of man whose reputation out of doors was not calculated to back it up. I was turned over to him now, and when I saw him take his snuff and let the business go, I regretted my aunt's £1,000 more than ever. But this was not the worst of it. There were a number of hangers-on and outsiders about the commons who, without being proctors themselves, dabbled in common form business and got it done by real proctors who lent their names in consideration of a share in the spoil, and there were a good many of these too. As our house now wanted business on any terms, we joined this noble band and threw out lures to the hangers-on and outsiders to bring their business to us. Marriage licenses and small probates were what we all looked for and what paid us best. And the competition for these ran very high indeed. Kidnappers and inveiglers were planted in all the avenues of entrance to the commons, with instructions to do their utmost to cut off all persons in mourning and all gentlemen with anything bashful in their appearance and entice them to the offices in which their respective employers were interested. Which instructions were so well observed that I myself, before I was known by sight, was twice hustled into the premises of our principal opponent. The conflicting interests of these touting gentlemen being of a nature to irritate their feelings, personal collisions took place. And the commons was even scandalized by our principal inveigler, who had formerly been in the wine trade and afterwards in the sworn brokery line, walking about for some days with a black eye. Any one of these scouts used to think nothing of politely assisting an old lady in black out of a vehicle, killing any proctor whom she inquired for, representing his employer as the lawful successor and representative of that proctor, and bearing the old lady off, sometimes greatly affected, to his employer's office. Many captives were brought to me in this way. As to marriage licenses, the competition rose to such a pitch that a shy gentleman in want of one had nothing to do but submit himself to the first inveigler or be fought for and become the prey of the strongest. One of our clerks, who was an outsider, used, in the height of this contest, to sit with his hat on that he might be ready to rush out and swear before his surrogate any victim who was brought in. The system of inveigling continues, I believe, to this day. The last time I was in the commons, a civil able-bodied person in a white apron pounced out upon me from a doorway and, whispering the word marriage license in my ear, was with great difficulty prevented from taking me up in his arms and lifting me into a proctor's. From this digression, let me proceed to Dover. I found everything in a satisfactory state at the cottage and was enabled to gratify my aunt exceedingly by reporting that the tenant inherited her feud and waged incessant war against donkeys. Having settled the little business I had to transact there and slept there one night, I walked on to Canterbury early in the morning. It was now winter again, and the fresh cold windy day and the sweeping downland brightened up my hopes a little. Coming into Canterbury, I loitered through the old streets with a sober pleasure that calmed my spirits and eased my heart. There were the old signs, the old names over the shops, the old people serving in them. It appeared so long since I had been a schoolboy there that I wondered. The place was so little changed until I reflected how little I was changed myself. Strange to say, that quiet influence which was inseparable in my mind from Agnes seemed to pervade even the city where she dwelt. The venerable cathedral towers and the old jackdaws and rooks whose airy voices made them more retired than perfect silence would have done, the battered gateways, one stuck full with statues, long thrown down and crumbled away like the reverential pilgrims who had gazed upon them, the still nooks where the ivy growth of centuries crept over gabled ends and ruined walls, the ancient houses, the pastoral landscape of field, orchard and garden, everywhere on everything I felt the same serener air, the same calm, thoughtful, softening spirit. Arrived at Mr. Wickfield's house, I found, in the little lower room on The ground floor, where Uriah Heep had been of old accustomed to sit. Mr. Micawber plying his pen with great assiduity. He was dressed in a legal-looking suit of black and loomed, burly and large, in that small office. Mr. Micawber was extremely glad to see me, but a little confused too. He would have conducted me immediately into the presence of Uriah, but I declined. "I know the house of old, you recollect," said I, "and will find my way upstairs." "How do you like the law, Mr. Micawber?" "My dear Copperfield," he replied. "To a man possessed of the higher imaginative powers, the objection to legal studies is the amount of detail which they involve. Even in our professional correspondence," said Mr. Micawber, glancing at some letters he was writing, "the mind is not at liberty to soar to any exalted form of expression. Still, it is a great pursuit. A great pursuit." He then told me that he had become the tenant of Uriah Heep's old house. And that Mrs. Micawber would be delighted to receive me, once more, under her own roof. "It is humble," said Mr. Micawber, to quote a favorite expression of my friend Heep, "but it may prove the stepping stone to more ambitious domiciliary accommodation." I asked him whether he had reason, so far, to be satisfied with his friend Heep's treatment of him. He got up to ascertain if the door were closed shut before he replied, in a lower voice, "My dear Copperfield, a man who labors under the pressure of pecuniary embarrassments is, with the generality of people, at a disadvantage. That disadvantage is not diminished when that pressure necessitates the drawing of stipendiary emoluments before those emoluments are strictly due and payable. All I can say is that my friend Heep has responded to appeals to which I need not more particularly refer in a manner calculated to redound equally to the honor of his head and of his heart. I should not have supposed him to be very free with his money either," I observed. "Pardon me," said Mr. Micawber, with an air of constraint, "I speak of my friend Heep as I have experience." "I am glad your experience is so favorable," I returned. "You are very obliging, my dear Copperfield," said Mr. Micawber, and hummed a tune. "Do you see much of Mr. Wickfield?" I asked, to change the subject. "Not much," said Mr. Micawber, slightingly. "Mr. Wickfield is, I dare say, a man of very excellent intentions, but he is, in short, he is obsolete." "I am afraid his partner seeks to make him so," said I. "My dear Copperfield," returned Mr. Micawber, after some uneasy evolutions on his stool, "allow me to offer a remark. I am here in a capacity of confidence. I am here in a position of trust. The discussion of some topics, even with Mrs. Micawber herself, so long the partner of my various vicissitudes and a woman of a remarkable lucidity of intellect, is, I am led to consider, incompatible with the functions now devolving on me. I would therefore take the liberty of suggesting that in our friendly intercourse, which I trust will never be disturbed, we draw a line on one side of this line," said Mr. Micawber, representing it on the desk with the office ruler, "is the whole range of the human intellect, with a trifling exception. On the other is that exception, that is to say, the affairs of Messrs. Wickfield and Heep, with all belonging and appertaining thereunto. I trust I give no offense to the companion of my youth in submitting this proposition to his cooler judgment." Though I saw an uneasy change in Mr. Micawber, which sat tightly on him, as if his new duties were a misfit, I felt I had no right to be offended. My telling him so appeared to relieve him, and he shook hands with me. "I am charmed, Copperfield," said Mr. Micawber, "let me assure you, with Miss Wickfield. She is a very superior young lady, of very remarkable attractions, graces, and virtues." "Upon my honor," said Mr. Micawber, indefinitely kissing his hand and bowing with his genteelest air, "I do homage to Miss Wickfield." "Hem. I am glad of that, at least," said I. "If you had not assured us, my dear Copperfield, on the occasion of that agreeable afternoon we had the happiness of passing with you, that D was your favorite letter," said Mr. Micawber, "I should unquestionably have supposed that A had been so. We have all some experience of a feeling that comes over us occasionally, of what we are saying and doing having been said and done before, in a remote time of our having been surrounded, dim ages ago, by the same faces, objects, and circumstances of our knowing perfectly what will be said next, as if we suddenly remembered it. I never had this mysterious impression more strongly in my life than before he uttered those words." I took my leave of Mr. Micawber for the time, charging him with my best remembrances to all at home. As I left him, resuming his stool and his pen, and rolling his head in his stock to get it into easier writing order, I clearly perceived that there was something interposed between him and me, since he had come into his new functions, which prevented our getting at each other as we used to do, and quite altered the character of our intercourse. There was no one in the quaint old drawing room, though it presented tokens of Mrs. Heep's whereabouts. I looked into the room still belonging to Agnes and saw her sitting by the fire at a pretty old-fashioned desk she had, writing. My darkening the light made her look up. What a pleasure to be the cause of that bright change in her attentive face and the object of that sweet regard and welcome. Ah, Agnes, said I, when we were sitting together, side by side, I have missed you so much lately. Indeed? She replied. Again. And so soon? I shook my head. I don't know how it is, Agnes, I seem to want some faculty of mind that I ought to have. You were so much in the habit of thinking for me, in the happy old days here, and I came so naturally to you for counsel and support that I really think I have missed acquiring it. And what is it? Said Agnes, cheerfully. I don't know what to call it, I replied. I think I am earnest and persevering? I am sure of it, said Agnes. And patient, Agnes? I inquired, with a little hesitation. Yes, returned Agnes, laughing. Pretty well. And yet, said I get so miserable and worried, and am so unsteady and irresolute in my power of assuring myself that I know I must want, shall I call it reliance, of some kind? Call it so, if you will, said Agnes. Well, I returned. See here. You come to London, I rely on you, and I have an object and a course at once. I am driven out of it, I come here, and in a moment I feel an altered person. The circumstances that distressed me are not changed since I came into this room, but an influence comes over me in that short interval that alters me. Oh, how much for the better. What is it? What is your secret, Agnes? Her head was bent down, looking at the fire. It's the old story, said I. Don't laugh when I say it was always the same in little things as it is in greater ones. My old troubles were nonsense, and now they are serious, but whenever I have gone away from my adopted sister. Agnes looked up with such a heavenly face and gave me her hand, which I kissed. Whenever I have not had you, Agnes, to advise and approve in the beginning, I have seemed to go wild and to get into all sorts of difficulty. When I have come to you, at last, as I have always done, I have come to peace and happiness. I come home, now, like a tired traveler, and find such a blessed sense of rest. I felt so deeply what I said, it affected me so sincerely, that my voice failed, and I covered my face with my hand and broke into tears. I write the truth. Whatever contradictions and inconsistencies there were within me, as there are within so many of us, whatever might have been so different and so much better, whatever I had done, in which I had perversely wandered away from the voice of my own heart, I knew nothing of. I only knew that I was fervently in earnest when I felt the rest and peace of having Agnes near me. In her placid sisterly manner, with her beaming eyes, with her tender voice, and with that sweet composure which had long ago made the house that held her quite a sacred place to me, she soon won me from this weakness and led me on to tell all that had happened since our last meeting. And there is not another word to tell, Agnes, said I, when I had made an end of my confidence. Now, my reliance is on you. But it must not be on me, Trotwood, returned Agnes, with a pleasant smile. It must be on someone else. On Dora? Said I. Assuredly. Why, I have not mentioned, Agnes, said I, a little embarrassed, that Dora is rather difficult to, I would not, for the world, say, to rely upon, because she is the soul of purity and truth, but rather difficult. Too, I hardly know how to express it, really, Agnes. She is a timid little thing and easily disturbed and frightened. Some time ago, before her father's death, when I thought it right to mention to her, but I'll tell you, if you will bear with me, how it was. Accordingly, I told Agnes about my declaration of poverty, about the cookery book, the housekeeping accounts, and all the rest of it. Oh, Trotwood, she remonstrated, with a smile. Just your old headlong way. You might have been in earnest in striving to get on in the world. without being so very sudden with a timid, loving, inexperienced girl. Poor Dora. I never heard such sweet forbearing kindness expressed in a voice. As she expressed in making this reply, it was as if I had seen her. Admiringly and tenderly embracing Dora and tacitly reproving me by her considerate protection for my hot haste in fluttering that little heart. It was as if I had seen Dora in all her fascinating artlessness, caressing Agnes and thanking her and coaxingly appealing against me and loving me with all her childish innocence. I felt so grateful to Agnes and admired her so. I saw those two together in a bright perspective, such well-associated friends, each adorning the other so much. What ought I to do then, Agnes? I inquired after looking at the fire. A little while. What would it be right to do? I think, said Agnes, that the honorable course to take would be to write to those two ladies. Don't you think that any secret course is an unworthy one? Yes. If you think so, said I. I am poorly qualified to judge of such matters, replied Agnes, with a modest hesitation, but I certainly feel, in short, I feel that your being secret and clandestine is not being like yourself. Like myself, in the too high opinion you have of me, Agnes, I am afraid, said I. Like yourself, in the candor of your nature, she returned, and therefore I would write to those two ladies. I would relate, as plainly and as openly as possible, all that has taken place, and I would ask their permission to visit sometimes at their house. Considering that you are young and striving for a place in life, I think it would be well to say that you would readily abide by any conditions they might impose upon you. I would entreat them not to dismiss your request without a reference to Dora and to discuss it with her when they should think the time suitable. I would not be too vehement, said Agnes, gently, or propose too much. I would trust to my fidelity and perseverance and to Dora. But if they were to frighten Dora again, Agnes, by speaking to her, said I, and if Dora were to cry and say nothing about me, is that likely? Inquired Agnes with the same sweet consideration in her face. God bless her, she is as easily scared as a bird, said I. It might be. Or if the two Miss Spenlows, elderly ladies of that sort, are odd characters sometimes, should not be likely persons to address in that way. I don't think, Trotwood, returned Agnes, raising her soft eyes to mine. I would consider that. Perhaps it would be better only to consider whether it is right to do this, and, if it is, to do it. I had no longer any doubt on the subject. With a lightened heart, though with a profound sense of the weighty importance of my task, I devoted the whole afternoon to the composition of the draft of this letter, for which great purpose Agnes relinquished her desk to me. But first I went downstairs to see Mr. Wickfield and Uriah Heep. I found Uriah in possession of a new plaster-smelling office, built out in the garden, looking extraordinarily mean in the midst of a quantity of books and papers. He received me in his usual fawning way and pretended not to have heard of my arrival from Mr. Micawber, a pretense I took the liberty of disbelieving. He accompanied me into Mr. Wickfield's room, which was the shadow of its former self, having been divested of a variety of conveniences for the accommodation of the new partner, and stood before the fire, warming his back and shaving his chin with his bony hand, while Mr. Wickfield and I exchanged greetings. You stay with us, Trotwood, while you remain in Canterbury? Said Mr. Wickfield, not without a glance at Uriah for his approval. Is there room for me? Said I. I am sure, Master Copperfield, I should say Mr., but the other comes so natural, said Uriah. I would turn out of your old room with pleasure, if it would be agreeable. No, no, said Mr. Wickfield. Why should you be inconvenienced? There's another room. There's another room. Oh, but you know, returned Uriah with a grin, I should really be delighted. To cut the matter short, I said I would have the other room or none at all, so it was settled that I should have the other room, and, taking my leave of the firm until dinner, I went upstairs again. I had hoped to have no other companion than Agnes. But Mrs. Heep had asked permission to bring herself and her knitting near the fire in that room, on pretense of its having an aspect more favorable for her rheumatics, as the wind then was, than the drawing room or dining parlor. Though I could almost have consigned her to the mercies of the wind on the topmost pinnacle of the cathedral, without remorse, I made a virtue of necessity and gave her a friendly salutation. I'm humbly thankful to you, sir, said Mrs. Heep, in acknowledgement of my inquiries concerning her health, but I'm only pretty well. I haven't much to boast of. If I could see my Uriah well settled in life, I couldn't expect much more, I think. How do you think my Uri looking, sir? I thought him looking as villainous as ever, and I replied that I saw no change in him. Oh, don't you think he's changed? Said Mrs. Heep. There I must humbly beg leave to differ from you. Don't you see a thinness in him? Not more than usual, I replied. Don't you though? Said Mrs. Heep. But you don't take notice of him. With a mother's eye. His mother's eye was an evil eye to the rest of the world, I thought, as it met mine, howsoever affectionate to him, and I believe she and her son were devoted to one another. It passed me and went on to Agnes. Don't you see a wasting and a wearing in him, Miss Wickfield? Inquired Mrs. Heep. No, said Agnes, quietly pursuing the work on which she was engaged. You are too solicitous about him. He is very well. Mrs. Heep, with a prodigious sniff, resumed her knitting. She never left off or left us for a moment. I had arrived early in the day, and we had still 3 or 4 hours before dinner, but she sat there, plying her knitting needles as monotonously as an hourglass might have poured out its sands. She sat on one side of the fire, I sat at the desk in front of it, a little beyond me, on the other side, sat Agnes. Whensoever, slowly pondering over my letter, I lifted up my eyes and, meeting the thoughtful face of Agnes, saw it clear and beam encouragement upon me with its own angelic expression. I was conscious presently of the evil eye passing me and going on to her and coming back to me again and dropping furtively upon the knitting. What the knitting was, I don't know, not being learned in that art, but it looked like a net, and as she worked away with those Chinese chopsticks of knitting needles, she showed in the firelight like an ill-looking enchantress, balked as yet by the radiant goodness opposite, but getting ready for a cast of her net by and by. At dinner she maintained her watch with the same unwinking eyes. After dinner, her son took his turn, and when Mr. Wickfield, himself, and I were left alone together, leered at me and writhed until I could hardly bear it. In the drawing room, there was the mother knitting and watching. Again. All the time that Agnes sang and played, the mother sat at the piano. Once she asked for a particular ballad, which she said Uri, who was yawning in a great chair, doted on, and at intervals she looked round at him and reported to Agnes that he was in raptures with the music. But she hardly ever spoke. I question if she ever did without making some mention of him. It was evident to me that this was the duty assigned to her. This lasted until bedtime. To have seen the mother and son, like two great bats hanging over the whole house and darkening it with their ugly forms, made me so uncomfortable that I would rather have remained downstairs, knitting and all, than gone to bed. I hardly got any sleep. Next day the knitting and watching began again and lasted all day. I had not an opportunity of speaking to Agnes for 10 minutes. I could barely show her my letter. I proposed to her to walk out with me, but Mrs. Heep repeatedly complaining that she was worse, Agnes charitably remained within to bear her company. Towards the twilight I went out by myself, musing on what I ought to do and whether I was justified in withholding from Agnes any longer what Uriah Heep had told me in London, for that began to trouble me again very much. I had not walked out far enough to be quite clear of the town, upon the Ramsgate Road, where there was a good path, when I was hailed through the dust by somebody behind me. The shambling figure and the scanty greatcoat were not to be mistaken. I stopped and Uriah Heep came up. "Well?" said I. "How fast you walk," said he. "My legs are pretty long, but you've given them quite a job." "Where are you going?" said I. "I am going with you, Master Copperfield, if you'll allow me the pleasure of a walk with an old acquaintance." Saying this, with a jerk of his body, which might have been either propitiatory or derisive, he fell into step beside me. "Uriah," said I, as civilly as I could, after a silence. "Master Copperfield," said Uriah. "To tell you the truth, at which you will not be offended, I came out to walk alone because I have had so much company." He looked at me sideways and said with his hardest grin, "You mean mother?" "Why yes, I do," said I. "Ah. But you know we're so very humble," he returned. "And having such a Knowledge of our own humbleness, we must really take care that we are not pushed to the wall by them as isn't humble. All stratagems are fair in love, sir. Raising his great hands until they touched his chin, he rubbed them softly and softly chuckled, looking as like a malevolent baboon, I thought, as anything human could look. You see, he said, still hugging himself in that unpleasant way and shaking his head at me, you're quite a dangerous rival, Master Copperfield. You always was, you know. Do you set a watch upon Miss Wickfield and make her home no home? Because of me? Said I. Oh. Master Copperfield. Those are very harsh words, he replied. Put my meaning into any words you like, said I. You know what it is? Uriah, as well as I do. Oh no. You must put it into words, he said. Oh, really? I couldn't. Myself. Do you suppose, said I, constraining myself to be very temperate and quiet with him, on account of Agnes, that I regard Miss Wickfield otherwise than as a very dear sister? Well, Master Copperfield, he replied, you perceive I am not bound to answer that question. You may not, you know. But then, you see, you may. Anything to equal the low cunning of his visage and of his shadowless eyes without the ghost of an eyelash, I never saw. Come then, said I. For the sake of Miss Wickfield. My Agnes, he exclaimed with a sickly angular contortion of himself. Would you be so good as call her Agnes, Master Copperfield? For the sake of Agnes Wickfield, heaven bless her. Thank you for that blessing, Master Copperfield, he interposed. I will tell you what I should, under any other circumstances, as soon have thought of telling to Jack Ketch. To who, sir? Said Uriah, stretching out his neck and shading his ear with his hand. To the hangman, I returned. The most unlikely person I could think of, though his own face had suggested the illusion quite as a natural sequence. I am engaged to another young lady. I hope that contents you. Upon your soul? Said Uriah. I was about indignantly to give my assertion the confirmation he required when he caught hold of my hand and gave it a squeeze. Oh, Master Copperfield, he said. If you had only had the condescension to return my confidence when I poured out the fullness of my art the night I put you so much out of the way by sleeping before your sitting room fire, I never should have doubted you. As it is, I'm sure I'll take off mother directly and only too happy. I know you'll excuse the precautions of affection, won't you? What a pity, Master Copperfield, that you didn't condescend to return my confidence. I'm sure I gave you every opportunity. But you never have condescended to me as much as I could have wished. I know you have never liked me as I have liked you. All this time he was squeezing my hand with his damp fishy fingers while I made every effort I decently could to get it away. But I was quite unsuccessful. He drew it under the sleeve of his mulberry-colored greatcoat and I walked on, almost upon compulsion, arm in arm with him. Shall we turn? Said Uriah, by and by wheeling me face about towards the town, on which the early moon was now shining, silvering the distant windows. Before we leave the subject, you ought to understand, said I, breaking a pretty long silence, that I believe Agnes Wickfield to be as far above you and as far removed from all your aspirations as that moon herself. Peaceful, ain't she? Said Uriah. Very. Now confess, Master Copperfield, that you haven't liked me quite as I have liked you. All along you've thought me too humble now, I shouldn't wonder? I am not fond of professions of humility, I returned, or professions of anything else. There now, said Uriah, looking flabby and lead-colored in the moonlight. Didn't I know it? But how little you think of the rightful humbleness of a person in my station, Master Copperfield. Father and me was both brought up at a foundation school for boys, and mother, she was likewise brought up at a public, sort of charitable establishment. They taught us all a deal of humbleness, not much else that I know of, from morning to night. We was to be humble to this person and humble to that, and to pull off our caps here and to make bows there, and always to know our place and abase ourselves before our betters. And we had such a lot of betters. Father got the monitor medal by being humble. So did I. Father got made a sexton by being humble. He had the character, among the gentlefolks, of being such a well-behaved man that they were determined to bring him in. Be humble, Uriah, says father to me, and you'll get on. It was what was Always being dinned into you and me at school, it's what goes down best. Be humble, says father, and you'll do. And really it ain't done bad. It was the first time it had ever occurred to me that this detestable cant of false humility might have originated out of the Heep family. I had seen the harvest, but had never thought of the seed. When I was quite a young boy, said Uriah, I got to know what humbleness did, and I took to it. I ate humble pie with an appetite. I stopped at the humble point of my learning, and says I, hold hard. When you offered to teach me Latin, I knew better. People like to be above you, says father, keep yourself down. I am very humble to the present moment, Master Copperfield, but I've got a little power. And he said all this I knew, as I saw his face in the moonlight, that I might understand he was resolved to recompense himself by using his power. I had never doubted his meanness, his craft and malice, but I fully comprehended now, for the first time, what a base, unrelenting, and revengeful spirit must have been engendered by this early and this long suppression. His account of himself was so far attended with an agreeable result that it led to his withdrawing his hand in order that he might have another hug of himself under the chin. Once apart from him, I was determined to keep apart, and we walked back, side by side, saying very little more by the way. Whether his spirits were elevated by the communication I had made to him or by his having indulged in this retrospect, I don't know, but they were raised by some influence. He talked more at dinner than was usual with him, asked his mother, off duty, from the moment of our re-entering the house, whether he was not growing too old for a bachelor, and once looked at Agnes so that I would have given all I had for leave to knock him down. When we three males were left alone after dinner, he got into a more adventurous state. He had taken little or no wine, and I presume it was the mere insolence of triumph that was upon him, flushed perhaps by the temptation my presence furnished to its exhibition. I had observed yesterday that he tried to entice Mr. Wickfield to drink, and, interpreting the look which Agnes had given me as she went out, had limited myself to one glass and then proposed that we should follow her. I would have done so again today, but Uriah was too quick for me. We seldom see our present visitor, sir, he said, addressing Mr. Wickfield, sitting, such a contrast to him, at the end of the table. And I should propose to give him welcome in another glass or two of wine, if you have no objections. Mr. Copperfield, your health and happiness. I was obliged to make a show of taking the hand he stretched across to me, and then, with very different emotions, I took the hand of the broken gentleman, his partner. Come, fellow partner, said Uriah, if I may take the liberty now. Suppose you give us something or another appropriate to Copperfield. I pass over Mr. Wickfield's proposing my aunt, his proposing Mr. Dick, his proposing Doctor's Commons, his proposing Uriah, his drinking everything twice, his consciousness of his own weakness, the ineffectual effort that he made against it, the struggle between his shame in Uriah's deportment and his desire to conciliate him, the manifest exultation with which Uriah twisted and turned and held him up before me. It made me sick at heart to see, and my hand recoils from writing it. Come, fellow partner, said Uriah, at last, I'll give you another one. And I humbly ask for bumpers, seeing I intend to make it the divinest of her sex. Her father had his empty glass in his hand. I saw him set it down, look at the picture she was so like, put his hand to his forehead, and shrink back in his elbow chair. I'm an humble individual to give you her health, proceeded Uriah, but I adore her. No physical pain that her father's grey head could have borne, I think, could have been more terrible to me than the mental endurance I saw compressed now within both his hands. Agnes, said Uriah, either not regarding him or not knowing what the nature of his action was. Agnes Wickfield is, I am safe to say, the divinest of her sex. May I speak out among friends? To be her father is a proud distinction, but to be her husband. Spare me from ever again hearing such a cry as that with which her father rose up from the table. What's the matter? Said Uriah, turning of a deadly color. You are not gone mad, after all, Mr. Wickfield, I hope. If I say I've an ambition to make your Agnes my Agnes, I have as good a right to it as another man. I have a better right to it than any other man. I had my arms round Mr. Wickfield, imploring him by everything that I could think of, oftenest of all by his love for Agnes, to calm himself. A little. He was mad for the moment, tearing out his hair, beating his head, trying to force me from him, and to force himself from me, not answering a word, not looking at or seeing anyone, blindly striving. For he knew not what, his face all staring and distorted a frightful spectacle. I conjured him, incoherently, but in the most impassioned manner, not to abandon himself to this wildness, but to hear me. I besought him to think of Agnes, to connect me with Agnes, to recollect how Agnes and I had grown up together, how I honored her and loved her, how she was his pride and joy. I tried to bring her idea before him in any form. I even reproached him with not having firmness to spare her the knowledge of such a scene as this. I may have effected something, or his wildness may have spent itself, but by degrees he struggled less and began to look at me strangely at first, then with recognition in his eyes. At length, he said, "I know, Trotwood. My darling child, and you I know. But look at him." He pointed to Uriah, pale and glowering in a corner, evidently very much out in his calculations and taken by surprise. "Look at my torturer," he replied. "Before him I have step by step abandoned name and reputation, peace and quiet, house and home. I have kept your name and reputation for you, and your peace and quiet, and your house and home too," said Uriah, with a sulky, hurried, defeated air of compromise. "Don't be foolish, Mr. Wickfield. If I have gone a little beyond what you were prepared for, I can go back, I suppose. There's no harm done." "I looked for single motives in everyone," said Mr. Wickfield, "and I was satisfied I had bound him to me by motives of interest. But see what he is, oh, see what he is. You had better stop him, Copperfield, if you can," cried Uriah, with his long forefinger pointing towards me. "He'll say something. Presently, mind you. He'll be sorry to have said afterwards, and you'll be sorry to have heard." "I'll say anything," cried Mr. Wickfield, with a desperate air. "Why should I not be in all the world's power if I am in yours? Mind, I tell you," said Uriah, continuing to warn me. "If you don't stop his mouth, you're not his friend." "Why shouldn't you be in all the world's power, Mr. Wickfield?" "Because you have got a daughter. You and me know what we know, don't we? Let sleeping dogs lie who wants to rouse 'em. I don't. Can't you see I am as humble as I can be? I tell you. If I've gone too far, I'm sorry. What would you have, sir?" "Oh, Trotwood, Trotwood," exclaimed Mr. Wickfield, wringing his hands. "What I have come down to be, since I first saw you in this house. I was on my downward way then, but the dreary, dreary road I have traversed since. Weak indulgence has ruined me. Indulgence in remembrance and indulgence in forgetfulness. My natural grief for my child's mother turned to disease, my natural love for my child turned to disease. I have infected everything I touched. I have brought misery on what I dearly love. I know you know. I thought it possible that I could truly love one creature in the world and not love the rest. I thought it possible that I could truly mourn for one creature gone out of the world and not have some part in the grief of all who mourned. Thus the lessons of my life have been perverted. I have preyed on my own morbid, coward heart, and it has preyed on me. Sordid in my grief, sordid in my love, sordid in my miserable escape from the darker side of both. Oh, see the ruin I am, and hate me, shun me." He dropped into a chair and weakly sobbed. The excitement into which he had been roused was leaving him. Uriah came out of his corner. "I don't know all I have done in my fatuity," said Mr. Wickfield, putting out his hands as if to deprecate my condemnation. "He knows best," meaning Uriah Heep, for he has always been at my elbow, whispering me. "You see the millstone that he is about my neck. You find him in my house, you find him in my business. You heard him, but a little time ago. What need have I to say more? You haven't need to say so much, nor half so much, nor anything at all," observed Uriah, half defiant and half fawning. "You wouldn't have took it up so if it hadn't been for the wine. You'll think better of it tomorrow, sir. If I have said too much or more than I meant, what of it? I haven't stood by it." The door opened and Agnes, gliding in, without a vestige of color in her face, put her arm round his neck and steadily said, "Papa, you are not well. Come with me." He laid his head upon her shoulder as if he were oppressed with heavy shame, and went out with her. Her eyes met mine for but an instant, yet I saw how much she knew of what had passed. "I didn't expect he'd cut up so rough, Master Copperfield," said Uriah. "But it's nothing. I'll be friends with him tomorrow. It's for his good. I'm only anxious for his good." I gave him no answer and went upstairs into the quiet room where Agnes had so often sat beside me at my books. Nobody came near me until late at night. I took up a book and tried to read. I heard the clock strike 12 and was still reading without knowing what I read when Agnes touched me. "You will be going early in the morning, Trotwood. Let us say goodbye now." She had been weeping, but her face then was so calm and beautiful. "Heaven bless you," she said, giving me her hand. "Dearest Agnes." I returned, "I see you ask me not to speak of tonight, but is there nothing to be done?" "There is God to trust in," she replied. "Can I do nothing, I, who come to you with my poor sorrows and make mine so much lighter?" she replied. "Dear Trotwood, no." "Dear Agnes," I said, "it is presumptuous for me, who am so poor in all in which you are so rich, goodness, resolution, all noble qualities too, doubt or direct you, but you know how much I love you and how much I owe you. You will never sacrifice yourself to a mistaken sense of duty." Agnes? More agitated for a moment than I had ever seen her, she took her hands from me and moved a step back. "Say you have no such thought, dear Agnes. Much more than sister. Think of the priceless gift of such a heart as yours, of such a love as yours." Oh. Long, long afterwards, I saw that face rise up before me, with its momentary look, not wondering, not accusing, not regretting. Oh, long. Long afterwards, I saw that look subside, as it did now, into the lovely smile with which she told me she had no fear for herself, I need have none for her, and parted from me by the name of brother and was gone. It was dark in the morning when I got upon the coach at the inn door. The day was just breaking when we were about to start, and then, as I sat thinking of her, came struggling up the coach side, through the mingled day and night, Uriah's head. "Copperfield," said he, in a croaking whisper, as he hung by the iron on the roof, "I thought you'd be glad to hear before you went off that there are no squares broke between us. I've been into his room already. And we've made it all smooth. Why, though I'm humble, I'm useful to him. You know, and he understands his interest when he isn't in liquor. What an agreeable man he is, after all, Master Copperfield." I obliged myself to say that I was glad he had made his apology. "Oh, to be sure," said Uriah. "When a person's humble, you know, what's an apology? So easy. I say. I suppose with a jerk, you have sometimes plucked a pear before it was ripe, Master Copperfield?" "I suppose I have," I replied. "I did that last night," said Uriah, "but it'll ripen yet. It only wants attending to. I can wait." Profuse in his farewells, he got down again as the coachman got up. For anything I know, he was eating something to keep the raw morning air out, but he made motions with his mouth as if the pear were ripe already and he were smacking his lips over it. Chapter 40. The Wanderer. We had a very serious conversation in Buckingham Street that night about the domestic occurrences I have detailed in the last chapter. My aunt was deeply interested in them and walked up and down the room with her arms folded for more than 2 hours afterwards. Whenever she was particularly discomposed, she always performed one of these pedestrian feats, and the amount of her discomposure might always be estimated by the duration of her walk. On this occasion she was so much disturbed in mind as to find it necessary to open the bedroom door and make a course for herself, comprising the full extent of the bedrooms from wall to wall, and while Mr. Dick and I sat quietly by the fire, she kept passing in and out along this measured track at an unchanging pace with the regularity of a clock pendulum. When my aunt and I were left to ourselves by Mr. Dick's going out to bed, I sat down to write my letter to the two old ladies. By that time, she was tired of walking and sat by the fire with her dress tucked up as usual. But instead of sitting in her usual manner, holding her glass upon her knee, she suffered it to stand neglected on the chimney-piece and, resting her left elbow on her right arm and her chin on her left hand, looked thoughtfully at me. As often as I raised my eyes from what I was about, I met hers. "I am in the lovingest of tempers, my dear," She would assure me with a nod, but I am fidgeted and sorry. I had been too busy to observe until after she was gone to bed that she had left her night mixture, as she always called it, untasted on the chimney piece. She came to her door with even more than her usual affection of manner when I knocked to acquaint her with this discovery, but only said, "I have not the heart to take it, Trot, tonight," and shook her head and went in again. She read my letter to the two old ladies in the morning and approved of it. I posted it and had nothing to do then but wait as patiently as I could for the reply. I was still in this state of expectation and had been for nearly a week when I left the doctor's one snowy night to walk home. It had been a bitter day and a cutting northeast wind had blown for some time. The wind had gone down with the light and so the snow had come on. It was a heavy, settled fall, I recollect, in great flakes, and it lay thick. The noise of wheels and tread of people were as hushed as if the streets had been strewn that depth with feathers. My shortest way home, and I naturally took the shortest way on such a night, was through St. Martin's Lane. Now, the church which gives its name to the lane stood in a less free situation at that time, there being no open space before it and the lane winding down to the Strand. As I passed the steps of the portico, I encountered, at the corner, a woman's face. It looked in mine, passed across the narrow lane, and disappeared. I knew it. I had seen it somewhere. But I could not remember where. I had some association with it that struck upon my heart directly, but I was thinking of anything else when it came upon me and was confused. On the steps of the church, there was the stooping figure of a man who had put down some burden on the smooth snow to adjust it. My seeing the face and my seeing him were simultaneous. I don't think I had stopped in my surprise, but in any case, as I went on, he rose, turned, and came down towards me. I stood face to face with Mr. Peggotty. Then I remembered the woman. It was Martha, to whom Emily had given the money that night in the kitchen. Martha Endell, side by side with whom he would not have seen his dear niece, Ham had told me, for all the treasures wrecked in the sea. We shook hands heartily. At first, neither of us could speak a word. "Mas'r Davy," he said, gripping me tight, "it do my 'eart good to see you. Sir." "Well met, well met. Well met, my dear old friend," said I. "I had my thoughts o' coming to make inquiration for you, sir, tonight," he said, "but knowing as your aunt was living along why you fur I've been down yonder Yarmouth way. I was afeared it was too late. I should have come early in the morning, sir, afore going away." "Again?" said I. "Yes, sir," he replied, patiently shaking his head, "I'm away tomorrow." "Where were you going now?" I asked. "Well," he replied, shaking the snow out of his long hair, "I was a-going to turn and Samu Ears." In those days there was a side entrance to the stable yard of the Golden Cross, the inn so memorable to me in connection with his misfortune. Nearly opposite to where we stood. I pointed out the gateway, put my arm through his, and we went across. 2 or 3 public rooms opened out of the stable yard, and looking into one of them and finding it empty and a good fire burning, I took him in there. When I saw him in the light, I observed not only that his hair was long and ragged, but that his face was burnt dark by the sun. He was grayer. The lines in his face and forehead were deeper, and he had every appearance of having toiled and wandered through all varieties of weather, but he looked very strong and like a man upheld by steadfastness of purpose, whom nothing could tire out. He shook the snow from his hat and clothes and brushed it away from his face while I was inwardly making these remarks. As he sat down opposite to me at a table, with his back to the door by which we had entered, he put out his rough hand again and grasped mine warmly. "I'll tell you, Mas'r Davy," he said, "we're all I've been, and what all we've heerd. I've been fur, and we've heerd little, but I'll tell you." I rang the bell for something hot to drink. He would have nothing stronger than ale, and while it was being brought and being warmed at the fire, he sat thinking. There was a fine, massive gravity in his face I did not venture to disturb. "When she was a child," he said, lifting up his head soon after we were left alone, "she used to talk to me a deal about the sea and about them coasts where the sea got to be dark blue and to lay a-shining in the sun. I thought, odd times, as her father being drownded. Made her think on it so much. I don't know, you see, but maybe she believed or hoped he had drifted out to them parts where the flowers is always a-blowing and the country bright. It is likely to have been a childish fancy, I replied. When she was lost, said Mr. Peggotty, I know it in my mind, as he would take her to them countries. I know it in my mind, as he'd have told her wonders of 'em, and how she was to be a lady theer, and how he got her to listen to him fussed, along o' such like. When we see his mother. I know it quite well as I was right. I went across channel to France, and landed theer, as if I'd fell down from the sky. I saw the door move, and the snow drift in. I saw it move a little more. And a hand softly interposed to keep it open. I found out an English gentleman as was in authority, said Mr. Peggotty, and told him I was a-going to seek my niece. He got me them papers as I wanted fur to carry me through, I don't rightly know how they're called, and he would have give me money, but that I was thankful to have no need on. I thank him kind for all he done, I'm sure. I've rode afore you, he says to me, and I shall speak to many as will come that way, and many will know you, fur distant from here, when you're a-traveling alone. I told him, best as I was able, what my gratitude was, and went away through France. Alone, and on foot? Said I. Mostly afoot, he rejoined, sometimes in carts along with people going to market, sometimes in empty coaches. Many mile a day afoot, and often with some poor soldier or another, traveling to see his friends. I couldn't talk to him, said Mr. Peggotty, nor he to me, but we was company for one another, too, along the dusty roads. I should have known that by his friendly tone. When I come to any town, he pursued, I found the inn, and waited about the yard till someone turned up, someone mostly did as knowed English. Then I told how that I was on my way to seek my niece, and they told me what manner of gentlefolks was in the house, and I waited to see any as seemed like her, going in or out. When it warn't Emily, I went on again. By little and little, when I come to a new village or that, among the poor people, I found they know it about me. They would set me down at their cottage doors and give me what not fur to eat and drink, and show me where to sleep, and many a woman, Mas'r Davy, as has had a daughter of about Emily's age, I've found awaiting fur me at our Saviour's cross outside the village, fur to do me similar kindnesses. Some has had daughters as was dead, and God only knows how good the mothers was to me. It was Martha at the door. I saw her haggard, listening face distinctly. My dread was lest he should turn his head and see her too. They would often put their children, particular their little girls, said Mr. Peggotty, upon my knee, and many a time you might have seen me sitting at their doors when night was coming in, amist as if they'd been my darling's children. Oh, my darling. Overpowered by sudden grief, he sobbed aloud. I laid my trembling hand upon the hand he put before his face. Thank ye, sir, he said, don't take no notice. In a very little while he took his hand away and put it on his breast and went on with his story. They often walked with me, he said, in the morning, maybe a mile or two upon my road, and when we parted, and I said, I'm very thankful to you. God bless you. They always seemed to understand and answered pleasant. At last I come to the sea. It warn't hard, you may suppose, for a seafaring man like me to work his way over to Italy. When I got there, I wandered on as I had done afore. The people was just as good to me, and I should have gone from town to town, maybe the country through, but that I got news of her being seen among them Swiss mountains yonder. One as knowed his servants see 'em there. All three, and told me how they traveled and where they was. I made fur the mountains, Mas'r Davy, day and night. Ever so fur as I went. Ever so fur the mountains seemed to shift away from me. But I come up with 'em, and I crossed 'em. When I got nigh the place as I had been told of, I began to think within my own self, what shall I do when I see her? The listening face, insensible to the inclement night, still drooped at the door, and the hands begged me, prayed me not to cast it forth. I never doubted her, said Mr. Peggotty. No. Not a bit. On you let her see my face, on you let her hear my voice, on you let my standing still before her bring to her thoughts the home she had fled away from, and the child she had been, and if she had growed to be a royal lady, she'd have fell down at my feet. I knowed it well. Many a time in my sleep had I heard her cry out, Uncle. and seen her fall like death afore me. Many a time in my sleep had I raised her up and whispered to her, Emily, my dear, I am come for to bring forgiveness and to take you home. He stopped and shook his head and went on with a sigh. He was nought to me now. Emily was all. I bought a country dress to put upon her, and I knowed that, once found, she would walk beside me over them stony roads, go where I would, and never, never, leave me more. To put that dress upon her, and to cast off what she wore to take her on my arm again, and wander towards home to stop sometimes upon the road and heal her bruised feet and her worse bruised heart was all that I thought of now. I don't believe I should have done so much as look at him. But, Mas'r Davy, it warn't to be not yet. I was too late, and they was gone. Where, I couldn't learn. Some said here, some said there. I travelled here, and I travelled there, but I found no Emily, and I travelled home. How long ago? I asked. A matter o' 4 days, said Mr. Peggotty. I sighted the old boat. Arter dark, and the light a-shining in the winder. When I come nigh and looked in through the glass, I see the faithful creetur Mrs. Gummidge sittin' by the fire, as we had fixed upon, alone. I called out, don't be afeard. It's Dan'l. And I went in. I never could have thought the old boat would have been so strange. From some pocket in his breast, he took out, with a very careful hand, a small paper bundle containing 2 or 3 letters or little packets, which he laid upon the table. This fust one come, he said, selecting it from the rest, afore I had been gone a week. A £50 banknote, in a sheet of paper, directed to me, and put underneath the door in the night. She tried to hide her writing, but she couldn't hide it from me. He folded up the note again, with great patience and care, in exactly the same form, and laid it on one side. This come to Mrs. Gummidge, he said, opening another 2 or 3 months ago. After looking at it for some moments, he gave it to me and added in a low voice, be so good as read it, sir. I read as follows. Oh, what will you feel when you see this writing and know it comes from my wicked hand? But try not for my sake, but for Uncle's goodness. Try to let your heart soften to me, only for a little time. Try, pray do, to relent towards a miserable girl and write down on a bit of paper whether he is well and what he said about me before you left off. Ever naming me among yourselves, and whether, of a night, when it is my old time of coming home, you ever see him look as if he thought of one he used to love so dear. Oh, my heart is breaking when I think about it. I am kneeling down to you, begging and praying you not to be as hard with me as I deserve, as I well know I deserve, but to be so gentle and so good as to write down something of him and to send it to me. You need not call me little, you need not call me by the name I have disgraced, but oh, listen to my agony and have mercy on me so far as to write me some word of Uncle, never to be seen in this world by my eyes again. Dear, if your heart is hard towards me, justly hard, I know, but listen, if it is hard, dear, ask him I have wronged the most, him whose wife I was to have been before you quite decide against my poor prayer. If he should be so compassionate as to say that you might write something for me to read, I think he would, oh, I think he would, if you would only ask him, for he always was so brave and so forgiving. Tell him then, but not else, that when I hear the wind blowing at night, I feel as if it was passing angrily from seeing him and Uncle and was going up to God against me. Tell him that if I was to die tomorrow, and oh, if I was fit, I would be so glad to die. I would bless him and Uncle with my last words and pray for his happy home with my last breath. Some money was enclosed in this letter also. £5. It was untouched like the previous sum, and here he folded it in the same way. Detailed instructions were added relative to the address of a reply, which, although they betrayed the intervention of several hands and made it difficult to arrive at any very probable conclusion in reference to her place of concealment, made it at least not unlikely that she had written from that spot where she was stated to have been seen. What answer was sent? I inquired of Mr. Peggotty. Mrs. Gummidge, he returned, not being a good scholar, sir, kindly drawed it out, and she made a copy on it. They told her I was gone to seek her, and what my parting words was. Is that another letter in your hand? Said I. It's money, sir, said Mr. Peggotty, unfolding it a little way. £10, you see. and wrote inside, "From a true friend like the fust." But the fust was put underneath the door, and this come by the post, day afore yesterday. I'm a-going to seek her at the postmark. He showed it to me. It was a town on the Upper Rhine. He had found out at Yarmouth some foreign dealers who knew that country, and they had drawn him a rude map on paper, which he could very well understand. He laid it between us on the table and, with his chin resting on one hand, tracked his course upon it with the other. I asked him how Ham was. He shook his head. "He works," he said, "as bold as a man can. His name's as good, in all that part, as any man's is, anywheres in the world. Anyone's hand is ready to help him, you understand, and his is ready to help them. He's never been heerd fur to complain. But my sister's belief is twixt ourselves, as it has cut him deep. Poor fellow, I can believe it. He ain't no care, Mas'r Davy," said Mr. Peggotty in a solemn whisper, "kinder no care no how for his life. When a man's wanted for rough sarvice in rough weather, he's theer. When there's hard duty to be done with danger in it, he steps for'ard afore all his mates. And yet he's as gentle as any child. There ain't a child in Yarmouth that don't know him." He gathered up the letters thoughtfully, smoothing them with his hand, put them into their little bundle, and placed it tenderly in his breast. Again the face was gone from the door. I still saw the snow drifting in, but nothing else was there. "Well," he said, looking to his bag, "having seen you tonight, Mas'r Davy, and that doos me good. I shall away beddoms tomorrow morning. You have seen what I've got here," putting his hand on where the little packet lay. "All that troubles me is to think that any harm might come to me afore that money was give back. If I was to die and it was lost or stole or elseways made away with and it was never knowed by him. But what I took it, I believe the tother world wouldn't hold me. I believe I must come back." He rose and I rose too. We grasped each other by the hand again before going out. "I'd go 10,000 mile," he said. "I'd go till I drop dead to lay that money down afore him. If I do that and find my Emily, I'm content. If I don't find her, maybe she'll come to here sometime, as her loving uncle only ended his search for her when he ended his life, and if I know her, even that will turn her home at last." As he went out into the rigorous night, I saw the lonely figure flit away before us. I turned him hastily on some pretense and held him in conversation until it was gone. He spoke of a traveler's house on the Dover Road where he knew he could find a clean, plain lodging for the night. I went with him over Westminster Bridge and parted from him on the Surrey shore. Everything seemed, to my imagination, to be hushed in reverence for him as he resumed his solitary journey through the snow. I returned to the inn yard and, impressed by my remembrance of the face, looked awfully around for it. It was not there. The snow had covered our late footprints. My new track was the only one to be seen. And even that began to die away, it snowed so fast as I looked back over my shoulder. Chapter 41. Dora's Aunts. At last, an answer came from the two old ladies. They presented their compliments to Mr. Copperfield and informed him that they had given his letter their best consideration with a view to the happiness of both parties, which I thought rather an alarming expression, not only because of the use they had made of it in relation to the family difference before mentioned, but because I had, and have all my life, observed that conventional phrases are a sort of fireworks, easily let off and liable to take a great variety of shapes and colors not at all suggested by their original form. The Mrs. Spenlow added that they begged to forbear expressing, through the medium of correspondence, an opinion on the subject of Mr. Copperfield's communication, but that if Mr. Copperfield would do them the favor to call upon a certain day, accompanied, if he thought proper, by a confidential friend, they would be happy to hold some conversation on the subject. To this favor, Mr. Copperfield immediately replied, with his respectful compliments, that he would have the honor of waiting on the Misses Spenlow, at the time appointed, accompanied, in accordance with their kind permission, by his friend Mr. Thomas Traddles of the Inner Temple. Having dispatched which missive, Mr. Copperfield fell into a condition of strong nervous agitation, and so remained until the day arrived. It was a great augmentation of my uneasiness to be bereaved, at this eventful crisis, of the inestimable services of Miss Mills. But Mr. Mills, who was always doing something or other to annoy me, or I felt as if he were, which was the same thing, had brought his conduct to a climax by taking it into his head that he would go to India. Why should he go to India except to harass me? To be sure, he had nothing to do with any other part of the world and had a good deal to do with that part being entirely in the India trade, whatever that was. I had floating dreams myself concerning golden shawls and elephants' teeth, having been at Calcutta in his youth and designing now to go out there again in the capacity of resident partner. But this was nothing to me. However, it was so much to him that for India he was bound, and Julia with him, and Julia went into the country to take leave of her relations, and the house was put into a perfect suit of bills announcing that it was to be let or sold and that the furniture, mangle and all, was to be taken at a valuation. So, here was another earthquake of which I became the sport before I had recovered from the shock of its predecessor. I was in several minds how to dress myself on the important day, being divided between my desire to appear to advantage and my apprehensions of putting on anything that might impair my severely practical character. In the eyes of the Misses Spenlow, I endeavored to hit a happy medium. Between these two extremes, my aunt approved the result, and Mr. Dick threw one of his shoes after Traddles and me for luck as we went downstairs. Excellent fellow as I knew Traddles to be and warmly attached to him as I was, I could not help wishing, on that delicate occasion, that he had never contracted the habit of brushing his hair so very upright. It gave him a surprised look, not to say a hearth-broomy kind of expression which, my apprehensions whispered, might be fatal to us. I took the liberty of mentioning it to Traddles as we were walking to Putney and saying that if he would smooth it down a little. "My dear Copperfield," said Traddles, lifting off his hat and rubbing his hair all kinds of ways, "nothing would give me greater pleasure." "But it won't be smoothed down?" said I. "No," said Traddles. "Nothing will induce it. If I was to carry a half-hundredweight upon it all the way to Putney, it would be up again the moment the weight was taken off. You have no idea what obstinate hair mine is, Copperfield. I am quite a fretful porcupine." I was a little disappointed, I must confess, but thoroughly charmed by his good nature too. I told him how I esteemed his good nature and said that his hair must have taken all the obstinacy out of his character, for he had none. "Oh," returned Traddles, laughing. "I assure you, it's quite an old story, my unfortunate hair. My uncle's wife couldn't bear it, she said. It exasperated her. It stood very much in my way, too, when I first fell in love with Sophie. Very much." "Did she object to it?" "She didn't," rejoined Traddles, "but her eldest sister, the one that's the beauty, quite made game of it, I understand. In fact, all the sisters laugh at it." "Agreeable," said I. "Yes," returned Traddles with perfect innocence, "it's a joke for us. They pretend that Sophie has a lock of it in her desk and is obliged to shut it in a clasped book to keep it down. We laugh about it. By the by, my dear Traddles," said I, "your experience may suggest something to me. When you became engaged to the young lady whom you have just mentioned, did you make a regular proposal to her family? Was there anything like what we are going through today, for instance?" I added nervously. "Why," replied Traddles, on whose attentive face a thoughtful shade had stolen, "it was rather a painful transaction, Copperfield, in my case. You see, Sophie being of so much use in the family, none of them could endure the thought of her ever being married. Indeed, they had quite settled among themselves that she never was to be married, and they called her the old maid. Accordingly, when I mentioned it, with the greatest precaution, to Mrs. Cruller—" "The mamma?" said I. "The mamma," said Traddles, "Reverend Horace Cruller, when I mentioned it with every possible precaution to Mrs. Cruller, the effect upon her was such that she gave a scream and became insensible. I couldn't approach the subject again for months." "You did at last?" said I. "Well, the Reverend Horace did," said Traddles. "He is an excellent man. Most exemplary in every way, and he pointed out to her that she ought, as a Christian, to reconcile herself to the sacrifice, especially as it was so uncertain, and to bear no uncharitable feeling towards me. As to myself, Copperfield, I give you my word, I felt a perfect bird of prey towards the family." "The sisters took your part, I hope, Traddles?" "Why, I can't say they did," he returned. when we had comparatively reconciled Mrs. Cruller to it, we had to break it to Sarah. You recollect my mentioning Sarah as the one that has something the matter with her spine? Perfectly. She clenched both her hands, said Traddles, looking at me in dismay. Shut her eyes, turned lead color, became perfectly stiff, and took nothing for 2 days but toast and water, administered with a teaspoon. What a very unpleasant girl, Traddles, I remarked. Oh, I beg your pardon, Copperfield, said Traddles. She is a very charming girl, but she has a great deal of feeling. In fact, they all have. Sophie told me afterwards that the self-reproach she underwent while she was in attendance upon Sarah, no words could describe. I know. It must have been severe by my own feelings, Copperfield, which were like a criminal's. After Sarah was restored, we still had to break it to the other 8, and it produced various effects upon them of a most pathetic nature. The 2 little ones, whom Sophie educates, have only just left off detesting me. At any rate, they are all reconciled to it now, I hope? Said I. Yes, I should say they were, on the whole, resigned to it, said Traddles, doubtfully. The fact is, we avoid mentioning the subject. And my unsettled prospects and indifferent circumstances are a great consolation to them. There will be a deplorable scene whenever we are married. It will be much more like a funeral than a wedding. And they'll all hate me for taking her away. His honest face, as he looked at me with a serio-comic shake of his head, impresses me more in the remembrance than it did in the reality. For I was by this time in a state of such excessive trepidation and wandering of mind as to be quite unable to fix my attention on anything. On our approaching the house where the Mrs. Spenlow lived, I was at such a discount in respect of my personal looks and presence of mind that Traddles proposed a gentle stimulant in the form of a glass of ale. This having been administered at a neighboring public house, he conducted me, with tottering steps, to the Mrs. Spenlow's door. I had a vague sensation of being, as it were, on view when the maid opened it, and of wavering, somehow, across a hall with a weather glass in it, into a quiet little drawing room on the ground floor, commanding a neat garden. Also of sitting down here, on a sofa, and seeing Traddles' hair start up, now his hat was removed, like one of those obtrusive little figures made of springs that fly out of fictitious snuff boxes when the lid is taken off. Also of hearing an old-fashioned clock ticking away on the chimney piece and trying to make it keep time to the jerking of my heart, which it wouldn't. Also of looking round the room for any sign of Dora and seeing none. Also of thinking that Jip once barked in the distance and was instantly choked by somebody. Ultimately, I found myself backing Traddles into the fireplace and bowing in great confusion to 2 dry little elderly ladies dressed in black and each looking wonderfully like a preparation in chip or tan of the late Mr. Spenlow. Pray, said one of the 2 little ladies, be seated. When I had done tumbling over Traddles and had sat upon something which was not a cat, my first seat was, I so far recovered my sight as to perceive that Mr. Spenlow had evidently been the youngest of the family, that there was a disparity of 6 or 8 years between the 2 sisters, and that the younger appeared to be the manager of the conference, inasmuch as she had my letter in her hand, so familiar as it looked to me, and yet so odd, and was referring to it through an eyeglass. They were dressed alike, but this sister wore her dress with a more youthful air than the other, and perhaps had a trifle more frill or tucker or brooch or bracelet or some little thing of that kind, which made her look more lively. They were both upright in their carriage, formal, precise, compassed, and quiet. The sister who had not my letter had her arms crossed on her breast and resting on each other like an idol. Mr. Copperfield, I believe, said the sister who had got my letter, addressing herself to Traddles. This was a frightful beginning. Traddles had to indicate that I was Mr. Copperfield, and I had to lay claim to myself, and they had to divest themselves of a preconceived opinion that Traddles was Mr. Copperfield. And altogether we were in a nice condition. To improve it, we all distinctly heard Jip give 2 short barks and receive another choke. Mr. Copperfield, said the sister with the letter. I did something, bowed, I suppose, and was all attention when the other sister struck in. My sister Lavinia, said she, being conversant with matters of this nature, will state what we consider most calculated to promote the happiness of both parties. I discovered afterwards that Miss Lavinia was an authority in affairs of the heart by reason of there having anciently existed a certain Mr. Pidger who played short whist and was supposed to have been enamored of her. My private opinion is that this was entirely a gratuitous assumption and that Pidger was altogether innocent of any such sentiments to which he had never given any sort of expression that I could ever hear of. Both Miss Lavinia and Miss Clarissa had a superstition, however, that he would have declared his passion if he had not been cut short in his youth at about 60 by overdrinking his constitution and overdoing an attempt to set it right again by swilling bathwater. They had a lurking suspicion even that he died of secret love, though I must say there was a picture of him in the house with a damask nose which concealment did not appear to have ever preyed upon. We will not, said Miss Lavinia, enter on the past history of this matter. Our poor brother Francis's death has cancelled that. We had not, said Miss Clarissa, been in the habit of frequent association with our brother Francis, but there was no decided division or disunion between us. Francis took his road, we took ours. We considered it conducive to the happiness of all parties that it should be so. And it was so. Each of the sisters leaned a little forward to speak, shook her head after speaking, and became upright again when silent. Miss Clarissa never moved her arms. She sometimes played tunes upon them with her fingers, minuets and marches I should think, but never moved them. Our niece's position, or supposed position, is much changed by our brother Francis's death, said Miss Lavinia, and therefore we consider our brother's opinions as regarded her position as being changed too. We have no reason to doubt, Mr. Copperfield, that you are a young gentleman possessed of good qualities and honorable character, or that you have an affection or are fully persuaded that you have an affection for our niece. I replied, as I usually did whenever I had a chance, that nobody had ever loved anybody else as I loved Dora. Traddles came to my assistance with a confirmatory murmur. Miss Lavinia was going on to make some rejoinder when Miss Clarissa, who appeared to be incessantly beset by a desire to refer to her brother Francis, struck in again. If Dora's mamma, she said, when she married our brother Francis, had at once said that there was not room for the family at the dinner table, it would have been better for the happiness of all parties. Sister Clarissa, said Miss Lavinia. Perhaps we needn't mind that now. Sister Lavinia, said Miss Clarissa, it belongs to the subject. With your branch of the subject, on which alone you are competent to speak, I should not think of interfering. On this branch of the subject I have a voice and an opinion. It would have been better for the happiness of all parties if Dora's mamma, when she married our brother Francis, had mentioned plainly what her intentions were. We should then have known what we had to expect. We should have said, pray do not invite us at any time, and all possibility of misunderstanding would have been avoided. When Miss Clarissa had shaken her head, Miss Lavinia resumed again, referring to my letter through her eyeglass. They both had little bright round twinkling eyes, by the way, which were like birds' eyes. They were not unlike birds altogether, having a sharp, brisk, sudden manner and a little short, spruce way of adjusting themselves, like canaries. Miss Lavinia, as I have said, resumed. You ask permission of my sister Clarissa and myself, Mr. Copperfield, to visit here as the accepted suitor of our niece. If our brother Francis, said Miss Clarissa, breaking out again, if I may call anything so calm a breaking out, wished to surround himself with an atmosphere of Doctors' Commons and of Doctors' Commons only, what right or desire had we to object? None, I am sure. We have ever been far from wishing to obtrude ourselves on anyone. But why not say so? Let our brother Francis and his wife have their society. Let my sister Lavinia and myself have our society. We can find it for ourselves, I hope. As this appeared to be addressed to Traddles and me, both Traddles and I made some sort of reply. Traddles was inaudible. I think I observed myself that it was highly creditable to all concerned. I don't in the least know what I meant. Sister Lavinia, said Miss Clarissa, having now relieved her mind, you can go on, my dear. Miss Lavinia proceeded. Mr. Copperfield, my sister Clarissa and I have been very careful indeed in considering this letter, and we have not considered it without finally showing it to our niece and discussing it with our niece. We have no doubt that you think you like her very much. Think, ma'am, I rapturously began, oh. But Miss Clarissa giving me a look, just like a sharp canary, as requesting that I would not interrupt the oracle, I beg pardon. Affection, said Miss Lavinia, glancing at her sister for corroboration, which she gave in the form of a little nod to every clause. Mature affection, homage, devotion, does not easily express itself. Its voice is low. It is modest and retiring, it lies in ambush. Waits and waits. Such is the mature fruit. Sometimes a life glides away and finds it still ripening in the shade. Of course I did not understand then that this was an allusion to her supposed experience of the stricken pitcher, but I saw, from the gravity with which Miss Clarissa nodded her head, that great weight was attached to these words. The light, for I call them, in comparison with such sentiments, the light inclinations of very young people, pursued Miss Lavinia, are dust compared to rocks. It is owing to the difficulty of knowing whether they are likely to endure or have any real foundation that my sister Clarissa and myself have been very undecided how to act. Mr. Copperfield and Mr. Traddles, said my friend, finding himself looked at. I beg pardon. Of the Inner Temple, I believe? Said Miss Clarissa. Again glancing at my letter. Traddles said exactly so and became pretty red in the face. Now, although I had not received any express encouragement as yet, I fancied that I saw in the two little sisters, and particularly in Miss Lavinia, an intensified enjoyment of this new and fruitful subject of domestic interest, a settling down to make the most of it, a disposition to pet it, in which there was a good bright ray of hope. I thought. I perceived that Miss Lavinia would have uncommon satisfaction in superintending two young lovers like Dora and me, and that Miss Clarissa would have hardly less satisfaction in seeing her superintend us and in chiming in with her own particular department of the subject whenever that impulse was strong upon her. This gave me courage to protest most vehemently that I loved Dora better than I could tell or anyone believe, that all my friends knew how I loved her, that my Aunt Agnes, Traddles, everyone who knew me, knew how I loved her and how earnest my love had made me. For the truth of this, I appealed to Traddles, and Traddles, firing up as if he were plunging into a parliamentary debate, really did come out nobly, confirming me in good round terms and in a plain, sensible, practical manner that evidently made a favorable impression. I speak, if I may presume to say so, as one who has some little experience of such things, said Traddles, being myself engaged to a young lady, one of 10, down in Devonshire, and seeing no probability at present of our engagement coming to a termination. You may be able to confirm what I have said, Mr. Traddles observed. Miss Lavinia, evidently taking a new interest in him, of the affection that is modest and retiring, that waits and waits? Entirely, ma'am, said Traddles. Miss Clarissa looked at Miss Lavinia and shook her head gravely. Miss Lavinia looked consciously at Miss Clarissa and heaved a little sigh. Sister Lavinia, said Miss Clarissa, take my smelling bottle. Miss Lavinia revived herself with a few whiffs of aromatic vinegar, Traddles and I looking on with great solicitude the while, and then went on to say, rather faintly, my sister and myself have been in great doubt, Mr. Traddles, what course we ought to take in reference to the likings, or imaginary likings, of such very young people as your friend Mr. Copperfield and our niece. Our brother Francis's child, remarked Miss Clarissa. If our brother Francis's wife had found it convenient in her lifetime, though she had an unquestionable right to act as she thought best, to invite the family to her dinner table, we might have known our brother Francis's child better at the present moment. Sister Lavinia, proceed. Miss Lavinia turned my letter so as to bring the superscription towards herself and referred through her eyeglass to some orderly-looking notes she had made on that part of it. It seems to us, said she, prudent, Mr. Traddles, to bring these feelings to the test of our own observation. At present we know nothing of them and are not in a situation to judge how much reality there may be in them. Therefore we are inclined so far to accede to Mr. Copperfield's proposal as to admit his visits here. I shall never, dear ladies, I exclaimed, relieved of an immense load of apprehension, forget your kindness. But, pursued Miss Lavinia, but we would prefer to regard those visits, Mr. Traddles, as made, at present, to us. We must guard ourselves from recognizing any positive engagement between Mr. Copperfield and our niece, until we have had an opportunity. Until you have had an opportunity, Sister Lavinia, said Miss Clarissa. Be it so, assented Miss Lavinia, with a sigh, until I have had an opportunity of observing them. Copperfield, said Traddles, turning to me, you feel, I am sure, that nothing could be more reasonable or considerate. Nothing? Cried I am deeply sensible of it. In this position of affairs, said Miss Lavinia, again referring to her notes and admitting his visits on this understanding only, we must require from Mr. Copperfield a distinct assurance, on his word of honor, that no communication of any kind shall take place between him and our niece without our knowledge. That no project whatever shall be entertained with regard to our niece without being first submitted to us to you, Sister Lavinia, Miss Clarissa interposed. Be it so, Clarissa, assented Miss Lavinia resignedly to me, and receiving our concurrence, we must make this a most express and serious stipulation, not to be broken on any account. We wished Mr. Copperfield to be accompanied by some confidential friend today, with an inclination of her head towards Traddles, who bowed, in order that there might be no doubt or misconception on this subject. If Mr. Copperfield, or if you, Mr. Traddles, feel the least scruple in giving this promise, I beg you to take time to consider it. I exclaimed, in a state of high ecstatic fervor, that not a moment's consideration could be necessary. I bound myself by the required promise, in a most impassioned manner, called upon Traddles to witness it, and denounced myself as the most atrocious of characters if I ever swerved from it in the least degree. Stay, said Miss Lavinia, holding up her hand, we resolved, before we had the pleasure of receiving you two gentlemen, to leave you alone for a quarter of an hour to consider this point. You will allow us to retire? It was in vain for me to say that no consideration was necessary. They persisted in withdrawing for the specified time. Accordingly, these little birds hopped out with great dignity, leaving me to receive the congratulations of Traddles and to feel as if I were translated to regions of exquisite happiness. Exactly at the expiration of the quarter of an hour, they reappeared with no less dignity than they had disappeared. They had gone rustling away as if their little dresses were made of autumn leaves. And they came rustling back, in like manner. I then bound myself once more to the prescribed conditions. Sister Clarissa, said Miss Lavinia, the rest is with you. Miss Clarissa, unfolding her arms for the first time, took the notes and glanced at them. We shall be happy, said Miss Clarissa, to see Mr. Copperfield to dinner every Sunday, if it should suit his convenience. Our hour is 3. I bowed. In the course of the week, said Miss Clarissa, we shall be happy to see Mr. Copperfield to tea. Our hour is 6:30. I bowed again. Twice in the week, said Miss Clarissa, but, as a rule, not oftener. I bowed again. Miss Trotwood, said Miss Clarissa, mentioned in Mr. Copperfield's letter, will perhaps call upon us. When visiting is better for the happiness of all parties, we are glad to receive visits and return them. When it is better for the happiness of all parties that no visiting should take place, as in the case of our brother Francis and his establishment, that is quite different. I intimated that my aunt would be proud and delighted to make their acquaintance, though I must say I was not quite sure of their getting on very satisfactorily together. The conditions being now closed, I expressed my acknowledgements in the warmest manner and, taking the hand first of Miss Clarissa and then of Miss Lavinia, pressed it, in each case, to my lips. Miss Lavinia then arose and, begging Mr. Traddles to excuse us for a minute, requested me to follow her. I obeyed, all in a tremble, and was conducted into another room. There I found my blessed darling stopping her ears behind the door, with her dear little face against a wall. And Jip in the plate warmer with his head tied up in a towel. Oh, how beautiful she was in her black frock, and how she sobbed and cried at first and wouldn't come out from behind the door. How fond we were of one another when she did come out at last, and what a state of bliss I was in when we took Jip out of the plate warmer and restored him to the light, sneezing very much, and were all three reunited. My dearest Dora. Now, indeed, my own forever. Oh, don't, pleaded Dora. Please. Are you not my own forever, Dora? Oh yes, of course I am, cried Dora, but I am so frightened. Frightened, my own? Oh yes. I don't like him, said Dora. Why don't he go? Who, my life? Your friend, said Dora. It isn't any business of his. What a stupid. He must be. My love. There never was anything so coaxing as her childish ways. He is the best creature. Oh, but we don't want any best creatures. Pouted Dora. My dear, I argued, you will soon know him well and like him of all things. And here is my aunt coming soon, and you'll like her of all things too, when you know her. No, please don't bring her, said Dora, giving me a horrified little kiss and folding her hands. Don't. I know she's a naughty, mischief-making old thing. Don't let her come here, Dodie. Which was a corruption of David. Remonstrance was of no use then, so I laughed and admired and was very much in love and very happy, and she showed me Jip's new trick of standing on his hind legs in a corner, which he did for about the space of a flash of lightning and then fell down, and I don't know how long I should have stayed there, oblivious of Traddles, if Miss Lavinia had not come in to take me away. Miss Lavinia was very fond of Dora, she told me. Dora was exactly like what she had been herself at her age. She must have altered a good deal, and she treated Dora just as if she had been a toy. I wanted to persuade Dora to come and see Traddles, but on my proposing it, she ran off to her own room and locked herself in, so I went to Traddles without her and walked away with him on air. Nothing could be more satisfactory, said Traddles, and they are very agreeable old ladies, I am sure. I shouldn't be at all surprised if you were to be married years before me, Copperfield. Does your Sophie play on any instrument, Traddles? I inquired, in the pride of my heart. She knows enough of the piano to teach it to her little sisters, said Traddles. Does she sing at all? I asked. Why, she sings ballads, sometimes, to freshen up the others a little when they're out of spirits, said Traddles. Nothing scientific. She doesn't sing to the guitar? Said I. Oh dear no, said Traddles. Paint at all? Not at all, said Traddles. I promised Traddles that he should hear Dora sing and see some of her flower painting. He said he should like it very much, and we went home arm in arm in great good humor and delight. I encouraged him to talk about Sophie on the way, which he did with a loving reliance on her that I very much admired. I compared her in my mind with Dora, with considerable inward satisfaction, but I candidly admitted to myself that she seemed to be an excellent kind of girl for Traddles, too. Of course, my aunt was immediately made acquainted with the successful issue of the conference and with all that had been said and done in the course of it. She was happy to see me so happy and promised to call on Dora's aunts without loss of time. But she took such a long walk up and down our rooms that night while I was writing to Agnes that I began to think she meant to walk till morning. My letter to Agnes was a fervent and grateful one, narrating all the good effects that had resulted from my following her advice. She wrote by return of post to me. Her letter was hopeful, earnest, and cheerful. She was always cheerful from that time. I had my hands more full than ever now. My daily journeys to Highgate considered, Putney was a long way off, and I naturally wanted to go there as often as I could. The proposed tea drinkings being quite impracticable, I compounded with Miss Lavinia for permission to visit every Saturday afternoon without detriment to my privileged Sundays. So, the close of every week was a delicious time for me, and I got through the rest of the week by looking forward to it. I was wonderfully relieved to find that my aunt and Dora's aunts robbed on, all things considered, much more smoothly than I could have expected. My aunt made her promised visit within a few days of the conference, and within a few more days, Dora's aunts called upon her in due state and form. Similar but more friendly exchanges took place afterwards, usually at intervals of 3 or 4 weeks. I know that my aunt distressed Dora's aunts very much by utterly setting at naught the dignity of fly conveyance and walking out to Putney at extraordinary times, as shortly after breakfast or just before tea, likewise by wearing her bonnet in any manner that happened to be comfortable to her head, without at all deferring to the prejudices of civilization on that subject. But Dora's aunts soon agreed to regard my aunt as an eccentric and somewhat masculine lady with a strong understanding, and although my aunt occasionally ruffled the feathers of Dora's aunts by expressing heretical opinions on various points of ceremony, she loved me too well not to sacrifice some of her little peculiarities to the general Harmony. The only member of our small society who positively refused to adapt himself to circumstances was Jip. He never saw my aunt without immediately displaying every tooth in his head, retiring under a chair, and growling incessantly, with now and then a doleful howl, as if she really were too much for his feelings. All kinds of treatment were tried with him, coaxing, scolding, slapping, bringing him to Buckingham Street, where he instantly dashed at the two cats, to the terror of all beholders, but he never could prevail upon himself to bear my aunt's society. He would sometimes think he had got the better of his objection and be amiable for a few minutes, and then would put up his snub nose and howl to that extent that there was nothing for it but to blind him and put him in the plate warmer. At length, Dora regularly muffled him in a towel and shut him up there whenever my aunt was reported at the door. One thing troubled me much after we had fallen into this quiet train. It was that Dora seemed by one consent to be regarded like a pretty toy or plaything. My aunt, with whom she gradually became familiar, always called her Little Blossom, and the pleasure of Miss Lavinia's life was to wait upon her, curl her hair, make ornaments for her, and treat her like a pet child. What Miss Lavinia did, her sister did as a matter of course. It was very odd to me, but they all seemed to treat Dora, in her degree, much as Dora treated Jip in his. I made up my mind to speak to Dora about this, and one day when we were out walking, for we were licensed by Miss Lavinia, after a while, to go out walking by ourselves, I said to her that I wished she could get them to behave towards her differently. Because you know, my darling, I remonstrated, you are not a child. There, said Dora. Now you're going to be cross. Cross, my love? I am sure they're very kind to me, said Dora, and I am very happy. Well, but my dearest life, said I, you might be very happy and yet be treated rationally. Dora gave me a reproachful look, the prettiest look, and then began to sob, saying, if I didn't like her, why had I ever wanted so much to be engaged to her? And why didn't I go away, now, if I couldn't bear her? What could I do but kiss away her tears and tell her how I doted on her after that? I am sure I am very affectionate, said Dora, you oughtn't to be cruel to me, Dodie. Cruel, my precious love. As if I would or could be cruel to you, for the world. Then don't find fault with me, said Dora, making a rosebud of her mouth, and I'll be good. I was charmed by her presently asking me, of her own accord, to give her that cookery book I had once spoken of and to show her how to keep accounts as I had once promised I would. I brought the volume with me on my next visit. I got it prettily bound first to make it look less dry and more inviting, and as we strolled about the common, I showed her an old housekeeping book of my aunt's and gave her a set of tablets and a pretty little pencil case and box of leads to practice housekeeping with. But the cookery book made Dora's head ache and the figures made her cry. They wouldn't add up, she said. So she rubbed them out and drew little nosegays and likenesses of me and Jip all over the tablets. Then I playfully tried verbal instruction in domestic matters as we walked about on a Saturday afternoon. Sometimes, for example, when we passed a butcher's shop, I would say, now suppose, my pet, that we were married and you were going to buy a shoulder of mutton for dinner, would you know how to buy it? My pretty little Dora's face would fall and she would make her mouth into a bud again, as if she would very much prefer to shut mine with a kiss. Would you know how to buy it, my darling? I would repeat, perhaps, if I were very inflexible. Dora would think a little and then reply, perhaps, with great triumph. Why, the butcher would know how to sell it, and what need I know? Oh. You silly boy. So, when I once asked Dora, with an eye to the cookery book, what she would do if we were married and I were to say I should like a nice Irish stew, she replied that she would tell the servant to make it and then clapped her little hands together across my arm and laughed in such a charming manner that she was more delightful than ever. Consequently, the principle used to which the cookery book was devoted was being put down in the corner for Jip to stand upon. But Dora was so pleased when she had trained him to stand upon it without offering to come off and at the same time to hold the pencil case in his mouth that I was very glad I had bought it. And we fell back on the guitar case and the flower painting and the songs about never leaving off dancing, tar-a-la. and were as happy as. The week was long. I occasionally wished I could venture to hint to Miss Lavinia that she treated the darling of my heart a little too much like a plaything, and I sometimes awoke, as it were, wondering to find that I had fallen into the general fault and treated her like a plaything too, but not often. Chapter 42. Mischief. I feel as if it were not for me to record, even though this manuscript is intended for no eyes but mine, how hard I worked at that tremendous shorthand and all improvement appertaining to it in my sense of responsibility to Dora and her aunts. I will only add to what I have already written of my perseverance at this time of my life and of a patient and continuous energy which then began to be matured within me, and which I know to be the strong part of my character, if it have any strength at all, that there, on looking back, I find the source of my success. I have been very fortunate in worldly matters, many men have worked much harder and not succeeded half so well, but I never could have done what I have done without the habits of punctuality, order, and diligence, without the determination to concentrate myself on one object at a time, no matter how quickly its successor should come upon its heels, which I then formed. Heaven knows I write this in no spirit of self-laudation. The man who reviews his own life as I do mine, in going on here from page to page, had need to have been a good man. Indeed, if he would be spared the sharp consciousness of many talents neglected, many opportunities wasted, many erratic and perverted feelings constantly at war within his breast and defeating him. I do not hold one natural gift, I dare say, that I have not abused. My meaning simply is that whatever I have tried to do in life, I have tried with all my heart to do well, that whatever I have devoted myself to, I have devoted myself to completely, that in great aims and in small, I have always been thoroughly in earnest. I have never believed it possible that any natural or improved ability can claim immunity from the companionship of the steady, plain, hard-working qualities and hope to gain its end. There is no such thing as such fulfillment on this earth. Some happy talent and some fortunate opportunity may form the two sides of the ladder on which some men mount, but the rounds of that ladder must be made of stuff to stand wear and tear, and there is no substitute for thoroughgoing, ardent, and sincere earnestness. Never to put one hand to anything on which I could throw my whole self, and never to affect depreciation of my work, whatever it was, I find, now, to have been my golden rules. How much of the practice I have just reduced to precept, I owe to Agnes. I will not repeat here. My narrative proceeds to Agnes with a thankful love. She came on a visit of a fortnight to the doctor's. Mr. Wickfield was the doctor's old friend, and the doctor wished to talk with him and do him good. It had been matter of conversation with Agnes when she was last in town, and this visit was the result. She and her father came together. I was not much surprised to hear from her that she had engaged to find a lodging in the neighborhood for Mrs. Heep, whose rheumatic complaint required change of air and who would be charmed to have it in such company. Neither was I surprised when, on the very next day, Uriah, like a dutiful son, brought his worthy mother to take possession. "You see, Master Copperfield," said he, as he forced himself upon my company for a turn in the doctor's garden, where a person loves, a person is a little jealous, leastways, anxious to keep an eye on the beloved one. "Of whom are you jealous, now?" said I. "Thanks to you, Master Copperfield," he returned, "of no one in particular just at present, no male person, at least." "Do you mean that you are jealous of a female person?" He gave me a sidelong glance out of his sinister red eyes and laughed. "Really, Master Copperfield," he said, "I should say Mr., but I know you'll excuse the bit I've got into, you're so insinuating that you draw me like a corkscrew. Well, I don't mind telling you, putting his fish-like hand on mine, I'm not a ladies' man in general, sir, and I never was, with Mrs. Strong." His eyes looked green now as they watched mine with a rascally cunning. "What do you mean?" said I. "Why, though I am a lawyer, Master Copperfield," he replied, with a dry grin, "I mean, just at present, what I say." "And what do you mean by your look?" I retorted, quietly. "By my look? Dear me, Copperfield, that's sharp practice. What do I mean?" "By my look?" "Yes," said I. "By your look." He seemed very much amused and laughed as heartily as it was in his nature to laugh. After some scraping of his chin with his hand, he went on to say, with his eyes cast downward still scraping, very slowly. When I was but an humble clerk, she always looked down upon me. She was forever having my Agnes backwards and forwards of her house, and she was forever being a friend to you, Master Copperfield, but I was too far beneath her, myself, to be noticed. Well? Said I, suppose you were. And beneath him too, pursued Uriah, very distinctly, and in a meditative tone of voice, as he continued to scrape his chin. Don't you know the doctor better, said I, than to suppose him conscious of your existence when you were not before him? He directed his eyes at me in that sidelong glance again, and he made his face very lantern-jawed for the greater convenience of scraping, as he answered, oh dear, I am not referring to the doctor. Oh no, poor man. I mean Mr. Maldon. My heart quite died within me. All my old doubts and apprehensions on that subject, all the doctor's happiness and peace, all the mingled possibilities of innocence and compromise that I could not unravel, I saw, in a moment, at the mercy of this fellow's twisting. He never could come into the office without ordering and shoving me about, said Uriah. One of your fine gentlemen he was. I was very meek and humble, and I am. But I didn't like that sort of thing, and I don't. He left off scraping his chin and sucked in his cheeks until they seemed to meet inside, keeping his sidelong glance upon me all the while. She is one of your lovely women, she is, he pursued, when he had slowly restored his face to its natural form and ready to be no friend to such as me, I know. She's just a person as would put my Agnes up to higher sort of game. Now, I ain't one of your ladies' men, Master Copperfield, but I've had eyes in my head a pretty long time back. We humble ones have got eyes, mostly speaking, and we look out of 'em. I endeavored to appear unconscious and not disquieted, but I saw in his face, with poor success. Now, I'm not a-going to let myself be run down, Copperfield, he continued, raising that part of his countenance where his red eyebrows would have been if he had had any, with malignant triumph, and I shall do what I can to put a stop to this friendship. I don't approve of it. I don't mind acknowledging to you that I've got rather a grudging disposition and want to keep off all intruders. I ain't a-going, if I know it, to run the risk of being plotted against. You are always plotting and delude yourself into the belief that everybody else is doing the like, I think, said I. Perhaps so, Master Copperfield, he replied. But I've got a motive, as my fellow partner used to say, and I go at it tooth and nail. I mustn't be put upon, as a numble person, too much. I can't allow people in my way. Really, they must come out of the cart, Master Copperfield. I don't understand you, said I. Don't you, though? He returned, with one of his jerks. I'm astonished at that, Master Copperfield, you being usually so quick. I'll try to be plainer another time. Is that Mr. Maldon on horseback, ringing at the gate, sir? It looks like him, I replied, as carelessly as I could. Uriah stopped short, put his hands between his great knobs of knees, and doubled himself up with laughter. With perfectly silent laughter. Not a sound escaped from him. I was so repelled by his odious behavior, particularly by this concluding instance, that I turned away without any ceremony and left him doubled up in the middle of the garden, like a scarecrow in want of support. It was not on that evening, but, as I well remember, on the next evening. But one, which was a Sunday, that I took Agnes to see Dora. I had arranged the visit beforehand with Miss Lavinia, and Agnes was expected to tea. I was in a flutter of pride and anxiety, pride in my dear little betrothed, and anxiety that Agnes should like her. All the way to Putney, Agnes being inside the stagecoach and I outside, I pictured Dora to myself in every one of the pretty looks I knew so well, now making up my mind that I should like her to look exactly as she looked at such a time, and then doubting whether I should not prefer her looking as she looked at such another time, and almost worrying myself into a fever about it. I was troubled by no doubt of her being very pretty, in any case, but it fell out that I had never seen her look so well. She was not in the drawing room when I presented Agnes to her little aunts, but was shyly keeping out of the way. I knew where to look for her, now, and sure enough I found her stopping her ears again, behind the same dull old door. At first she wouldn't come at all, and then she pleaded for 5 minutes. By my watch. When at length she put her arm through mine, to be taken to the drawing room, her charming little face was flushed and had never been so pretty. But when we went into the room and it turned pale, she was 10,000 times prettier yet. Dora was afraid of Agnes. She had told me that she knew Agnes was too clever. But when she saw her looking at once so cheerful and so earnest and so thoughtful and so good, she gave a faint little cry of pleased surprise and just put her affectionate arms round Agnes's neck and laid her innocent cheek against her face. I never was so happy. I never was so pleased as when I saw those two sit down together, side by side. As when I saw my little darling looking up so naturally to those cordial eyes. As when I saw the tender, beautiful regard which Agnes cast upon her. Miss Lavinia and Miss Clarissa partook, in their way, of my joy. It was the pleasantest tea table in the world. Miss Clarissa presided. I cut and handed the sweet seed cake. The little sisters had a bird-like fondness for picking up seeds and pecking at sugar. Miss Lavinia looked on with benignant patronage, as if our happy love were all her work, and we were perfectly contented with ourselves and one another. The gentle cheerfulness of Agnes went to all their hearts. Her quiet interest in everything that interested Dora, her manner of making acquaintance with Jip, who responded instantly, her pleasant way when Dora was ashamed to come over to her usual seat by me, her modest grace and ease, eliciting a crowd of blushing little marks of confidence from Dora, seemed to make our circle quite complete. I am so glad, said Dora, after tea, that you like me. I didn't think you would, and I want, more than ever, to be liked, now Julia Mills is gone. I have omitted to mention it, by the by. Miss Mills had sailed, and Dora and I had gone aboard a great East Indiaman at Gravesend to see her. And we had preserved ginger and guava and other delicacies of that sort for lunch, and we had left Miss Mills weeping on a camp stool on the quarter-deck, with a large new diary under her arm, in which the original reflections awakened by the contemplation of ocean were to be recorded under lock and key. Agnes said she was afraid I must have given her an unpromising character, but Dora corrected that directly. Oh no, she said, shaking her curls at me, it was all praise. He thinks so much of your opinion that I was quite afraid of it. My good opinion cannot strengthen his attachment to some people whom he knows, said Agnes with a smile, it is not worth their having. But please let me have it, said Dora, in her coaxing way, if you can. We made merry about Dora's wanting to be liked, and Dora said I was a goose, and she didn't like me at any rate, and the short evening flew away on gossamer wings. The time was at hand when the coach was to call for us. I was standing alone before the fire when Dora came stealing softly in to give me that usual precious little kiss before I went. Don't you think, if I had had her for a friend a long time ago, Dodie, said Dora, her bright eyes shining very brightly and her little right hand idly busying itself with one of the buttons of my coat, I might have been more clever perhaps? My love, said I, what nonsense. Do you think it is nonsense? Returned Dora, without looking at me. Are you sure it is? Of course I am. I have forgotten, said Dora, still turning the button round and round, what relation Agnes is to you, you dear bad boy. No blood relation, I replied, but we were brought up together, like brother and sister. I wonder why you ever fell in love with me? Said Dora, beginning on another button of my coat. Perhaps because I couldn't see you and not love you, Dora. Suppose you had never seen me at all, said Dora, going to another button. Suppose we had never been born, said I, gaily. I wondered what she was thinking about as I glanced in admiring silence at the little soft hand traveling up the row of buttons on my coat and at the clustering hair that lay against my breast and at the lashes of her downcast eyes slightly rising as they followed her idle fingers. At length her eyes were lifted up to mine and she stood on tiptoe to give me, more thoughtfully than usual, that precious little kiss once, twice, 3 times and went out of the room. They all came back together within 5 minutes afterwards and Dora's unusual thoughtfulness was quite gone then. She was laughingly resolved to put Jip through the whole of his performances before the coach came. They took some time, not so much on account of their variety as Jip's reluctance, and were still unfinished when it was heard at the door. There was a hurried but affectionate parting between Agnes and herself. And Dora was to write to Agnes, who was not to mind her letters being foolish, she said, and Agnes was to write to Dora, and they had a second parting at the coach door and a third when Dora, in spite of the remonstrances of Miss Lavinia, would come running out once more to remind Agnes at the coach window about writing and to shake her curls at me on the box. The stagecoach was to put us down near Covent Garden, where we were to take another stagecoach for Highgate. I was impatient for the short walk in the interval that Agnes might praise Dora to me. Ah. What praise it was! How lovingly and fervently did it commend the pretty creature I had won, with all her artless graces best displayed, to my most gentle care. How thoughtfully remind me, yet with no pretense of doing so, of the trust in which I held the orphan child. Never, never had I loved Dora so deeply and truly as I loved her that night. When we had again alighted and were walking in the starlight along the quiet road that led to the doctor's house, I told Agnes it was her doing. When you were sitting by her, said I, you seemed to be no less her guardian angel than mine, and you seem so now, Agnes. A poor angel, she returned, but faithful. The clear tone of her voice, going straight to my heart, made it natural to me to say, the cheerfulness that belongs to you, Agnes, and to no one else that ever I have seen, is so restored, I have observed today, that I have begun to hope you are happier at home? I am happier in myself, she said. I am quite cheerful and light-hearted. I glanced at the serene face looking upward and thought it was the stars that made it seem so noble. There has been no change at home, said Agnes, after a few moments. No fresh reference, said I, to I wouldn't distress you, Agnes, but I cannot help asking to what we spoke of when we parted last. No, none, she answered. I have thought so much about it. You must think less about it. Remember that I confide in simple love and truth at last. Have no apprehensions for me, Trotwood, she added. After a moment, the step you dread my taking, I shall never take. Although I think I had never really feared it in any season of cool reflection, it was an unspeakable relief to me to have this assurance from her own truthful lips. I told her so, earnestly. And when this visit is over, said I, for we may not be alone another time, how long is it likely to be, my dear Agnes, before you come to London again? Probably a long time, she replied. I think it will be best for Papa's sake to remain at home. We are not likely to meet often for some time to come, but I shall be a good correspondent of Dora's, and we shall frequently hear of one another that way. We were now within the little courtyard of the doctor's cottage. It was growing late. There was a light in the window of Mrs. Strong's chamber. And Agnes, pointing to it, bade me good night. Do not be troubled, she said, giving me her hand, by our misfortunes and anxieties. I can be happier in nothing than in your happiness. If you can ever give me help, rely upon it, I will ask you for it. God bless you always. In her beaming smile, and in these last tones of her cheerful voice, I seemed again to see and hear my little Dora in her company. I stood a while, looking through the porch at the stars, with a heart full of love and gratitude, and then walked slowly forth. I had engaged a bed at a decent alehouse close by and was going out at the gate when, happening to turn my head, I saw a light in the doctor's study. A half-reproachful fancy came into my mind that he had been working at the dictionary without my help, with the view of seeing if this were so, and, in any case, of bidding him good night if he were. Yet sitting among his books, I turned back and going softly across the hall and gently opening the door, looked in. The first person whom I saw, to my surprise, by the sober light of the shaded lamp, was Uriah. He was standing close beside it, with one of his skeleton hands over his mouth and the other resting on the doctor's table. The doctor sat in his study chair, covering his face with his hands. Mr. Wickfield, sorely troubled and distressed, was leaning forward, irresolutely touching the doctor's arm. For an instant, I supposed that the doctor was ill. I hastily advanced a step under that impression when I met Uriah's eye and saw what was the matter. I would have withdrawn, but the doctor made a gesture to detain me, and I remained. At any rate, observed Uriah, with a writhe of his ungainly person, we may keep the door shut. We needn't make it known to all the town. Saying which, he went on his toes to the door, which I had left open, and carefully closed it. He then came back and took up his former position. There was an obtrusive show of compassionate zeal in his voice and manner, more intolerable at least to me than any demeanor he could have assumed. "I have felt it incumbent upon me, Master Copperfield," said Uriah, "to point out to Dr. Strong what you and me have already talked about. You didn't exactly understand me, though." I gave him a look, but no other answer, and, going to my good old master, said a few words that I meant to be words of comfort and encouragement. He put his hand upon my shoulder, as it had been his custom to do when I was quite a little fellow, but did not lift his grey head. "As you didn't understand me, Master Copperfield," resumed Uriah in the same officious manner, "I may take the liberty of humbly mentioning, being among friends, that I have called Dr. Strong's attention to the goings-on of Mrs. Strong. It's much against the grain with me, I assure you, Copperfield, to be concerned in anything so unpleasant, but really, as it is, we're all mixing ourselves up with what oughtn't to be. That was what my meaning was, sir, when you didn't understand me. I wonder now, when I recall his leer, that I did not collar him and try to shake the breath out of his body. I dare say I didn't make myself very clear," he went on, "nor you neither. Naturally, we was both of us inclined to give such a subject a wide berth. Howsoever, at last I have made up my mind to speak plain. And I have mentioned to Dr. Strong that, did you speak, sir?" This was to the doctor, who had moaned. The sound might have touched any heart, I thought, but it had no effect upon Uriah's. "Mention to Dr. Strong," he proceeded, "that anyone may see that Mr. Maldon and the lovely and agreeable lady as is Dr. Strong's wife are too sweet on one another. Really the time is come, we being at present all mixing ourselves up with what oughtn't to be, when Dr. Strong must be told that this was full as plain to everybody as the sun. Before Mr. Maldon went to India, that Mr. Maldon made excuses to come back for nothing else, and that he's always here for nothing else. When you come in, sir, I was just putting it to my fellow partner," towards whom he turned, to say to Dr. Strong upon his word and honor whether he'd ever been of this opinion long ago or not. "Come, Mr. Wickfield, sir. Would you be so good as tell us? Yes or no, sir? Come, partner." "For God's sake, my dear doctor," said Mr. Wickfield, again laying his irresolute hand upon the doctor's arm, "don't attach too much weight to any suspicions I may have entertained." "There!" cried Uriah, shaking his head. "What a melancholy confirmation. Ain't it? Him? Such an old friend. Bless your soul, when I was nothing but a clerk in his office, Copperfield, I've seen him 20 times, if I've seen him once, quite in a taking about it, quite put out, you know. And very proper in him as a father, I'm sure I can't blame him, too. Think that Miss Agnes was mixing herself up with what oughtn't to be." "My dear Strong," said Mr. Wickfield in a tremulous voice, "my good friend, I needn't tell you that it has been my vice to look for some one master motive in everybody and to try all actions by one narrow test. I may have fallen into such doubts as I have had through this mistake." "You have had doubts, Wickfield," said the doctor, without lifting up his head. "You have had doubts. Speak up, fellow partner," urged Uriah. "I had, at one time, certainly," said Mr. Wickfield. "I God forgive me, I thought you had." "No, no, no," returned the doctor in a tone of most pathetic grief. "I thought, at one time," said Mr. Wickfield, "that you wished to send Maldon abroad to effect a desirable separation." "No, no, no," returned the doctor. "To give Annie pleasure by making some provision for the companion of her childhood. Nothing else." "So I found," said Mr. Wickfield. "I couldn't doubt it when you told me so. But I thought I implore you to remember the narrow construction which has been my besetting sin, that, in a case where there was so much disparity in point of years." "That's the way to put it, you see, Master Copperfield," observed Uriah with fawning and offensive pity. "A lady of such youth and such attractions, however real her respect for you, might have been influenced in marrying by worldly considerations only. I make no allowance for innumerable feelings and circumstances that may have all tended to good. For heaven's sake, remember that." "How kind he puts it," said Uriah, shaking his head. "Always observing her from one point of view," said Mr. Wickfield, "but by all that is dear to you, my old friend, I entreat you to consider what it was. I am forced to confess now, having no escape. No, "There's no way out of it, Mr. Wickfield, sir," observed Uriah. "When it's got to this." "That I did," said Mr. Wickfield, glancing helplessly and distractedly at his partner, "that I did doubt her and think her wanting in her duty to you, and that I did sometimes, if I must say all, feel averse to Agnes being in such a familiar relation towards her as to see what I saw, or in my diseased theory fancied that I saw. I never mentioned this to anyone. I never meant it to be known to anyone. And though it is terrible to you to hear," said Mr. Wickfield, quite subdued, "if you knew how terrible it is for me to tell, you would feel compassion for me." The doctor, in the perfect goodness of his nature, put out his hand. Mr. Wickfield held it for a little while in his, with his head bowed down. "I am sure," said Uriah, writhing himself into the silence like a conger eel, "that this is a subject full of unpleasantness to everybody. But since we have got so far, I ought to take the liberty of mentioning that Copperfield has noticed it too." I turned upon him and asked him how he dared refer to me. "Oh, it's very kind of you, Copperfield," returned Uriah, undulating all over, "and we all know what an amiable character yours is, but you know that the moment I spoke to you the other night, you knew what I meant. You know you knew what I meant, Copperfield. Don't deny it. You deny it with the best intentions, but don't do it, Copperfield." I saw the mild eye of the good old doctor turned upon me for a moment. And I felt that the confession of my old misgivings and remembrances was too plainly written in my face to be overlooked. It was of no use raging. I could not undo that. Say what I would, I could not unsay it. We were silent again and remained so until the doctor rose and walked twice or thrice across the room. Presently he returned to where his chair stood and, leaning on the back of it and occasionally putting his handkerchief to his eyes with a simple honesty that did him more honor, to my thinking, than any disguise he could have effected, said, "I have been much to blame. I believe I have been very much to blame. I have exposed one whom I hold in my heart to trials and aspersions. I call them aspersions, even to have been conceived in anybody's inmost mind of which she never, but for me, could have been the object." Uriah Heep gave a kind of snivel. "I think to express sympathy of which my Annie," said the doctor, "never, but for me, could have been the object. Gentlemen, I am old now, as you know. I do not feel tonight that I have much to live for. But my life upon the truth and honor of the dear lady who has been the subject of this conversation. I do not think that the best embodiment of chivalry, the realization of the handsomest and most romantic figure ever imagined by painter, could have said this with a more impressive and affecting dignity than the plain old doctor did. But I am not prepared," he went on, "to deny perhaps I may have been, without knowing it, in some degree prepared to admit that I may have unwittingly ensnared that lady into an unhappy marriage. I am a man quite unaccustomed to observe, and I cannot but believe that the observation of several people of different ages and positions, all too plainly tending in one direction, and that so natural, is better than mine." I had often admired, as I have elsewhere described, his benignant manner towards his youthful wife, but the respectful tenderness he manifested in every reference to her on this occasion, and the almost reverential manner in which he put away from him the lightest doubt of her integrity, exalted him, in my eyes, beyond description. "I married that lady," said the doctor, "when she was extremely young. I took her to myself when her character was scarcely formed. So far as it was developed, it had been my happiness to form it. I knew her father well. I knew her well. I had taught her what I could, for the love of all her beautiful and virtuous qualities. If I did a wrong, as I fear I did, in taking advantage, but I never meant it, of her gratitude and her affection, I ask pardon of that lady, in my heart." He walked across the room and came back to the same place, holding the chair with a grasp that trembled, like his subdued voice, in its earnestness. I regarded myself as a refuge for her from the dangers and vicissitudes of life. I persuaded myself that, unequaled though we were in years, she would live tranquilly and contentedly with me. I did not shut out of my consideration the time when I should leave her free and still young and still beautiful, but with her judgment more matured. No, gentlemen, upon my truth. His homely figure seemed to be lightened up by his fidelity and generosity. Every word he uttered had a force that no other grace could have imparted to it. My life with this lady has been very happy. Until tonight, I have had uninterrupted occasion to bless the day on which I did her great injustice." His voice, more and more faltering in the utterance of these words, stopped for a few moments, then he went on. "Once awakened from my dream, I have been a poor dreamer, in one way or other. All my life I see how natural it is that she should have some regretful feeling towards her old companion and her equal. That she does regard him with some innocent regret, with some blameless thoughts of what might have been, but for me, is, I fear, too true. Much that I have seen, but not noted, has come back upon me with new meaning during this last trying hour. But, beyond this, gentlemen, the dear lady's name never must be coupled with a word, a breath, of doubt." For a little while, his eye kindled and his voice was firm, for a little while he was again silent. Presently, he proceeded as before. "It only remains for me to bear the knowledge of the unhappiness I have occasioned, as submissively as I can. It is she who should reproach, not I. To save her from misconstruction, cruel misconstruction, that even my friends have not been able to avoid, becomes my duty. The more retired we live, the better I shall discharge it. And when the time comes, may it comes soon, if it be his merciful pleasure. When my death shall release her from constraint, I shall close my eyes upon her honored face with unbounded confidence and love, and leave her with no sorrow. Then, to happier and brighter days. I could not see him for the tears which his earnestness and goodness, so adorned by, and so adorning, the perfect simplicity of his manner, brought into my eyes." He had moved to the door when he added, "Gentlemen, I have shown you my heart. I am sure you will respect it. What we have said tonight is never to be said more. Wickfield, give me an old friend's arm upstairs." Mr. Wickfield hastened to him. Without interchanging a word they went slowly out of the room together, Uriah looking after them. "Well, Master Copperfield," said Uriah, meekly turning to me. "The thing hasn't took quite the turn that might have been expected, for the old scholar, what an excellent man, is as blind as a brickbat, but this family's out of the cart, I think." I needed but the sound of his voice to be so madly enraged as I never was before and never have been since. "You villain," said I, "what do you mean by entrapping me into your schemes? How dare you appeal to me just now, you false rascal, as if we had been in discussion together?" As we stood front to front, I saw so plainly, in the stealthy exultation of his face, what I already so plainly knew, I mean that he forced his confidence upon me expressly to make me miserable and had set a deliberate trap for me in this very matter that I couldn't bear it. The whole of his lank cheek was invitingly before me, and I struck it with my open hand with that force that my fingers tingled as if I had burned them. He caught the hand in his, and we stood in that connection, looking at each other. We stood so, a long time, long enough for me to see the white marks of my fingers die out of the deep red of his cheek and leave it a deeper red. "Copperfield," he said at length, in a breathless voice, "have you taken leave of your senses?" "I have taken leave of you," said I, resting my hand away. "You dog. I'll know no more of you." "Won't you?" said he, constrained by the pain of his cheek to put his hand there. "Perhaps you won't be able to help it. Isn't this ungrateful of you, now?" "I have shown you often enough," said I, "that I despise you. I have shown you now, more plainly, that I do. Why should I dread your doing your worst to all about you? What else do you ever do?" He perfectly understood this allusion to the considerations that had hitherto restrained me in my communications with him. I rather think that neither the blow nor the allusion would have escaped me but for the assurance I had had from Agnes that night. "It is no matter." There was another long pause. His eyes, as he looked at me, seemed to take every shade of color that could make eyes ugly. "Copperfield," he said, removing his hand from his cheek, "you have always gone against me. I know you always used to be against me at Mr. Wickfield's." "You may think what you like," said I, still in a towering rage. "If it is not true, so much the worthier you. And yet I always liked you, Copperfield," he rejoined. I deigned to make him no reply and, taking up my hat, was going out to bed when he came between me and the door. "Copperfield," he said, "there must be two parties to a quarrel. I won't be one." "You may go to the devil," said I. "Don't say that," he replied. I know you'll be sorry afterwards. How? Can you make yourself so inferior to me as to show such a bad spirit? But I forgive you. You forgive me? I repeated disdainfully. I do, and you can't help yourself, replied Uriah. To think of your going and attacking me, that I've always been a friend to you. But there can't be a quarrel without two parties, and I won't be one. I will be a friend to you, in spite of you. So now you know what you've got to expect. The necessity of carrying on this dialogue, his part in which was very slow, mine very quick, in a low tone, that the house might not be disturbed at an unseasonable hour, did not improve my temper, though my passion was cooling down. Merely telling him that I should expect from him what I always had expected and had never yet been disappointed in. I opened the door upon him, as if he had been a great walnut put there to be cracked, and went out of the house. But he slept out of the house too, at his mother's lodging, and before I had gone many hundred yards, came up with me. You know, Copperfield, he said, in my ear. I did not turn my head. You're in quite a wrong position, which I felt to be true, and that made me chafe the more. You can't make this a brave thing, and you can't help being forgiven. I don't intend to mention it to mother, nor to any living soul. I'm determined to forgive you. But I do wonder that you should lift your hand against a person that you knew to be so humble. I felt only less mean than he. He knew me better than I knew myself. If he had retorted or openly exasperated me, it would have been a relief and a justification, but he had put me on a slow fire on which I lay tormented half the night. In the morning, when I came out, the early church bell was ringing. And he was walking up and down with his mother. He addressed me as if nothing had happened, and I could do no less than reply. I had struck him hard enough to give him the toothache, I suppose. At all events. His face was tied up in a black silk handkerchief, which, with his hat perched on the top of it, was far from improving his appearance. I heard that he went to a dentist's in London on the Monday morning and had a tooth out. I hope it was a double one. The doctor gave out that he was not quite well and remained alone for a considerable part of every day during the remainder of the visit. Agnes and her father had been gone a week before we resumed our usual work. On the day preceding its resumption, the doctor gave me with his own hands a folded note not sealed. It was addressed to myself and laid an injunction on me, in a few affectionate words, never to refer to the subject of that evening. I had confided it to my aunt, but to no one else. It was not a subject I could discuss with Agnes, and Agnes certainly had not the least suspicion of what had passed. Neither, I felt convinced, had Mrs. Strong then. Several weeks elapsed before I saw the least change in her. It came on slowly, like a cloud when there is no wind. At first, she seemed to wonder at the gentle compassion with which the doctor spoke to her and at his wish that she should have her mother with her to relieve the dull monotony of her life. Often, when we were at work and she was sitting by, I would see her pausing and looking at him with that memorable face. Afterwards, I sometimes observed her rise, with her eyes full of tears, and go out of the room. Gradually, an unhappy shadow fell upon her beauty and deepened every day. Mrs. Markleham was a regular inmate of the cottage then, but she talked and saw nothing. As this change stole on Annie, once like sunshine in the doctor's house, the doctor became older in appearance and more grave, but the sweetness of his temper, the placid kindness of his manner, and his benevolent solicitude for her, if they were capable of any increase, were increased. I saw him once, early on the morning of her birthday, when she came to sit in the window while we were at work, which she had always done, but now began to do with a timid and uncertain air that I thought very touching, take her forehead between his hands, kiss it, and go hurriedly away, too much moved to remain. I saw her stand where he had left her, like a statue, and then bend down her head and clasp her hands and weep, I cannot say how sorrowfully. Sometimes, after that, I fancied that she tried to speak even to me in intervals when we were left alone. But she never uttered a word. The doctor always had some new project for her participating in amusements away from home, with her mother and Mrs. Markleham, who was very fond of amusements and very easily dissatisfied with anything else, entered into them with great good will and was loud in her commendations. But Annie, in a spiritless unhappy way, only went whither she was led and seemed to have no care for anything. I did not know what to think. Neither did my aunt, who must have walked at various times 100 miles in her uncertainty. What was strangest of all was that the only real relief which seemed to make its way into the secret region of this domestic unhappiness made its way therein. The person of Mr. Dick. What his thoughts were on the subject or what his observation was, I am as unable to explain as I dare say he would have been to assist me in the task. But, as I have recorded in the narrative of my school days, his veneration for the doctor was unbounded, and there is a subtlety of perception in real attachment, even when it is borne towards man by one of the lower animals, which leaves the highest intellect behind. To this mind of the heart, if I may call it so, in Mr. Dick, some bright ray of the truth shot straight. He had proudly resumed his privilege, in many of his spare hours, of walking up and down the garden with the doctor, as he had been accustomed to pace up and down the doctor's walk at Canterbury. But matters were no sooner in this state than he devoted all his spare time and got up earlier to make it more to these perambulations. If he had never been so happy as when the doctor read that marvelous performance, the dictionary, to him, he was now quite miserable unless the doctor pulled it out of his pocket and began. When the doctor and I were engaged, he now fell into the custom of walking up and down with Mrs. Strong and helping her to trim her favorite flowers or weed the beds. I dare say he rarely spoke a dozen words in an hour. But his quiet interest and his wistful face found immediate response in both their breasts. Each knew that the other liked him and that he loved both, and he became what no one else could be, a link between them. When I think of him, with his impenetrably wise face, walking up and down with the doctor, delighted to be battered by the hard words in the dictionary, when I think of him carrying huge watering pots after Annie, kneeling down, in very paws of gloves, at patient microscopic work among the little leaves, expressing as no philosopher could have expressed in everything he did, a delicate desire to be her friend, showering sympathy, trustfulness, and affection out of every hole in the watering pot, when I think of him never wandering in that better mind of his to which unhappiness addressed itself, never bringing the unfortunate King Charles into the garden, never wavering in his grateful service, never diverted from his knowledge that there was something wrong, or from his wish to set it right, I really feel almost ashamed of having known that he was not quite in his wits, taking account of the utmost I have done with mine. Nobody but myself, Trot, knows what that man is. My aunt would proudly remark when we conversed about it. Dick will distinguish himself yet. I must refer to one other topic before I close this chapter. While the visit at the doctor's was still in progress, I observed that the postman brought 2 or 3 letters every morning for Uriah Heep, who remained at Highgate until the rest went back, it being a leisure time, and that these were always directed in a business-like manner by Mr. Micawber, who now assumed a round legal hand. I was glad to infer from these slight premises that Mr. Micawber was doing well and consequently was much surprised to receive, about this time, the following letter from his amiable wife. Canterbury, Monday evening. You will doubtless be surprised, my dear Mr. Copperfield, to receive this communication. Still more so by its contents. Still more so by the stipulation of implicit confidence which I beg to impose. But my feelings as a wife and mother require relief, and as I do not wish to consult my family, already obnoxious to the feelings of Mr. Micawber, I know no one of whom I can better ask advice than my friend and former lodger. You may be aware, my dear Mr. Copperfield, that between myself and Mr. Micawber, whom I will never desert, there has always been preserved a spirit of mutual confidence. Mr. Micawber may have occasionally given a bill without consulting me, or he may have misled me as to the period when that obligation would become due. This has actually happened. But, in general, Mr. Micawber has had no secrets from the bosom of affection I allude to his wife, and has invariably, on our retirement to rest, recalled the events of the day. You will picture to yourself, my dear Mr. Copperfield, what the poignancy of my feelings must be when I inform you that Mr. Micawber is entirely changed. He is reserved. He is secret. His life is a mystery to the partner of his joys and sorrows. I again allude to his wife, and if I should assure you that beyond knowing that it is passed from morning. Tonight at the office, I now know less of it than I do of the man in the South, connected with whose mouth the thoughtless children repeat an idle tale respecting cold plum porridge. I should adopt a popular fallacy to express an actual fact. But this is not all. Mr. Micawber is morose. He is severe. He is estranged from our eldest son and daughter. He has no pride in his twins. He looks with an eye of coldness even on the unoffending stranger who last became a member of our circle. The pecuniary means of meeting our expenses, kept down to the utmost farthing, are obtained from him with great difficulty and even under fearful threats that he will settle himself, the exact expression, and he inexorably refuses to give any explanation whatever of this distracting policy. This is hard to bear. This is heartbreaking. If you will advise me, knowing my feeble powers such as they are, how you think it will be best to exert them in a dilemma so unwonted, you will add another friendly obligation to the many you have already rendered me. With loves from the children and a smile from the happily unconscious stranger, I remain, dear Mr. Copperfield, your afflicted Emma Micawber. I did not feel justified in giving a wife of Mrs. Micawber's experience any other recommendation than that she should try to reclaim Mr. Micawber by patience and kindness, as I knew she would in any case, but the letter set me thinking about him very much. Chapter 43. Another retrospect. Once again, let me pause upon a memorable period of my life. Let me stand aside to see the phantoms of those days go by me, accompanying the shadow of myself in dim procession. Weeks, months, seasons pass along. They seem little more than a summer day and a winter evening. Now, the common where I walk with Dora is all in bloom, a field of bright gold, and now the unseen heather lies in mounds and bunches underneath a covering of snow. In a breath, the river that flows through our Sunday walks is sparkling in the summer sun, is ruffled by the winter wind, or thickened with drifting heaps of ice. Faster than ever river ran towards the sea, it flashes, darkens, and rolls away. Not a thread changes in the house of the two little bird-like ladies. The clock ticks over the fireplace, the weather glass hangs in the hall. Neither clock nor weather glass is ever right, but we believe in both devoutly. I have come legally to man's estate. I have attained the dignity of 21. But this is a sort of dignity that may be thrust upon one. Let me think what I have achieved. I have tamed that savage stenographic mystery. I make a respectable income by it. I am in high repute for my accomplishment in all pertaining to the art, and am joined with 11 others in reporting the debates in Parliament for a morning newspaper. Night after night, I record predictions that never come to pass, professions that are never fulfilled, explanations that are only meant to mystify. I wallow in words. Britannia, that unfortunate female, is always before me, like a trussed fowl, skewered through and through with office pens and bound hand and foot with red tape. I am sufficiently behind the scenes to know the worth of political life. I am quite an infidel about it and shall never be converted. My dear old Traddles has tried his hand at the same pursuit, but it is not in Traddles' way. He is perfectly good-humored respecting his failure and reminds me that he always did consider himself slow. He has occasional employment on the same newspaper in getting up the facts of dry subjects to be written about and embellished by more fertile minds. He is called to the bar and with admirable industry and self-denial has scraped another £100 together to fee a conveyancer whose chambers he attends. A great deal of very hot port wine was consumed at his call and, considering the figure, I should think the Inner Temple must have made a profit by it. I have come out in another way. I have taken with fear and trembling to authorship. I wrote a little something in secret and sent it to a magazine, and it was published in the magazine. Since then, I have taken heart to write a good many trifling pieces. Now, I am regularly paid for them. Altogether, I am well off when I tell my income on the fingers of my left hand. I pass the third finger and take in the fourth to the middle joint. We have removed from Buckingham Street to a pleasant little cottage very near the one I looked at when my enthusiasm first came on. My aunt, however, who has sold the house at Dover to good advantage, is not going to remain here but intends removing herself to a still more tiny cottage close at hand. What does this portend? My marriage? Yes. Yes. I am going to be married to Dora. Miss Lavinia and Miss Clarissa have given their consent, and if ever canary birds were in a flutter, they are. Miss Lavinia, self-charged with the superintendence of my darling's wardrobe, is constantly cutting out brown paper cuirasses and differing in opinion from a highly respectable young man with a long bundle and a yard measure under his arm. A dressmaker, always stabbed in the breast with a needle and thread, boards and lodges in the house. And seems to me, eating, drinking, or sleeping, never to take her thimble off. They make a lay figure of my dear. They are always sending for her to come and try something on. We can't be happy together for 5 minutes in the evening, but some intrusive female knocks at the door and says, "Oh, if you please, Miss Dora, would you step upstairs?" Miss Clarissa and my aunt roam all over London to find out articles of furniture for Dora and me to look at. It would be better for them to buy the goods at once, without this ceremony of inspection, for, when we go to see a kitchen fender and meat screen, Dora sees a Chinese house for Jip with little bells on the top and prefers that. And it takes a long time to accustom Jip to his new residence after we have bought it. Whenever he goes in or out, he makes all the little bells ring and is horribly frightened. Peggotty comes up to make herself useful and falls to work immediately. Her department appears to be to clean everything over and over again. She rubs everything that can be rubbed until it shines like her own honest forehead with perpetual friction. And now it is that I begin to see her solitary brother passing through the dark streets at night and looking, as he goes, among the wandering faces. I never speak to him at such an hour. I know too well, as his grave figure passes onward, what he seeks and what he dreads. Why does Traddles look so important when he calls upon me this afternoon in the Commons, where I still occasionally attend, for form's sake, when I have time? The realization of my boyish daydreams is at hand. I am going to take out the license. It is a little document to do so much, and Traddles contemplates it as it lies upon my desk, half in admiration, half in awe. There are the names, in the sweet old visionary connection, David Copperfield and Dora Spenlow, and there, in the corner, is that parental institution, the stamp office, which is so benignantly interested in the various transactions of human life, looking down upon our union, and there is the Archbishop of Canterbury invoking a blessing on us in print and doing it as cheap as could possibly be expected. Nevertheless, I am in a dream, a flustered, happy, hurried dream. I can't believe that it is going to be, and yet I can't believe but that everyone I pass in the street must have some kind of perception that I am to be married the day after tomorrow. The surrogate knows me when I go down to be sworn and disposes of me easily, as if there were a Masonic understanding between us. Traddles is not at all wanted, but is in attendance as my general backer. I hope the next time you come here, my dear fellow, I say to Traddles, it will be on the same errand for yourself. And I hope it will be soon. Thank you for your good wishes, my dear Copperfield, he replies. I hope so too. It's a satisfaction to know that she'll wait for me any length of time and that she really is the dearest girl. When are you to meet her at the coach? I ask. At 7, says Traddles, looking at his plain old silver watch, the very watch he once took a wheel out of at school to make a water mill. That is about Miss Wickfield's time, is it not? A little earlier. Her time is 8:30. I assure you, my dear boy, says Traddles, I am almost as pleased as if I were going to be married myself, to think that this event is coming to such a happy termination. And really the great friendship and consideration of personally associating Sophie with the joyful occasion and inviting her to be a bridesmaid in conjunction with Miss Wickfield demands my warmest thanks. I am extremely sensible of it. I hear him and shake hands with him, and we talk and walk and dine and so on, but I don't believe it. Nothing is real. Sophie arrives at the house of Dora's aunts in due course. She has the most agreeable of faces, not absolutely beautiful, but extraordinarily pleasant, and is one of the most genial, unaffected, frank, engaging creatures I have ever seen. Traddles presents her to us with great pride and rubs his hands for 10 minutes by the clock, with every individual hair upon his head standing on tiptoe, when I congratulate him in a corner on his choice. I have brought Agnes from the Canterbury coach, and her cheerful and beautiful face is among us for the second time. Agnes has a great liking for Traddles, and it is capital to see them meet and to observe the glory of Traddles as he commends the dearest girl in the world to her acquaintance. Still, I don't believe it. We have a delightful evening and are supremely happy, but I don't believe it yet. I can't collect myself. I can't check off my happiness as it takes place. I feel in a misty and unsettled kind of state, as if I had got up very early in the morning, a week or two ago, and had never been to bed since. I can't make out when yesterday was. I seem to have been carrying the license about in my pocket many months. Next day, too, when we all go in a flock to see the house, our house, Dora's and mine, I am quite unable to regard myself as its master. I seem to be there by permission of somebody else. I half expect the real master to come home presently and say he is glad to see me. Such a beautiful little house as it is, with everything so bright and new, with the flowers on the carpets looking as if freshly gathered, and the green leaves on the paper as if they had just come out, with the spotless muslin curtains and the blushing rose-colored furniture, and Dora's garden hat with the blue ribbon. Do I remember now how I loved her in such another hat when I first knew her? Already hanging on its little peg, the guitar case quite at home on its heels in a corner. And everybody tumbling over Jip's pagoda, which is much too big for the establishment. Another happy evening, quite as unreal as all the rest of it, and I steal into the usual room before going away. Dora is not there. I suppose they have not done trying on yet. Miss Lavinia peeps in and tells me mysteriously that she will not be long. She is rather long, notwithstanding, but by and by I hear a rustling at the door, and someone taps. I say, "Come in." But someone taps again. I go to the door, wondering who it is. There, I meet a pair of bright eyes and a blushing face. They are Dora's eyes and face, and Miss Lavinia has dressed her in tomorrow's dress, bonnet and all, for me to see. I take my little wife to my heart, and Miss Lavinia gives a little scream because I tumble the bonnet, and Dora laughs and cries at once. Because I am so pleased, and I believe it less than ever. "Do you think it pretty, Dodie?" says Dora. "Pretty? I should rather think I did." "And are you sure you like me very much?" says Dora. The topic is fraught with such danger to the bonnet that Miss Lavinia gives another little scream and begs me to understand that Dora is only to be looked at and on no account to be touched. So Dora stands in a delightful state of confusion for a minute or two, to be admired, and then takes off her bonnet looking so natural without it, and runs away with it in her hand, and comes dancing down again in her own familiar dress and asks Jip if I have got a beautiful little wife and whether he'll forgive her for being married, and kneels down to make him stand upon the cookery book for the last time in her single life. I go home, more incredulous than ever, to a lodging that I have hard by, and get up very early in the morning to ride to the Highgate Road and fetch my aunt. I have never seen my aunt in such state. She is dressed in lavender-colored silk and has a white bonnet on and is amazing. Janet has dressed her and is there to look at me. Peggotty is ready to go to church, intending to behold the ceremony from the gallery. Mr. Dick, who is to give my darling to me at the altar, has had his hair curled. Traddles, whom I have taken up by appointment at the turnpike, presents a dazzling combination of cream color and light blue, and both he and Mr. Dick have a general effect about them of being all gloves. No doubt I see this because I know it is so, but I am astray and seem to see nothing. Nor do I believe anything whatever. Still, as we drive along in an open carriage, this fairy marriage is real enough to fill me with a sort of wondering pity for the unfortunate people who have no part in it but are sweeping out the shops and going to their daily occupations. My aunt sits with my hand in hers all the way. When we stop a little way short of the church to put down Peggotty, whom we have brought on the box, she gives it a squeeze and me a kiss. God bless you, Trot. My own boy never could be dearer. I think of poor dear baby this morning. So do I. And of all I owe to you, dear aunt. Tut, child, says my aunt and gives her hand an overflowing cordiality to Traddles, who then gives his to Mr. Dick, who then gives his to me. who then gives mine to Travels, and then we come to the church door. The church is calm enough, I am sure, but it might be a steam power loom in full action for any sedative effect it has on me. I am too far gone for that. The rest is all a more or less incoherent dream. A dream of their coming in with Dora, of the pew opener arranging us like a drill sergeant before the altar rails, of my wondering, even then, why pew openers must always be the most disagreeable females procurable, and whether there is any religious dread of a disastrous infection of good humor which renders it indispensable to set those vessels of vinegar upon the road to heaven. Of the clergyman and clerk appearing, of a few boatmen and some other people strolling in, of an ancient mariner behind me, strongly flavoring the church with rum, of the service beginning in a deep voice, and are all being very attentive. Of Miss Lavinia, who acts as a semi-auxiliary bridesmaid, being the first to cry, and of her doing homage, as I take it, to the memory of Pidger, in sobs, of Miss Clarissa applying a smelling bottle, of Agnes taking care of Dora, of my aunt endeavoring to represent herself as a model of sternness, with tears rolling down her face, of little Dora trembling very much and making her responses in faint whispers. Of our kneeling down together, side by side, of Dora's trembling less and less, but always clasping Agnes by the hand, of the service being got through, quietly and gravely, of our all looking at each other in an April state of smiles and tears when it is over, of my young wife being hysterical in the vestry and crying for her poor papa, her dear papa. Of her soon cheering up again and our signing the register all round. Of my going into the gallery for Peggotty to bring her to sign it, of Peggotty's hugging me in a corner and telling me she saw my own dear mother married, of its being over and our going away. Of my walking so proudly and lovingly down the aisle with my sweet wife upon my arm, through a mist of half-seen people, pulpits, monuments, pews, fonts, organs, and church windows, in which there flutter faint airs of association with my childish church at home, so long ago. Of their whispering, as we pass, what a youthful couple we are, and what a pretty little wife she is. Of our all being so merry and talkative in the carriage going back. Of Sophie telling us that when she saw it Rattles, whom I had entrusted with the license, asked for it, she almost fainted, having been convinced that he would contrive to lose it, or to have his pocket picked. Of Agnes laughing gaily, and of Dora being so fond of Agnes that she will not be separated from her, but still keeps her hand. Of there being a breakfast, with abundance of things, pretty and substantial, to eat and drink, whereof I partake, as I should do in any other dream, without the least perception of their flavor, eating and drinking, as I may say, nothing but love and marriage, and no more believing in the viands than in anything else. Of my making a speech in the same dreamy fashion, without having an idea of what I want to say, beyond such as may be comprehended in the full conviction that I haven't said it. Of our being very sociably and simply happy, always in a dream though, and of Jip's having wedding cake, and it's not agreeing with him afterwards. Of the pair of hired post horses being ready, and of Dora's going away to change her dress. Of my aunt and Miss Clarissa remaining with us, and our walking in the garden, and my aunt, who has made quite a speech at breakfast touching Dora's aunts, being mightily amused with herself, but a little proud of it too. Of Dora's being ready, and of Miss Lavinia's hovering about her, loth to lose the pretty toy that has given her so much pleasant occupation. Of Dora's making a long series of surprise discoveries that she has forgotten all sorts of little things, and of everybody's running everywhere to fetch them. Of their all closing about Dora, when at last she begins to say goodbye, looking, with their bright colors and ribbons, like a bed of flowers. Of my darling being almost smothered among the flowers, and coming out, laughing and crying both together, to my jealous arms. Of my wanting to carry Jip, who is to go along with us, and Dora's saying no, that she must carry him, or else he'll think she don't like him any more, now she is married, and will break his heart. Of our going, arm in arm, and Dora stopping and looking back, and saying, if I have ever been cross or ungrateful to anybody, don't remember it. And bursting into tears. Of her waving her little hand, and our going away once more. Of her once more stopping and looking back and hurrying to Agnes and giving Agnes, above all the others, her last kisses and farewells. We drive away together, and I awake from the dream. I believe it at last. It is my dear, dear, little wife beside me, whom I love so well. Are you happy now, you foolish boy? Says Dora, and sure you don't repent? I have stood aside to see the phantoms of those days go by me. They are gone, and I resume the journey of my story. Chapter 44. Our housekeeping. It was a strange condition of things, the honeymoon being over and the bridesmaids gone home, when I found myself sitting down in my own small house with Dora, quite thrown out of employment, as I may say, in respect of the delicious old occupation of making love. It seemed such an extraordinary thing to have Dora always there. It was so unaccountable not to be obliged to go out to see her, not to have any occasion to be tormenting myself about her, not to have to write to her, not to be scheming and devising opportunities of being alone with her. Sometimes of an evening, when I looked up from my writing and saw her seated opposite, I would lean back in my chair and think how queer it was that there we were, alone together as a matter of course nobody's business anymore, all the romance of our engagement put away upon a shelf, to rust, no one to please but one another to please. For life. When there was a debate and I was kept out very late, it seemed so strange to me, as I was walking home, to think that Dora was at home. It was such a wonderful thing, at first, to have her coming softly down to talk to me as I ate my supper. It was such a stupendous thing to know for certain that she put her hair in papers. It was altogether such an astonishing event to see her do it. I doubt whether two young birds could have known less about keeping house than I and my pretty Dora did. We had a servant, of course. She kept house for us. I have still a latent belief that she must have been Mrs. Krupp's daughter in disguise. We had such an awful time of it with Mary Ann. Her name was Paragon. Her nature was represented to us when we engaged her as being feebly expressed in her name. She had a written character as large as a proclamation and, according to this document, could do everything of a domestic nature that ever I heard of, and a great many things that I never did hear of. She was a woman in the prime of life, of a severe countenance and subject, particularly in the arms, to a sort of perpetual measles or fiery rash. She had a cousin in the lifeguards with such long legs that he looked like the afternoon shadow of somebody else. His shell jacket was as much too little for him as he was too big for the premises. He made the cottage smaller than it need have been by being so very much out of proportion to it. Besides which, the walls were not thick, and, whenever he passed the evening at our house, we always knew of it by hearing one continual growl in the kitchen. Our treasure was warranted sober and honest. I am therefore willing to believe that she was in a fit when we found her under the boiler, and that the deficient teaspoons were attributable to the dustman. But she preyed upon our minds dreadfully. We felt our inexperience and were unable to help ourselves. We should have been at her mercy if she had had any, but she was a remorseless woman and had none. She was the cause of our first little quarrel. "My dearest life," I said one day to Dora, "do you think Mary Ann has any idea of time?" "Why, Dodie?" inquired Dora, looking up innocently from her drawing. "My love, because it's 5 and we were to have dined at 4. Dora glanced wistfully at the clock and hinted that she thought it was too fast. "On the contrary, my love," said I, referring to my watch, "it's a few minutes too slow." My little wife came and sat upon my knee to coax me to be quiet and drew a line with her pencil down the middle of my nose, but I couldn't dine off that, though it was very agreeable. "Don't you think, my dear," said I, "it would be better for you to remonstrate with Mary Ann?" "Oh no, please. I couldn't, Dodie," said Dora. "Why not, my love?" I gently asked. "Oh, because I am such a little goose," said Dora, "and she knows I am." I thought this sentiment so incompatible with the establishment of any system of check on Mary Ann that I frowned a little. "Oh, what ugly wrinkles in my bad boy's forehead," said Dora, and still being on my knee, she traced them with her pencil, putting it to her rosy lips to make it mark blacker and working at my forehead with a quaint little mockery of being industrious that quite delighted me in spite of myself. "There's a good child," said Dora, "it makes its face so much prettier to laugh." "But, my love," said I. "No, no. Please," cried Dora, with a kiss, "don't be a naughty blue beard. Don't be serious." My precious wife, said I, we must be serious sometimes. Come. Sit down on this chair, close beside me. Give me the pencil. There. Now let us talk sensibly. You know, dear, what a little hand it was to hold. And what a tiny wedding ring it was to see. You know, my love, it is not exactly comfortable to have to go out without one's dinner. Now, is it? No, replied Dora, faintly. My love, how you tremble. Because I know you're going to scold me, exclaimed Dora, in a piteous voice. My sweet, I am only going to reason. Oh, but reasoning is worse than scolding, exclaimed Dora, in despair. I didn't marry to be reasoned with. If you meant to reason with such a poor little thing as I am, you ought to have told me so, you cruel boy. I tried to pacify Dora, but she turned away her face and shook her curls from side to side and said, you cruel, cruel boy. So many times that I really did not exactly know what to do. So I took a few turns up and down the room in my uncertainty and came back again. Dora, my darling. No, I am not your darling. Because you must be sorry that you married me, or else you wouldn't reason with me, returned Dora. I felt so injured by the inconsequential nature of this charge that it gave me courage to be grave. Now, my own Dora, said I, you are very childish and are talking nonsense. You must remember, I am sure, that I was obliged to go out yesterday when dinner was half over, and that, the day before, I was made quite unwell by being obliged to eat underdone veal in a hurry. Today, I don't dine at all and I am afraid to say how long we waited for breakfast and then the water didn't boil. I don't mean to reproach you, my dear, but this is not comfortable. Oh, you cruel, cruel boy, to say I am a disagreeable wife, cried Dora. Now, my dear Dora, you must know that I never said that. You said I wasn't comfortable, cried Dora. I said the housekeeping was not comfortable. It's exactly the same thing, cried Dora. And she evidently thought so. For she wept most grievously. I took another turn across the room, full of love for my pretty wife and distracted by self-accusatory inclinations to knock my head against the door. I sat down again and said, I am not blaming you, Dora. We have both a great deal to learn. I am only trying to show you, my dear, that you really must. I was resolved not to give this up. Accustom yourself to look after Mary. And likewise to act a little for yourself and me. I wonder, I do, at your making such ungrateful speeches, sobbed Dora. When you know that the other day, when you said you would like a little bit of fish, I went out myself, miles and miles, and ordered it, to surprise you. And it was very kind of you, my own darling, said I felt it so much that I wouldn't on any account have even mentioned that you bought a salmon which was too much for two. Or that it cost £1.6, which was more than we can afford. You enjoyed it very much, sobbed Dora. And you said I was a mouse. And I'll say so again, my love, I returned, 1,000 times. But I had wounded Dora's soft little heart, and she was not to be comforted. She was so pathetic in her sobbing and bewailing that I felt as if I had said I don't know what to hurt her. I was obliged to hurry away. I was kept out late, and I felt all night such pangs of remorse as made me miserable. I had the conscience of an assassin and was haunted by a vague sense of enormous wickedness. It was 2 or 3 hours past midnight when I got home. I found my aunt in our house, sitting up for me. Is anything the matter, Aunt? Said I, alarmed. Nothing, Trot, she replied. Sit down, sit down. Little Blossom has been rather out of spirits, and I have been keeping her company. That's all. I leaned my head upon my hand and felt more sorry and downcast as I sat looking at the fire than I could have supposed possible so soon after the fulfillment of my brightest hopes. As I sat thinking, I happened to meet my aunt's eyes, which were resting on my face. There was an anxious expression in them, but it cleared directly. I assure you, Aunt, said I have been quite unhappy myself all night to think of Dora's being so. But I had no other intention than to speak to her tenderly and lovingly about our home affairs. My aunt nodded encouragement. You must have patience, Trot, said she. Of course. Heaven knows I don't mean to be unreasonable, Aunt. No, no, said my aunt. But little Blossom is a very tender little Blossom, and the wind must be gentle with her. I thanked my good aunt, in my heart, for her tenderness towards my wife. And I was sure that she knew I did. "Don't you think, aunt," said I, after some further contemplation of the fire, "that you could advise and counsel Dora a little, for our mutual advantage, now and then?" "Trot," returned my aunt, with some emotion, "no. Don't ask me such a thing." Her tone was so very earnest that I raised my eyes in surprise. "I look back on my life, child," said my aunt, "and I think of some who are in their graves, with whom I might have been on kinder terms. If I judged harshly of other people's mistakes in marriage, it may have been because I had bitter reason to judge harshly of my own. Let that pass. I have been a grumpy, frumpy, wayward sort of a woman a good many years. I am still, and I always shall be. But you and I have done one another some good, Trot, at all events. You have done me good, my dear, and division must not come between us at this time of day." "Division between us?" cried I. Child, said my aunt, smoothing her dress, "how soon it might come between us, or how unhappy I might make our little Blossom if I meddled in anything, a prophet couldn't say. I want our pet to like me and be as gay as a butterfly. Remember your own home in that second marriage and never do both me and her the injury you have hinted at." I comprehended at once that my aunt was right, and I comprehended the full extent of her generous feeling towards my dear wife. "These are early days, Trot," she pursued, "and Rome was not built in a day, nor in a year. You have chosen freely for yourself." A cloud passed over her face for a moment, I thought, "and you have chosen a very pretty and a very affectionate creature. It will be your duty, and it will be your pleasure too. Of course I know that I am not delivering a lecture to estimate her, as you chose her, by the qualities she has. And not by the qualities she may not have. The latter you must develop in her, if you can. And if you cannot, child," here my aunt rubbed her nose, "you must just accustom yourself to do without 'em. But remember, my dear, your future is between you two. No one can assist you, you are to work it out for yourselves. This is marriage, Trot, and heaven bless you both in it, for a pair of babes in the wood as you are." My aunt said this in a sprightly way and gave me a kiss to ratify the blessing. "Now," said she, "light my little lantern and see me into my bandbox by the garden path, for there was a communication between our cottages in that direction. Give Betsey Trotwood's love to Blossom when you come back, and whatever you do, Trot, never dream of setting Betsey up as a scarecrow, for if I ever saw her in the glass, she's quite grim enough and gaunt enough in her private capacity." With this my aunt tied her head up in a handkerchief, with which she was accustomed to make a bundle of it on such occasions, and I escorted her home. As she stood in her garden, holding up her little lantern to light me back, I thought her observation of me had an anxious air again, but I was too much occupied in pondering on what she had said and too much impressed for the first time, in reality, by the conviction that Dora and I had indeed to work out our future for ourselves, and that no one could assist us, to take much notice of it. Dora came stealing down in her little slippers to meet me, now that I was alone, and cried upon my shoulder and said I had been hard-hearted. And she had been naughty, and I said much the same thing in effect, I believe, and we made it up and agreed that our first little difference was to be our last, and that we were never to have another if we lived 100 years. The next domestic trial we went through was the ordeal of servants. Mary Ann's cousin deserted into our coal hole and was brought out, to our great amazement, by a picket of his companions in arms, who took him away handcuffed in a procession that covered our front garden with ignominy. This nerved me to get rid of Mary Ann, who went so mildly on receipt of wages that I was surprised until I found out about the teaspoons and also about the little sums she had borrowed in my name of the tradespeople without authority. After an interval of Mrs. Kidgerbury, the oldest inhabitant of Kentish Town, I believe, who went out charing but was too feeble to execute her conceptions of that art, we found another treasure, who was one of the most amiable of women, but who generally made a point of falling either up or down the kitchen stairs with the tray and almost plunged into the parlor as into a bath with the tea things. The ravages committed by this unfortunate, rendering her dismissal necessary, she was succeeded, with intervals of Mrs. Kidgerbury, by a long line of incapables, terminating in a young person of genteel appearance who went to Greenwich Fair in Dora's bonnet. After whom I remember nothing but an average equality of failure. Everybody we had anything to do with seemed to cheat us. Our appearance in the shop was a signal for the damaged goods to be brought out immediately. If we bought a lobster, it was full of water. All our meat turned out to be tough, and there was hardly any crust to our loaves. In search of the principle on which joints ought to be roasted enough and not too much, I myself referred to the cookery book and found it there established as the allowance of a quarter of an hour to every pound and say a quarter over. But the principle always failed us by some curious fatality, and we never could hit any medium between redness and cinders. I had reason to believe that in accomplishing these failures we incurred a far greater expense than if we had achieved a series of triumphs. It appeared to me, on looking over the tradesmen's books, as if we might have kept the basement story paved with butter, such was the extensive scale of our consumption of that article. I don't know whether the excise returns of the period may have exhibited any increase in the demand for pepper, but if our performances did not affect the market, I should say several families must have left off using it. And the most wonderful fact of all was that we never had anything in the house. As to the washerwoman pawning the clothes and coming in a state of penitent intoxication to apologize, I suppose that might have happened several times to anybody. Also the chimney on fire, the parish engine, and perjury on the part of the beadle. But I apprehend that we were personally fortunate in engaging a servant with a taste for cordials, who swelled our running account for porter at the public house by such inexplicable items as quartern rum shrub, Mrs. C, half quartern gin and cloves, Mrs. C, glass rum and peppermint, Mrs. C. The parentheses always referring to Dora, who was supposed, it appeared on explanation, to have imbibed the whole of these refreshments. One of our first feats in the housekeeping way was a little dinner to Traddles. I met him in town and asked him to walk out with me that afternoon. He readily consenting, I wrote to Dora, saying I would bring him home. It was pleasant weather, and on the road we made my domestic happiness the theme of conversation. Traddles was very full of it and said that, picturing himself with such a home and Sophie waiting and preparing for him, he could think of nothing wanting to complete his bliss. I could not have wished for a prettier little wife at the opposite end of the table, but I certainly could have wished, when we sat down, for a little more room. I did not know how it was, but though there were only two of us, we were at once always cramped for room and yet had always room enough to lose everything in. I suspect it may have been because nothing had a place of its own except Jip's pagoda, which invariably blocked up the main thoroughfare. On the present occasion, Traddles was so hemmed in by the pagoda and the guitar case and Dora's flower painting and my writing table that I had serious doubts of the possibility of his using his knife and fork, but he protested, with his own good humor, oceans of room, Copperfield. I assure you, oceans. There was another thing I could have wished, namely, that Jip had never been encouraged to walk about the tablecloth during dinner. I began to think there was something disorderly in his being there at all, even if he had not been in the habit of putting his foot in the salt or the melted butter. On this occasion he seemed to think he was introduced expressly to keep Traddles at bay, and he barked at my old friend and made short runs at his plate with such undaunted pertinacity that he may be said to have engrossed the conversation. However, as I knew how tender-hearted my dear Dora was and how sensitive she would be to any slight upon her favorite, I hinted no objection. For similar reasons I made no allusion to the skirmishing plates upon the floor or to the disreputable appearance of the casters, which were all at 6s and 7s and looked drunk, or to the further blockade of Traddles by wandering vegetable dishes and jugs. I could not help wondering in my own mind, as I contemplated the boiled leg of mutton before me, previous to carving it, how it came to pass that our joints of meat were of such extraordinary shapes and whether our butcher contracted for all the deformed sheep that came into the world. But I kept my reflections to myself. "My love," said I to Dora, "what have you got in that dish?" I could not imagine why Dora had been making tempting little faces at me, as if she wanted to kiss me. "Oysters, dear," said Dora, timidly. "Was that your thought?" said I, delighted. "Yes, Dodie," said Dora. "There never was a happier one," I exclaimed, laying down the Carving knife and fork. There is nothing Traddles likes so much. Yes, Dodie said Dora, and so I bought a beautiful little barrel of them, and the man said they were very good. But I am afraid there's something the matter with them. They don't seem right. Here. Dora shook her head, and diamonds twinkled in her eyes. They are only opened in both shells, said I. Take the top one off, my love. But it won't come off, said Dora, trying very hard and looking very much distressed. Do you know, Copperfield, said Traddles, cheerfully examining the dish, I think it is in consequence they are capital oysters, but I think it is in consequence of their never having been opened. They never had been opened, and we had no oyster knives and couldn't have used them if we had, so we looked at the oysters and ate the mutton. At least we ate as much of it as was done and made up with capers. If I had permitted him, I am satisfied that Traddles would have made a perfect savage of himself and eaten a plateful of raw meat, too. Express enjoyment of the repast, but I would hear of no such immolation on the altar of friendship, and we had a course of bacon instead, there happening, by good fortune, to be cold bacon in the larder. My poor little wife was in such affliction when she thought I should be annoyed, and in such a state of joy when she found I was not, that the discomfiture I had subdued very soon vanished, and we passed a happy evening, Dora sitting with her arm on my chair while Traddles and I discussed a glass of wine and taking every opportunity of whispering in my ear that it was so good of me not to be a cruel, cross old boy. By and by she made tea for us, which it was so pretty to see her do, as if she was busying herself with a set of doll's tea things, that I was not particular about the quality of the beverage. Then Traddles and I played a game or two at cribbage, and Dora singing to the guitar the while. It seemed to me as if our courtship and marriage were a tender dream of mine, and the night when I first listened to her voice were not yet over. When Traddles went away and I came back into the parlor from seeing him out, my wife planted her chair close to mine and sat down by my side. I am very sorry, she said. Will you try to teach me, Dodie? I must teach myself first, Dora said. I am as bad as you, love. Ah. But you can learn, she returned, and you are a clever man. Nonsense, mouse, said I. I wish, resumed my wife, after a long silence, that I could have gone down into the country for a whole year and lived with Agnes. Her hands were clasped upon my shoulder and her chin rested on them. And her blue eyes looked quietly into mine. Why so? I asked. I think she might have improved me, and I think I might have learned from her, said Dora. All in good time, my love. Agnes has had her father to take care of for these many years, you should remember. Even when she was quite a child. She was the Agnes whom we know, said I. Will you call me a name I want you to call me? Inquired Dora, without moving. What is it? I asked with a smile. It's a stupid name, she said, shaking her curls for a moment. Child wife. I laughingly asked my child wife what her fancy was in desiring to be so called. She answered without moving, otherwise than as the arm might wind about her may have brought her blue eyes nearer to me. I don't mean, you silly fellow, that you should use the name instead of Dora. I only mean that you should think of me that way. When you are going to be angry with me, say to yourself, it's only my child wife. When I am very disappointing, say, I knew, a long time ago, that she would make but a child wife. When you miss what I should like to be, and I think can never be, say, still my foolish child wife loves me. For indeed I do. I had not been serious with her, having no idea until now that she was serious herself. But her affectionate nature was so happy in what I now said to her with my whole heart that her face became a laughing one. Before her glittering eyes were dry. She was soon my child wife indeed. Sitting down on the floor outside the Chinese house, ringing all the little bells one after another to punish Jip for his recent bad behavior, while Jip lay blinking in the doorway with his head out, even too lazy to be teased. This appeal of Dora's made a strong impression on me. I look back on the time I write of, I invoke the innocent figure that I dearly loved to come out from the mists and shadows of the past and turn its gentle head towards me once again, and I can still declare that this one little speech was constantly in my memory. I may not have used it to the best account, I was young and inexperienced, but I never turned a deaf ear to its artless pleading. Dora told me shortly afterwards that she was going to be a wonderful housekeeper. Accordingly, she polished the tablets, pointed the pencil, bought an immense account book, carefully stitched up with a needle and thread all the leaves of the cookery book which Jip had torn, and made quite a desperate little attempt to be good, as she called it. But the figures had the old obstinate propensity they would not add up. When she had entered 2 or 3 laborious items in the account book, Jip would walk over the page, wagging his tail, and smear them all out. Her own little right-hand middle finger got steeped to the very bone in ink. And I think that was the only decided result obtained. Sometimes, of an evening, when I was at home and at work, for I wrote a good deal now and was beginning in a small way to be known as a writer, I would lay down my pen and watch my child wife trying to be good. First of all, she would bring out the immense account book and lay it down upon the table with a deep sigh. Then she would open it at the place where Jip had made it illegible last night and call Jip up to look at his misdeeds. This would occasion a diversion in Jip's favor and some inking of his nose, perhaps, as a penalty. Then she would tell Jip to lie down on the table instantly, like a lion, which was one of his tricks, though I cannot say the likeness was striking, and, if he were in an obedient humor, he would obey. Then she would take up a pen and begin to write and find a hair in it. Then she would take up another pen and begin to write and find that it spluttered. Then she would take up another pen and begin to write and say in a low voice, "Oh, it's a talking pen and will disturb Dodie." And then she would give it up as a bad job and put the account book away after pretending to crush the lion with it. Or, if she were in a very sedate and serious state of mind, she would sit down with the tablets and a little basket of bills and other documents, which looked more like curl papers than anything else, and endeavor to get some result out of them. After severely comparing one with another and making entries on the tablets and blotting them out and counting all the fingers of her left hand over and over again, backwards and forwards, she would be so vexed and discouraged and would look so unhappy that it gave me pain to see her bright face clouded and for me. And I would go softly to her and say, "What's the matter, Dora?" Dora would look up hopelessly and reply, "They won't come right. They make my head ache so. And they won't do anything I want." Then I would say, "Now let us try together. Let me show you, Dora." Then I would commence a practical demonstration, to which Dora would pay profound attention, perhaps for 5 minutes, when she would begin to be dreadfully tired and would lighten the subject by curling my hair or trying the effect of my face with my shirt collar turned down. If I tacitly checked this playfulness and persisted, she would look so scared and disconsolate as she became more and more bewildered that the remembrance of her natural gaiety when I first strayed into her path and of her being my child wife would come reproachfully upon me. And I would lay the pencil down and call for the guitar. I had a great deal of work to do and had many anxieties, but the same considerations made me keep them to myself. I am far from sure, now, that it was right to do this, but I did it for my child wife's sake. I search my breast and I commit its secrets, if I know them, without any reservation to this paper. The old unhappy loss or want of something had, I am conscious, some place in my heart, but not to the embitterment of my life. When I walked alone in the fine weather and thought of the summer days when all the air had been filled with my boyish enchantment, I did miss something of the realization of my dreams, but I thought it was a softened glory of the past, which nothing could have thrown upon the present time. I did feel, sometimes, for a little while, that I could have wished my wife had been my counselor, had had more character and purpose to sustain me and improve me by, had been endowed with power to fill up the void which somewhere seemed to be about me, but I felt as if this were an unearthly consummation of my happiness that never had been meant to be and never could have been. I was a boyish husband as to years. I had known the softening influence of no other sorrows or experiences than those recorded in these leaves. If I did any wrong, as I may have done much, I did it in mistaken love and in my want of wisdom. I write the exact truth. It would avail me nothing to extenuate it now. Thus it was that I took upon myself the toils and cares of our life and had no partner in them. We lived much as before, in reference to our scrambling household arrangements, but I had got used to those, and Dora I was pleased to see was seldom vexed now. She was bright and cheerful. In the old childish way, loved me dearly, and was happy with her old trifles. When the debates were heavy, I mean as to length, not quality, for in the last respect they were not often otherwise, and I went home late. Dora would never rest when she heard my footsteps, but would always come downstairs to meet me when my evenings were unoccupied by the pursuit for which I had qualified myself with so much pains, and I was engaged in writing at home. She would sit quietly near me, however late the hour, and be so mute that I would often think she had dropped asleep. But generally, when I raised my head, I saw her blue eyes looking at me with the quiet attention of which I have already spoken. "Oh, what a weary boy," said Dora one night when I met her eyes as I was shutting up my desk. "What a weary girl," said I. "That's more to the purpose. You must go to bed another time, my love. It's far too late for you." "No, don't send me to bed," pleaded Dora, coming to my side. "Pray, don't do that, Dora." To my amazement, she was sobbing on my neck. "Not well, my dear." "Not happy?" "Yes. Quite well and very happy," said Dora. "But say you'll let me stop and see you right." "Why, what a sight for such bright eyes at midnight," I replied. "Are they bright, though?" returned Dora, laughing. "I'm so glad they're bright. Little vanity," said I. But it was not vanity, it was only harmless delight in my admiration. I knew that very well before she told me so. "If you think them pretty, say I may always stop and see you right," said Dora. "Do you think them pretty?" "Very pretty." "Then let me always stop and see you right." "I am afraid that won't improve their brightness, Dora." "Yes, it will. Because, you clever boy, you'll not forget me then, while you are full of silent fancies. Will you mind it if I say something very, very silly? More than usual?" inquired Dora, peeping over my shoulder into my face. "What wonderful thing is that?" said I. "Please let me hold the pens," said Dora. "I want to have something to do with all those many hours when you are so industrious." "May I hold the pens?" The remembrance of her pretty joy when I said yes brings tears into my eyes. The next time I sat down to write, and regularly afterwards, she sat in her old place with a spare bundle of pens at her side. Her triumph in this connection with my work and her delight when I wanted a new pen, which I very often feigned to do, suggested to me a new way of pleasing my child wife. I occasionally made a pretense of wanting a page or two of manuscript copied. Then Dora was in her glory. The preparations she made for this great work, the aprons she put on, the bibs she borrowed from the kitchen to keep off the ink, the time she took, the innumerable stop pages she made to have a laugh with Jip, as if he understood it all, her conviction that her work was incomplete unless she signed her name at the end, and the way in which she would bring it to me like a school copy, and then, when I praised it, clasp me round the neck, are touching recollections to me, simple as they might appear to other men. She took possession of the keys soon after this and went jingling about the house with the whole bunch in a little basket tied to her slender waist. I seldom found that the places to which they belonged were locked or that they were of any use except as a plaything for Jip, but Dora was pleased, and that pleased me. She was quite satisfied that a good deal was effected by this make-believe of housekeeping and was as merry as if we had been keeping a baby house for a joke. So we went on. Dora was hardly less affectionate to my aunt than to me, and often told her of the time when she was afraid she was a cross old thing. I never saw my aunt unbend more systematically to anyone. She courted Jip, though Jip never responded, listened, day after day, to the guitar, though I am afraid she had no taste for music, never attacked the incapables, though the temptation must have been severe, went wonderful distances on foot to purchase, as surprises, any trifles that she found out Dora wanted, and never came in by the garden and missed her from the room, but she would call out at the foot of the stairs in a voice that sounded cheerfully all over the house, "Where's little Blossom?" Chapter 45. Mr. Dick fulfills my aunt's predictions. It was some time now since I had left the doctor. Living in his neighborhood, I saw him frequently, and we all went to his house on 2 or 3 occasions to dinner or tea. The old soldier was in permanent quarters under the doctor's roof. She was exactly the same as ever, and the same immortal butterflies hovered over her cap. Like some other mothers whom I have known in the course of my life, Mrs. Markleham was far more fond of pleasure than her daughter was. She required a great deal of amusement and, like a deep old soldier, pretended, in consulting her own inclinations, to be devoting herself to her child. The doctor's desire that Annie should be entertained was therefore particularly acceptable to this excellent parent, who expressed unqualified approval of his discretion. I have no doubt, indeed, that she probed the doctor's wound without knowing it, meaning nothing but a certain matured frivolity and selfishness, not always inseparable from full-blown years. I think she confirmed him in his fear that he was a constraint upon his young wife and that there was no congeniality of feeling between them, by so strongly commending his design of lightening the load of her life. "My dear soul," she said to him one day when I was present, "you know, there is no doubt it would be a little poky for Annie to be always shut up here." The doctor nodded his benevolent head. "When she comes to her mother's age," said Mrs. Markleham, with a flourish of her fan, "then it'll be another thing. You might put me into a jail, with genteel society and a rubber, and I should never care to come out. But I am not Annie, you know, and Annie is not her mother." "Surely, surely," said the doctor. "You are the best of creatures." "No, I beg your pardon." For the doctor made a gesture of deprecation. "I must say before your face, as I always say behind your back, you are the best of creatures, but of course you don't now, do you? Enter into the same pursuits and fancies as Annie?" "No," said the doctor, in a sorrowful tone. "No, of course not," retorted the old soldier. "Take your dictionary, for example. What a useful work a dictionary is. What a necessary work. The meanings of words. Without Dr. Johnson or somebody of that sort, we might have been at this present moment calling an Italian iron a bedstead. But we can't expect a dictionary, especially when it's making to interest Annie, can we?" The doctor shook his head. "And that's why I so much approve," said Mrs. Markleham, tapping him on the shoulder with her shut-up fan, "of your thoughtfulness. It shows that you don't expect, as many elderly people do expect, old heads on young shoulders. You have studied Annie's character and you understand it. That's what I find so charming." Even the calm and patient face of Dr. Strong expressed some little sense of pain, I thought, under the infliction of these compliments. "Therefore, my dear doctor," said the old soldier, giving him several affectionate taps, "you may command me at all times and seasons. Now, do understand that I am entirely at your service. I am ready to go with Annie to operas, concerts, exhibitions, all kinds of places, and you shall never find that I am tired. Duty, my dear doctor, before every consideration in the universe." She was as good as her word. She was one of those people who can bear a great deal of pleasure, and she never flinched in her perseverance in the cause. She seldom got hold of the newspaper, which she settled herself down in the softest chair in the house to read through an eyeglass every day for 2 hours, but she found out something that she was certain Annie would like to see. It was in vain for Annie to protest that she was weary of such things. Her mother's remonstrance always was, "Now, my dear Annie, I am sure you know better, and I must tell you, my love, that you are not making a proper return for the kindness of Dr. Strong." This was usually said in the doctor's presence and appeared to me to constitute Annie's principal inducement for withdrawing her objections when she made any. But in general she resigned herself to her mother and went where the old soldier would. It rarely happened now that Mr. Maldon accompanied them. Sometimes my aunt and Dora were invited to do so and accepted the invitation. Sometimes Dora only was asked. The time had been when I should have been uneasy in her going, but reflection on what had passed that former night in the doctor's study had made a change in my mistrust. I believed that the doctor was right and I had no worse suspicions. My aunt rubbed her nose sometimes when she happened to be alone with me and said she couldn't make it out, she wished they were happier, she didn't think our military friend, so she always called the old soldier, mended the matter at all. My aunt further expressed her opinion that if our military friend would cut off those butterflies and give them to the chimney sweepers for May Day, it would look like the beginning of something sensible on her part. But her abiding reliance was on Mr. Dick. That man had evidently an idea in his head, she said, and if he could only once pen it up into a corner, which was his great difficulty, he would distinguish himself in some extraordinary manner. Unconscious of this prediction, Mr. Dick continued to occupy precisely the same ground in reference to the doctor and to Mrs. Strong. He seemed neither to advance nor to recede. He appeared to have settled into his original foundation like a building, and I must confess that my faith in his ever-moving was not much greater than if he had been a building. But one night, when I had been married some months, Mr. Dick put his head into the parlor where I was writing alone, Dora having gone out with my aunt to take tea with the two little birds, and said, with a significant cough, "You couldn't speak to me without inconveniencing yourself, Trotwood, I am afraid?" "Certainly, Mr. Dick," said I. "Come in." "Trotwood," said Mr. Dick, laying his finger on the side of his nose. After he had shaken hands with me. "Before I sit down, I wish to make an observation. You know your aunt?" "A little," I replied. "She is the most wonderful woman in the world, sir." After the delivery of this communication, which he shot out of himself as if he were loaded with it, Mr. Dick sat down with greater gravity than usual and looked at me. "Now, boy," said Mr. Dick, "I am going to put a question to you." "As many as you please," said I. "What do you consider me, sir?" asked Mr. Dick, folding his arms. "A dear old friend," said I. "Thank you, Trotwood," returned Mr. Dick, laughing and reaching across in high glee to shake hands with me. "But I mean, boy," resuming his gravity, "what do you consider me in this respect?" Touching his forehead. I was puzzled how to answer, but he helped me with a word. "Weak?" said Mr. Dick. "Well," I replied, dubiously. "Rather so." "Exactly," cried Mr. Dick, who seemed quite enchanted by my reply. "That is, Trotwood, when they took some of the trouble out of you-know-whose head and put it you-know-where, there was a Mr. Dick made his two hands revolve very fast about each other a great number of times and then brought them into collision and rolled them over and over one another to express confusion. There was that sort of thing done to me. Somehow. I nodded at him and he nodded back again. "In short, boy," said Mr. Dick, dropping his voice to a whisper, "I am simple." I would have qualified that conclusion, but he stopped me. "Yes, I am. She pretends I am not. She won't hear of it, but I am. I know I am. If she hadn't stood my friend, sir, I should have been shut up to lead a dismal life these many years. But I'll provide for her. I never spend the copying money. I put it in a box. I have made a will. I'll leave it all to her. She shall be rich noble." Mr. Dick took out his pocket handkerchief and wiped his eyes. He then folded it up with great care, pressed it smooth between his two hands, put it in his pocket, and seemed to put my aunt away with it. "Now you are a scholar, Trotwood," said Mr. Dick. "You are a fine scholar. You know what a learned man, what a great man, the doctor is. You know what honor he has always done me. Not proud in his wisdom. Humble, condescending even to poor Dick, who is simple and knows nothing. I have sent his name up, on a scrap of paper, to the kite. Along the string, when it has been in the sky, among the larks. The kite has been glad to receive it, sir, and the sky has been brighter with it. I delighted him by saying, most heartily, that the doctor was deserving of our best respect and highest esteem. And his beautiful wife is a star," said Mr. Dick. "A shining star. I have seen her shine, sir." But bringing his chair nearer and laying one hand upon my knee, "Clouds, sir, clouds." I answered the solicitude which his face expressed by conveying the same expression into my own and shaking my head. "What clouds?" said Mr. Dick. He looked so wistfully into my face and was so anxious to understand that I took great pains to answer him slowly and distinctly, as I might have entered on an explanation to a child. "There is some unfortunate division between them," I replied. "Some unhappy cause of separation. A secret. It may be inseparable from the discrepancy in their years. It may have grown up out of almost nothing." Mr. Dick, who had told off every sentence with a thoughtful nod, paused when I had done and sat considering, with his eyes upon my face and his hand upon my knee. "Doctor not angry with her, Trotwood?" he said, after some time. "No. Devoted to her." "Then, I have got it, boy," said Mr. Dick. The sudden exultation with which he slapped me on the knee and leaned Back in his chair, with his eyebrows lifted up as high as he could possibly lift them, made me think him farther out of his wits than ever. He became as suddenly grave again and leaning forward as before. Said first respectfully, taking out his pocket handkerchief as if it really did represent my aunt. "Most wonderful woman in the world, Trotwood. Why has she done nothing to set things right?" "Too delicate and difficult a subject for such interference," I replied. "Fine scholar," said Mr. Dick, touching me with his finger. "Why has he done nothing?" "For the same reason," I returned. "Then, I have got it, boy," said Mr. Dick. And he stood up before me, more exultingly than before, nodding his head and striking himself repeatedly upon the breast until one might have supposed that he had nearly nodded and struck all the breath out of his body. "A poor fellow with a craze, sir," said Mr. Dick, "a simpleton, a weak-minded person, present company, you know." Striking himself again. "May do what wonderful people may not do. I'll bring them together, boy. I'll try. They'll not blame me. They'll not object to me. They'll not mind what I do if it's wrong. I'm only Mr. Dick. And who minds Dick? Dick's nobody. Woo." He blew a slight, contemptuous breath, as if he blew himself away. It was fortunate he had proceeded so far with his mystery, for we heard the coach stop at the little garden gate, which brought my aunt and Dora home. "Not a word, boy," he pursued in a whisper, "leave all the blame with Dick, simple Dick, mad Dick. I have been thinking, sir, for some time that I was getting it, and now I have got it. After what you have said to me, I am sure I have got it. All right." Not another word did Mr. Dick utter on the subject, but he made a very telegraph of himself for the next half hour, to the great disturbance of my aunt's mind, to enjoin inviolable secrecy on me. To my surprise, I heard no more about it for some 2 or 3 weeks. Though I was sufficiently interested in the result of his endeavors. Descrying a strange gleam of good sense, I say nothing of good feeling. For that he always exhibited in the conclusion to which he had come. At last I began to believe that, in the flighty and unsettled state of his mind, he had either forgotten his intention or abandoned it. One fair evening, when Dora was not inclined to go out, my aunt and I strolled up to the doctor's cottage. It was autumn, when there were no debates to vex the evening air, and I remember how the leaves smelt like our garden at Blunderstone as we trod them underfoot, and how the old unhappy feeling seemed to go by on the sighing wind. It was twilight when we reached the cottage. Mrs. Strong was just coming out of the garden, where Mr. Dick yet lingered, busy with his knife, helping the gardener to point some stakes. The doctor was engaged with someone in his study, but the visitor would be gone directly, Mrs. Strong said, and begged us to remain and see him. We went into the drawing room with her and sat down by the darkening window. There was never any ceremony about the visits of such old friends and neighbors as we were. We had not sat here many minutes when Mrs. Markleham, who usually contrived to be in a fuss about something, came bustling in with her newspaper in her hand and said, out of breath, "My goodness gracious. Annie, why didn't you tell me there was someone in the study?" "My dear mamma," she quietly returned, "how could I know that you desired the information?" "Desired the information?" said Mrs. Markleham, sinking on the sofa. "I never had such a turn in all my life." "Have you been to the study, then, mamma?" asked Annie. "Been to the study, my dear?" she returned emphatically. "Indeed I have. I came upon the amiable creature, if you'll imagine my feelings, Miss Trotwood, and David in the act of making his will." Her daughter looked round from the window quickly. "In the act, my dear Annie," repeated Mrs. Markleham, spreading the newspaper on her lap like a tablecloth and patting her hands upon it. "Of making his last will and testament. The foresight and affection of the dear. I must tell you how it was. I really must, in justice to the darling, for he is nothing less, tell you how it was. Perhaps you know, Miss Trotwood, that there is never a candle lighted in this house until one's eyes are literally falling out of one's head with being stretched to read the paper, and that there is not a chair in this house in which a paper can be what I call read, except one in the study. This took me to the study, where I saw a light. I opened the door. In company with the dear doctor were 2 professional people, evidently connected with the law, and they were all 3 standing at the table. The darling doctor, pen in hand, This simply expresses, then said the doctor. Annie, my love, attend to the very words this simply expresses. Then, gentlemen, the confidence I have in Mrs. Strong, and gives her all. Unconditionally? One of the professional people replied, and gives her all unconditionally. Upon that, with the natural feelings of a mother, I said, good God, I beg your pardon. Fell over the doorstep and came away through the little back passage where the pantry is. Mrs. Strong opened the window and went out into the veranda where she stood leaning against a pillar. But now isn't it, Miss Trotwood, isn't it, David, invigorating, said Mrs. Markleham, mechanically following her with her eyes to find a man at Dr. Strong's time of life with the strength of mind to do this kind of thing? It only shows how right I was, I said to Annie when Dr. Strong paid a very flattering visit to myself and made her the subject of a declaration and an offer. I said, my dear, there is no doubt whatever, in my opinion, with reference to a suitable provision for you, that Dr. Strong will do more than he binds himself to do. Here the bell rang, and we heard the sound of the visitors' feet as they went out. It's all over, no doubt, said the old soldier, after listening. The dear creature has signed, sealed, and delivered, and his mind's at rest. Well, it may be. What a mind. Annie, my love, I am going to the study with my paper, for I am a poor creature without news. Miss Trotwood. David, pray come and see the doctor. I was conscious of Mr. Dick standing in the shadow of the room, shutting up his knife when we accompanied her to the study, and of my aunt's rubbing her nose violently, by the way, as a mild vent for her intolerance of our military friend, but who got first into the study, or how Mrs. Markleham settled herself in a moment in her easy chair, or how my aunt and I came to be left together near the door, unless her eyes were quicker than mine and she held me back, I have forgotten, if I ever knew. But this I know, that we saw the doctor before he saw us, sitting at his table among the folio volumes in which he delighted, resting his head calmly on his hand. That, in the same moment, we saw Mrs. Strong glide in, pale and trembling. That Mr. Dick supported her on his arm. That he laid his other hand upon the doctor's arm, causing him to look up with an abstracted air. That, as the doctor moved his head, his wife dropped down on one knee at his feet and, with her hands imploringly lifted, fixed upon his face the memorable look I had never forgotten. That at this sight Mrs. Markleham dropped the newspaper and stared more like a figurehead intended for a ship to be called the astonishment than anything else I can think of. The gentleness of the doctor's manner and surprise, the dignity that mingled with the supplicating attitude of his wife, the amiable concern of Mr. Dick, and the earnestness with which my aunt said to herself, that man mad, triumphantly expressive of the misery from which she had saved him, I see and hear, rather than remember, as I write about it. Doctor, said Mr. Dick. What is it that's amiss? Look here. Annie, cried the doctor. Not at my feet, my dear. Yes, she said. I beg and pray that no one will leave the room. Oh, my husband and father, break this long silence. Let us both know what it is that has come between us. Mrs. Markleham, by this time recovering the power of speech and seeming to swell with family pride and motherly indignation, here exclaimed, Annie, get up immediately and don't disgrace everybody belonging to you by humbling yourself like that, unless you wish to see me go out of my mind on the spot. Mama, returned Annie, waste no words on me, for my appeal is to my husband, and even you are nothing here. Nothing? Exclaimed Mrs. Markleham. Me, nothing. The child has taken leave of her senses. Please to get me a glass of water. I was too attentive to the doctor and his wife to give any heed to this request, and it made no impression on anybody else, so Mrs. Markleham panted, stared, and fanned herself. Annie, said the doctor, tenderly taking her in his hands. My dear, if any unavoidable change has come, in the sequence of time, upon our married life, you are not to blame. The fault is mine, and only mine. There is no change in my affection, admiration, and respect. I wish to make you happy. I truly love and honor you. Rise, Annie, pray. But she did not rise. After looking at him for a little while, she sank down closer to him, laid her arm across his knee, and dropping her head upon it, said, If I have any friend here who can speak one word for me or for my husband in this matter, if I have any friend here who can give a voice to any suspicion that my heart has sometimes whispered to me, if I have any friend here who honors my husband or has ever cared for me and has anything within his knowledge, no matter what it is, that may help to mediate between us, I implore that friend to speak. There was a profound silence. After a few moments of painful hesitation, I broke the silence. Mrs. Strong, I said, there is something within my knowledge which I have been earnestly entreated by Dr. Strong to conceal and have concealed until tonight. But I believe the time has come when it would be mistaken faith and delicacy to conceal it any longer, and when your appeal absolves me from his injunction. She turned her face towards me for a moment, and I knew that I was right. I could not have resisted its entreaty if the assurance that it gave me had been less convincing. Our future peace, she said, may be in your hands. I trust it confidently to your not suppressing anything. I know beforehand that nothing you or anyone can tell me will show my husband's noble heart in any other light than one. Howsoever it may seem to you to touch me, disregard that. I will speak for myself before him and before God. Afterwards, thus earnestly besought, I made no reference to the doctor for his permission, but, without any other compromise of the truth than a little softening of the coarseness of Uriah Heep, related plainly what had passed in that same room that night. The staring of Mrs. Markleham during the whole narration and the shrill, sharp interjections with which she occasionally interrupted it defy description. When I had finished, Annie remained, for some few moments, silent, with her head bent down, as I have described. Then, she took the doctor's hand, he was sitting in the same attitude as when we had entered the room, and pressed it to her breast and kissed it. Mr. Dick softly raised her, and she stood, when she began to speak, leaning on him and looking down upon her husband from whom she never turned her eyes. All that has ever been in my mind since I was married, she said in a low, submissive, tender voice, I will lay bare before you. I could not live and have one reservation, knowing what I know now. Nay, Annie, said the doctor, mildly, I have never doubted you, my child. There is no need, indeed there is no need, my dear. There is great need, she answered, in the same way that I should open my whole heart before the soul of generosity and truth, whom, year by year and day by day, I have loved and venerated more and more, as heaven knows. Really, interrupted Mrs. Markleham, if I have any discretion at all. Which you haven't, you Marplet, observed my aunt in an indignant whisper. I must be permitted to observe that it cannot be requisite to enter into these details. No one but my husband can judge of that, Mamma, said Annie without removing her eyes from his face, and he will hear me. If I say anything to give you pain, Mamma, forgive me. I have borne pain first, often and long, myself. Upon my word, gasped Mrs. Markleham. When I was very young, said Annie, quite a little child, my first associations with knowledge of any kind were inseparable from a patient friend and teacher, the friend of my dead father, who was always dear to me. I can remember nothing that I know without remembering him. He stored my mind with its first treasures and stamped his character upon them all. They never could have been, I think, as good as they have been to me if I had taken them from any other hands. Makes her mother nothing, exclaimed Mrs. Markleham. Not so, Mamma, said Annie, but I make him what he was. I must do that. As I grew up, he occupied the same place still. I was proud of his interest, deeply, fondly, gratefully attached to him. I looked up to him. I can hardly describe how, as a father, as a guide, as one whose praise was different from all other praise, as one in whom I could have trusted and confided if I had doubted all the world. You know, Mamma, how young and inexperienced I was when you presented him before me, of a sudden, as a lover. I have mentioned the fact 50 times at least to everybody here, said Mrs. Markleham. Then hold your tongue, for the Lord's sake, and don't mention it any more, muttered my aunt. It was so great a change, so great a loss, I felt it, at first, said Annie, still preserving the same look and tone, that I was agitated and distressed. I was but a girl, and when so great a change came in the character in which I had so long looked up to him, I think I was sorry. But nothing could have made him what he used to be again, and I was Proud that he should think me so worthy, and we were married. At St. Alphege, Canterbury, observed Mrs. Markleham. Confound the woman, said my aunt, she won't be quiet. I never thought, proceeded Annie, with a heightened color, of any worldly gain that my husband would bring to me. My young heart had no room in its homage for any such poor reference. Mamma, forgive me when I say that it was you who first presented to my mind the thought that anyone could wrong me and wrong him by such a cruel suspicion. Me? Cried Mrs. Markleham. Ah. You, to be sure, observed my aunt, and you can't fan it away, my military friend. It was the first unhappiness of my new life, said Annie. It was the first occasion of every unhappy moment I have known. These moments have been more, of late, than I can count, but not my generous husband. Not for the reason you suppose, for in my heart there is not a thought, a recollection, or a hope that any power could separate from you. She raised her eyes and clasped her hands and looked as beautiful and true, I thought, as any spirit. The doctor looked on her, henceforth, as steadfastly as she on him. Mamma is blameless, she went on, of having ever urged you for herself. And she is blameless in intention every way, I am sure, but when I saw how many importunate claims were pressed upon you in my name, how you were traded on in my name, how generous you were, and how Mr. Wickfield, who had your welfare very much at heart, resented it, the first sense of my exposure to the mean suspicion that my tenderness was bought and sold to you, of all men on earth, fell upon me like unmerited disgrace, in which I forced you to participate. I cannot tell you what it was, mamma cannot imagine what it was to have this dread and trouble always on my mind, yet know in my own soul that on my marriage day I crowned the love and honor of my life. A specimen of the thanks one gets, cried Mrs. Markleham, in tears, for taking care of one's family. I wish I was a Turk. I wish you were, with all my heart, and in your native country, said my aunt. It was at that time that mamma was most solicitous about my cousin Maldon. I had liked him. She spoke softly, but without any hesitation. Very much. We had been little lovers once. If circumstances had not happened otherwise, I might have come to persuade myself that I really loved him and might have married him and been most wretched. There can be no disparity in marriage like unsuitability of mind and purpose. I pondered on those words even while I was studiously attending to what followed, as if they had some particular interest or some strange application that I could not divine. There can be no disparity in marriage like unsuitability of mind and purpose, no disparity in marriage like unsuitability of mind and purpose. There is nothing, said Annie, that we have in common. I have long found that there is nothing. If I were thankful to my husband for no more, instead of for so much, I should be thankful to him for having saved me from the first mistaken impulse of my undisciplined heart. She stood quite still before the doctor and spoke with an earnestness that thrilled me. Yet her voice was just as quiet as before. When he was waiting to be the object of your munificence, so freely bestowed for my sake, and when I was unhappy in the mercenary shape I was made to wear, I thought it would have become him better to have worked his own way on. I thought that if I had been he, I would have tried to do it at the cost of almost any hardship. But I thought no worse of him until the night of his departure for India. That night I knew he had a false and thankless heart. I saw a double meaning, then. In Mr. Wickfield's scrutiny of me, I perceived, for the first time, the dark suspicion that shadowed my life. Suspicion, Annie, said the doctor. No, no, no. In your mind there was none, I know, my husband, she returned. And when I came to you that night to lay down all my load of shame and grief, and knew that I had to tell that, underneath your roof, one of my own kindred, to whom you had been a benefactor, for the love of me, had spoken to me words that should have found no utterance, even if I had been the weak and mercenary wretch he thought me, my mind revolted from the taint the very tale conveyed. It died upon my lips, and from that hour till now has never passed them. Mrs. Markleham, with a short groan, leaned back in her easy chair and retired behind her fan, as if she were never coming out any more. I have never, but in your presence, interchanged a word with him from that time, then, only when it has been necessary for the avoidance of this explanation. Years have passed since he knew, from me, what his situation here was. The kindnesses you have secretly done for his advancement and then disclosed to me, for my surprise and pleasure, have been, you will believe, but aggravations of the unhappiness and burden of my secret." She sunk down gently at the doctor's feet, though he did his utmost to prevent her, and said, looking up tearfully into his face, "Do not speak to me yet. Let me say a little more. Right or wrong, if this were to be done again, I think I should do just the same. You never can know what it was to be devoted to you with those old associations. To find that anyone could be so hard as to suppose that the truth of my heart was bartered away, and to be surrounded by appearances confirming that belief. I was very young and had no advisor. Between Mama and me, in all relating to you, there was a wide division. If I shrunk into myself, hiding the disrespect I had undergone, it was because I honored you so much and so much wished that you should honor me. Annie, my pure heart," said the doctor, "my dear girl. A little more. A very few words more. I used to think there were so many whom you might have married who would not have brought such charge and trouble on you and who would have made your home a worthier home. I used to be afraid that I had better have remained your pupil and almost your child. I used to fear that I was so unsuited to your learning and wisdom. If all this made me shrink within myself, as indeed it did, when I had that to tell, it was still because I honored you so much and hoped that you might one day honor me. That day has shown this long time," Annie said the doctor, "and can have but one long night, my dear. Another word. I afterwards meant steadfastly meant and purposed to myself to bear the whole weight of knowing the unworthiness of one to whom you had been so good. And now a last word, dearest and best of friends. The cause of the late change in you, which I have seen with so much pain and sorrow, and have sometimes referred to my old apprehension at other times to lingering suppositions nearer to the truth, has been made clear tonight, and by an accident I have also come to know tonight the full measure of your noble trust in me, even under that mistake. I do not hope that any love and duty I may render in return will ever make me worthy of your priceless confidence, but with all this knowledge fresh upon me, I can lift my eyes to this dear face, revered as a father's, loved as a husband's, sacred to me in my childhood as a friend's, and solemnly declare that in my lightest thought I have never wronged you, never wavered in the love and the fidelity I owe you." She had her arms around the doctor's neck, and he leant his head down over her, mingling his gray hair with her dark brown tresses. "Oh, hold me to your heart, my husband. Never cast me out. Do not think or speak of disparity between us, for there is none, except in all my many imperfections. Every succeeding year I have known this better, as I have esteemed you more and more. Oh, take me to your heart, my husband. For my love was founded on a rock, and it endures." In the silence that ensued, my aunt walked gravely up to Mr. Dick, without at all hurrying herself, and gave him a hug and a sounding kiss. And it was very fortunate, with a view to his credit, that she did so. For I am confident that I detected him at that moment in the act of making preparations to stand on one leg as an appropriate expression of delight. "You are a very remarkable man, Dick," said my aunt, with an air of unqualified approbation, "and never pretend to be anything else, for I know better." With that, my aunt pulled him by the sleeve and nodded to me, and we three stole quietly out of the room and came away. "That's a settler for our military friend, at any rate," said my aunt. On the way home, "I should sleep the better for that if there was nothing else to be glad of." She was quite overcome, I am afraid, said Mr. Dick, with great commiseration. "What? Did you ever see a crocodile overcome?" inquired my aunt. "I don't think I ever saw a crocodile," returned Mr. Dick, mildly. "There never would have been anything the matter if it hadn't been for that old animal," said my aunt, with strong emphasis. "It's very much to be wished that some mothers would leave their daughters alone after marriage and not be so violently affectionate. They seem to think the only return that can be made them for bringing an unfortunate young woman into the world, God bless my soul, as if she asked to be brought or wanted to come, is full liberty to worry her out of it again." "What are you thinking of, Trot?" I was thinking of all that had been said. My mind was still running on some of the expressions used. There can be no disparity in marriage, like unsuitability of mind and purpose. The first mistaken impulse of an undisciplined heart My love was founded on a rock. But we were at home, and the trodden leaves were lying underfoot, and the autumn wind was blowing.